Chapter 1. Error Detected. The loud sounds of commentary filled the air. Two people were having an argument over something. It was loud enough to wake anyone. And it did. Aiden woke up kicking and screaming with a pain in his head. "Whoa!" someone exclaimed, rushing to Aiden's side. "Deep breaths now, deep breaths." Aiden obeyed instinctively, sucking the air in like a man who'd just survived being drowned. It was full, unfamiliar, and putrid. Yet it was air, and he needed it. "Must have been one hell of a dream," the person said, a hand firmly on Aiden's back to give him support. Aiden didn't have any response to that. His mind ran through other things as he inhaled and exhaled deeply. Frost Mountain. Giants. His mind went through the motions, but where would he start? He knew of the giants. They were an old race that existed on Nastild, but nobody had seen them before. According to the stories, they lived in the Frost Mountain. But the Frost Mountain was where the problem was. Nastild had 8 Frost Mountains. "Are you good now?" the voice asked. Now that his initial panic was gone, Aiden could think. The first thing he noted was that he knew the voice. It wasn't a deeply familiar voice, but he knew it. "He good?" another voice asked. Aiden raised his head, looked at the second person instead of the first. He frowned at the face that was looking at him. It was clean-shaven, with a squared jaw. It had no scar, nor significant blemish, save a pimple here or there, and green eyes looked at him. It had been 7 years since he'd last spoken to the person, and a year since he'd last seen the person's face. The last time he'd seen it, it was scarred and bearded. "Drax?" he muttered. Drax cocked an eyebrow, and Aiden was reminded of why the girls always flocked to him. But Drax wasn't some handsome boy who used his handsomeness to get everything he wanted. He was upright, civilized, and more respectful than anyone Aiden knew. A fitting hero, Aiden thought, sarcastic. But that wasn't important right now. What was important was different. The last thing he could remember was the sage doing something to him before Ted successfully teleported him out of the palace cells. Wait. His mind rummaged around. That wasn't the last thing he remembered. Something else had happened before he'd teleported. He couldn't remember what it was. Aiden's mind was having too much trouble focusing. There were too many questions. When the problem was too much, he'd learned to focus on the ones with quicker and more immediate answers. He looked up at Drax. "What the hell happened to your beard?" he blurted before he could stop himself. Drax touched his face experimentally, a confused look on his face. "I never had a beard." "Why? You think I should grow one?" "I don't think so," the person with Aiden replied. "I think he saw you in his dream, and you had a beard. That's probably what scared him awake." Aiden remembered the voice now, and he put his head back down on the desk in front of him. They were in a classroom in... Aiden struggled to remember for a moment before the answer came to him. College? He knew the room. It was a large hall. Drax and Leto had stayed behind because they'd been watching a football match on Drax's phone and just hadn't been bothered to get up when everyone had. It was the only time the three of them had spent together, alone, in a room. The information Aiden was gathering made sense and didn't make sense at the same time. Something was wrong with his mind. Memories were melding so that he couldn't tell left from right or up from inside. Down, he corrected himself. Up from down. He hated teleportation magic. Why the hell was he in a college in Nastild? It didn't make sense. What was worse was that he was sure Nastild had a college, but he couldn't remember them going to college in Nastild. Aiden raised his head back up and stared at the high ceiling with a sigh. He didn't have the brain power for this. "Good day to you too, Leto," he said, focusing on problems with immediate solutions. "Can't say it's a good day," Leto replied, getting back up. "My team's losing horribly." Aiden wasn't sure what to say to that, so he settled for something conversational, even though his mind was still telling him that something was wrong. "Your team's always losing." Even as he spoke, he was sure his brain was trying to process something, to figure something out. But it was just so hazy. Unable to look past the fact that finding the giants was going to be a very heavy task. Maybe that's why Ted wanted you to give the information to the head, he thought. He probably knows which mountain the giants are on. The head of the order was a man of too much knowledge. So much so that Aiden doubted there was an enchantment or spell the man didn't know. What he needed to do now was get to the order. No, he chided himself even as he rose to his feet. He wasn't sure how much time had passed since his teleportation. The order might already be aware of what he had done. What he needed to do first was confirm that Ted was still alive. He staggered, his body heavier than he remembered. He half expected to catch himself, and was surprised when he didn't. Instead, Leto grabbed him to stop his fall. "I think you got up too fast," Leto said, still holding him up. "Vertigo can be a bitch." Aiden shook his head in confusion. "That's not right. My agility's too high for that." He extricated himself from Leto's hold, his mind still trying to figure out what was going on. It still told him that everything was wrong, seriously wrong. Yet Aiden couldn't focus enough on it to figure it out. Was he under some kind of status effect? He'd heard of people falling under status effects after long-distance teleportation, but hadn't ever been one of them. But considering he'd been hit with something from the sage at the same time, he wouldn't be surprised if there was an after effect. He called his system interface up with a thought and waited for it to show him what was happening to him. To his surprise, it ignored him. "That's new," he muttered to himself. "What's new?" Drax asked. He had ignored the phone with the football match and was walking up to Aiden now. "You sure you're all right?" "I'm fine." Aiden shook his head, trying to dispel his haze. "My interface just won't come up. I'm trying to call up my status. I think I'm having an—" His words trailed off at the look of worry on Drax's face. Aiden's mind continued to scream at him. Something was wrong. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That wasn't surprising. Ted was the Demon King locked up under the palace, and he was in a room with the hero just after trying to rescue his brother. Of course, he was in the wrong place at the wrong— Aiden's face fell. "No." Drax looked at Leto. "I think he needs to sit down." "Yeah," Leto nodded. "How about we take a sit and just give it some time?" Aiden's brain was already piecing things together. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. His brain had already deciphered that, but his thoughts were a mess despite it. He recognized everything in the room. Leto placed a hand on Aiden's shoulder and tried to ease him back to the chair, but Aiden refused. His mind was trying to figure something out, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Too many distractions. "You've got to take a seat, Aiden," Leto advised, adding a little more pressure to Aiden's shoulder. Aiden realized he was being pushed back despite his refusal, and acted on instinct. He moved his shoulder back, allowing Leto's force work against him. Leto stumbled off balance, and Aiden grabbed hold of his arm, then shifted him into a spin that ended up with Leto on the chair. Aiden frowned down at Leto as his mind ran through the problems. Right now, he was trying to figure out how Leto was stronger than him. Leto's class was Thief, and the class wasn't known for its physical strength. And with all the enchanted items Aiden had on him, Leto shouldn't have been able to push him back in anyway. "How did you do that?" Aiden looked up at Drax. What do you mean?
That. Drax gestured at Leto seated on the chair. Aiden's mind backpedaled. Realization came to him in small bursts. The first was why a simple separation technique was surprising the hero. Everyone knew what kind of special training the kingdom had given Drax, simply because of the necessity of his title when he'd gained it. The next was how the hell Drax had fixed his scars. No, Aiden thought, dislodging the second thought. If Brandis's sage was now an active part of whatever it was Ted had gotten him into, he wouldn't be surprised if the sage had begun intervening directly. He wouldn't put it past the sage to use a healing spell powerful enough to heal the scar Ted had given him. Aiden shook his head as he stepped back and towards the door. Too many things weren't right. He looked at the door, found it open with the slow bustle of people outside, and everything came crashing down. There were no phones in Nustfield. Drax didn't just have no beard and no scar. He was quite literally younger, and his face still had the blemishes that came with never having leveled up. People with classes also didn't have pimples. Drax hadn't shaved his beards because Drax hadn't started keeping beards yet. Aiden looked at a still surprised Leto seated on the lecturer's chair. And Leto was stronger than him, because Leto was stronger than him. Lastly, Aiden had no enchantments on him. What the hell happened to me? Worry filled Aiden, dislodged the part of his mind that was still focused on getting back to the order to solve the issue of the giants and the key. Aiden!
Drax's voice was filled with worry. This isn't possible, Aiden stuttered. Dimensional magic was one thing. It was simply teleportation magic at a higher realm, moving from one place to another. Ted had literally said he'd figured out how to do it across worlds, but could only send one person. It wasn't impossible to believe. Ted never lied to him, and he was over level 400, encroaching on the 500s. That was the level of myths. But this was insane. This was impossible. Aiden shook his head, taking another step closer to the exit. His mind couldn't make sense of it. Then he remembered. It wasn't much, not by a long shot, but it was enough. 3 simple pieces of information. System reset, he recalled. What does that even mean? And why did the system call me a prisoner? He couldn't even remember his prisoner number. He was still moving towards the exit, but his steps were slower now as the last bit of information hit him. I died, he realized, freezing in his tracks. I died. Drax's worry was quick to double. No, Aiden, you didn't die, he said in a worried yet calming tone, as one would with a child who'd survived something they shouldn't. It was all a dream. You're fine. You're right here. And I'm right here. He pointed at Leto. And Leto's good, see? Leto nodded vigorously, giving his widest smile. Aiden couldn't bring himself to care about all that. Other things were on his mind. If he had died, then woken up here, in this classroom, on this day, then what did that mean? The first thought that came to him was to ask what day it was. He pointed at Leto. What day? The question died on his lips. What exactly was he supposed to do with that piece of information? What day is it? Like you remember the date it happened. It was 11 fucking years ago. He shook his head. 11 years ago by Nustfield's calendar. But that didn't matter. Aiden didn't need to know the date. All he needed to know was that it was today. Today was when it happened, marked by the fact that his last day on Earth was the only day he, Drax, and Leto were ever the only ones in an empty classroom. The question now was how it happened. Teddy wasn't in the same building as me. Heck, he didn't even come to school today, he thought, going through his thoughts.
The conclusion was that whatever had happened to transport them, it wasn't a geographical phenomenon. If it was, more than 15 people would have appeared on Nestild. But how specific was it? Think, he forced himself. Was I in the same room with Leto and Drax when it happened? Yes? Aiden shook his head. That wasn't right. He doubted he would have stayed very long with them. It wasn't like they were close friends or anything. They just knew each other. It was most likely that he had left them. No, he shook his mind from that line of reasoning, realizing something else. If he was here, on Earth, and back in the past, what of Ted? He shoved his hand in his pocket and brought out his phone. He looked down at it reflexively, and the facial recognition kicked in. It was too fast, so he hadn't gotten to see his reflection on the screen, so he opened the front camera. The face that stared back at him didn't surprise him as much as it should have. He was also young again. He had his hair cut short and styled, and he had no beard. So I'm in my old body. Whatever the sage and Ted's magic had done to him, it had transported him back in time, but not his body. So what? My soul? My mind? Another question was if Ted had managed to send himself back as well. He'd said he could only transport one person, but how much of that was still trustworthy right now? From what Aiden could remember, Ted had said nothing about time travel, and he'd said he couldn't send them back home. But here he was. Aiden, I think we should take you to see the nurse, Drax said. Aiden shook his head. Nah, I'm good. He wasn't, but no nurse was going to be able to help him.
He didn't even consider the possibility that he was dreaming, or that the years he'd spent in Nestild could be the dream. Nobody dreamt hard enough to wake up just to have everything feel like it happened years ago. No one slept and woke up only to forget what the girl he liked looked like. No, this was not a dream. He scrolled to his contacts on his phone and dialed his brother's line quickly. He was glad when Ted picked on the first ring. "What's up, Aiden?" Ted asked. His voice was jovial and carefree. Aiden couldn't remember what he had skipped school today for, but that was unimportant. "What happened to us?" he asked quickly. "Any idea how long before the system summoning happens?" Ted's response was a dumbfounded, "What?" That answered one of Aiden's questions. He was the only one who'd come back. Wait, what are the chances the sage came back with me? It was a scary thought having someone with that level of power on Earth. There would be no power alive capable of stopping the sage. Unless he's also classless and without an interface. That would be their only saving grace. "I'm coming to you, Teddy," Aiden said hurriedly. "Where are you?" "Not far from campus," Ted answered. There was still confusion in his voice, but Aiden didn't care. He was already storming out of the classroom. "Where exactly is not far from campus?" Drax and Leto moved to go after him, but stopped as Aiden left the room. Aiden couldn't shake his worry as he hurried out of campus. He couldn't remember what time they'd been transported. He remembered the sun was still up and that he was outside, but that was all. His mind paused as he jogged. If he remembered that, then he hadn't been in the lecture hall. So I didn't remain in the classroom with Drax. Good to know. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay with Drax or anything along those lines, and it wasn't that he was trying not to do anything too differently that it would affect the future. He couldn't bring himself to care much for things like that. He was just glad to remember something he couldn't remember. There was also the confused haze he'd woken up in, seeing the room and everything around him. A young Drax, a mobile phone, and still being unable to separate the world of Niltad from Earth. What was that about? He asked himself,
running across the road, uncaring of whether the light was green or not. Judging by the shouts he received, it most likely was. Had the magic messed with his mind somehow? He knew long-distance teleportation through gates somehow addled the mind, but the effects never lasted long. Aiden came to a stop in front of what was a gaming center. He looked up at the signboard with no name and shook his head. Ted had missed lectures to go play video games with his friends. What is he, 12? Aiden pushed the door open and walked in, very consciously aware of the fact that he didn't know how much time they had before the teleportation. The sun had been up when it had happened, and that was all he could remember. And the sun was still up. Any step could be his last. Any word could be his last. What if it doesn't happen, he thought, as he hurried down the aisles. What if Ted's magic somehow undid everything and we're all good now? He almost laughed at himself and the thought. That was being unreasonably too optimistic. Or maybe I'm just being unreasonably too pessimistic. Pessimism felt like the better possibility. God knew his time in Nestild had done nothing for his optimism. It was better to assume that things were going to go bad and plan for them than the opposite. "Aiden! Over here!" Aiden came to a stop at the sound of Ted's voice. He turned to look, and right there, down the aisle, was his brother sitting with 4 other kids Aiden didn't recognize. Ted got up from his own seat, excusing himself. Aiden didn't give him any time. He didn't wait for Ted to cross the distance to meet him.
He barreled down the aisle, ignoring the few gamers enjoying one video game or the other. As he approached his brother, he wasn't sure what to do or say. Why exactly had he even been looking for Ted? To warn him? To tell him to prepare for the teleportation? None of the possibilities made sense. It wasn't like warning him would make a difference, and there was no way to prepare. The only things they'd taken with them when they had been teleported were the clothes on their backs, not even their cell phones or toothpicks or anything, just their clothes. So it wasn't like there was any preparation to be made. When he reached Ted, his body answered for him. Ted met Aiden with a confused look. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Aiden barreled into his brother with a hug. It was tight and it was strong. It was also not planned at all. 7 years. He'd spent 7 years not knowing the state of his brother, his only family, in another world. Keeping tabs on the status of his life had been through news of the war and nothing else. Every time he'd heard the Demon King was still a threat to the world, he'd gotten a bittersweet feeling. There was good because his brother still lived, and there was bad because of how many lives his brother had continued to take in the war. He couldn't count how many times he tried to justify his inability to view his brother as evil, even if he was the Demon King to himself. They'd tried to kill him first. They weren't going to keep him alive. It wasn't his fault that they wouldn't listen to him. He had to raise an army to protect himself from the rest of the world. These were the thoughts Aiden had used to try and justify himself every time he was happy that Ted was still alive. He hadn't known just how much he had missed his brother until this moment. Not even when he'd been trying to save him and failed. Ted stood in Aiden's embrace, stiff and confused. Good to see you too?" Aiden said nothing. Simple held his brother. Ted was athletic where he was not, so Ted was larger. Yes, I know you love me," Ted continued, going for joviality to conceal how awkward he felt. "But I've told you before, I'm still not going to give you any money." Aiden chuckled. He had no idea if he had asked Ted for money or not during this period, and he didn't care. Ted patted him awkwardly on the back. "We're beginning to draw a crowd, Aiden, and I know how you hate people seeing us together. Am I safe?"
Aiden pulled back from the hug, mentally scolding himself for using up precious time for it. Ted frowned down at him. "Are you crying?" Aiden almost laughed. With everything he'd been through, he didn't cry. In fact, he didn't think he even knew how to anymore. Then Ted's frown deepened to a scowl. "Did someone do something to you?" he asked, suddenly livid. "Tell me who, and I'll rip them to shreds." "Nothing like that." Aiden shook his head, then wiped at his face with the back of his hand. It came away wet. "I guess I still know how to cry," he thought. "That's a little embarrassing." "Are you sure?" Ted asked, his voice still angry. 100%, Aiden assured him. Ted shoved him away playfully. "Then why the fuck are you hugging me like I'm Mum or something? You scared the hell out of me." Aiden was happy to have his brother back, even if for only a moment. But there were more important things to do. "We don't have much time," he said to Ted, his voice dropping to a whisper. "What do you know about spatial magic and time travel?" Ted paused, thinking about it. "Star Wars and Back to the Future?" "Yeah, don't know what I was expecting," Aiden thought. To his brother, he said, "That's spatial tech and time tech, Ted." Ted shrugged. "I've got no idea what you were expecting from me, Aiden, but that's what I've got." Ted was looking at him differently, and it took Aiden a moment to remember why. He almost smacked himself for it. While they hadn't hated each other, before Nastila they hadn't really been that close. In fact, it had been the trials of Nastila that had brought them together. Aiden nodded to himself. "Definitely can't tell him about Nastila then. He'll think I'm saying rubbish." "How's Mom and Dad?" he asked instead. "Don't know, man. You talked to them this morning. I guess they're going steady and all that. I'm sorry, but you sounded worried on the phone." Ted looked back at his friends, frowned, ran a tired hand through his short hair. "Is there anything else, or did you just come for the hug?" Aiden didn't have an answer for that. In truth, his mind was elsewhere, contemplating if he still had enough time for one more trip. Maybe he could see his parents if he hurried, before... Error detected. "What the hell?" He stumbled back as the words appeared between him and Ted. That didn't make sense. He didn't remember seeing a system notification on Earth. They'd all just been teleported. The notifications didn't come until they were on Nastila. "Dimensional transportation imminent. Brace for impact. Prisoner number 2345023857739. "Aiden?" Ted asked, panicked. "What's happening to your body?" Ted was grabbing at Aiden, but Aiden was worried about other things. There was a timer above Ted's head, and it was counting down. 08. 07. Aiden grabbed Ted by his shoulders. "Don't panic." "The fuck you mean, don't panic?" Ted turned to his friends. "I need help over here!" "Well, there goes that," Aiden thought with a smile. "Don't panic, and the first thing you do is panic." Then he looked at his hands and saw himself slowly dissipating, like sand in the wind. Hold up. That's not how it's supposed to happen. He wasn't supposed to evaporate like sand being blown in the wind. There were supposed to be geometric signs, circles and triangles and squares with lines running through them, that kind of thing. As if in mockery, the exact thing appeared above Ted's head. His friends that had been coming to their aid came to a quick stop. "Ted," one of them muttered, scared. "Something's happening." It was odd how they weren't just looking at Ted, but looking around as well. At this point, all of Aiden's arms were gone. Not knowing what else to do, Aiden stepped up to Ted, got in his face as the world around them shook and quaked. It startled Ted, and he stepped back. "Whatever you do," Aiden told him, Don't panic. You will fall asleep. When you wake up, you won't recognize where you are, but it doesn't matter. All you have to do is remain quiet and listen attentively. Got it? What the fuck is happening, Aiden? Nothing as terrifying as it seems. Just remain quiet and listen to what they will tell you. It's very important that you do. Aiden saw the decision warring on his brother's face before Ted nodded. He was glad for it. Then he burst into smoke. Error fixed. Transference successful. For the seamless achievement of your purpose, you have been granted one exclusive skill. Aiden knew the skill before it even appeared. It had been the first skill all of them had been granted when they'd been teleported to Nastild. You have received Tongue of the Visitor. Mastery 100%. Effect 900% increase in language mastery. It was designed to help them learn the languages in Nastild faster. But it didn't hinder their training much in the earlier days, because the palace had possessed people with communication and interpretation skills. Aiden was suspended in nothingness for a while. Everything was nothing, and nothing was everything. His sense of direction played games with him, and he pushed aside the feeling of helplessness that often came with teleportation. He remembered how he had panicked the first time he'd experienced it, but couldn't remember if it had felt this disorienting or not. The sensation lasted but a moment before he felt a tug, like being pulled by a lasso.
Then he came crashing down. Or maybe it was up. Aiden came to an abrupt stop with an annoyed frown and a groan. As he came to, there was a new notification in front of him. Apologies for the inconvenience. Prisoner number 23450238579. Errors detected have been fixed. Welcome to Nastild, Aiden Lachart. Fate has found you. Live to fulfill your calling. Yeah, right. Aiden could remember the last line. All of them got it each time they successfully completed a quest, be it a group quest or a personal one. For now, he didn't open his eyes. He knew where he was, what he would see. Despite having already gone through this before, Aiden was unwilling to be the first person to be addressed in this world. He was more than happy to leave that responsibility to anyone else. Last time it had been Drax, and he intended on keeping it that way. Unfortunately, Nastild had other plans. You are a strange one, a voice said a little too close to him, and a chill ran up Aiden's spine at the sound of it. No, he panicked. It can't be. He knew the voice, and the voice knew him. I just need to keep pretending. I'm asleep. I haven't woken up yet. His mind ran in circles, trying to figure out what was happening or what to do. There's no way he came back in time, too, right? It shouldn't be possible. I know you are awake, the voice said. Let us dispense with these games, Lord Aiden Lachart. It was the way the voice said his name, the recognition yet complete emptiness of any welcoming or dismissive tone. I will not repeat myself, Lord Lachart. Fear seized Aiden by the spine. There was no other option, nothing else he could do. At this point, he was considering the fact that he hadn't appeared where he'd been expecting to. His transference had experienced an error, after all. Maybe he wasn't in the throne room in front of the king. What if it was hijacked? Unwilling to waste any more time that could get him killed, Aiden complied and opened his eyes. He was met with the head of a large wooden staff pointing at his face. At the end of it was a man with gray, braided beards. Brandis's sage, also known as the king's sage, watched him with an intrigued smile on his face. The soft crackle of green magic danced between the fingers of the man's free hand. There we go,
the sage said with a wide smile. Nice and easy. At his strongest, Aiden hadn't been able to lift a finger in the man's presence. Here, in the beginning, with nothing but the skill of language at his disposal, being at a disadvantage was an understatement. The sage could kill him with a look. Despite that, Aiden's mind tensed itself for combat. He might not have any magic to his name at this moment. All his achievements and titles from his old life may be gone, but he still remembered how to fight. Years of combat had honed it in him. He met the sage's blue eyes with defiance in his own, as his mind sought out any and all openings for an attack. He saw 5. 5 was more than enough. So he returned the sage's smile with one of his own. Aiden would not go down without a fight. The sage's fingers twitched, and Aiden took his chance at the openings he saw. He attacked.
Chapter 2. Summoned. There are people who do not understand that the beginning of a fight against a magical opponent is almost as important as the end. As Aiden had been taught by pretty much every magical teacher he'd ever had, strike first and strike last. Aiden pushed himself off the ground with as much force as he could muster, hoping to take the sage by surprise. Without levels or enchantments, he was vastly too slow, and was weaving beneath the sage's staff when his mind processed a lot of problems. He slipped beneath the staff, coming up on the sage with an open hand thrust to his empty hand, as his mind asked him what would be next. He had to know that he would not win. Could not win. Even if by some stroke of luck he managed to land a hit, then what? Aiden had no answer to that as the sage stepped away from his strike. The man raised his staff and pointed it again. Aiden caught the look of confusion on the sage's face as he spun into a mess of a pirouette to avoid the thrust staff. You have learned Palm Attack, Mastery 12.00%. You have learned Evade, Mastery 15.00%. As startled as he was by them, Aiden ignored the notifications as he grabbed onto the staff and threw a kick at the sage's leg, hoping to destabilize him. You have learned Kick, Mastery 8.50%. The sage slipped away from the attack once more, taking his staff with him. Aiden had no intentions of engaging in a contest of strength against the man, so he let go of the staff. Aiden didn't let up, though. If the sage had been willing to attack him on arrival, then a lot of things had gone wrong from the get-go. But just how much had gone wrong? Aiden's mind continued to seek out answers as he continued his attack. The sage continued to evade him at every turn. What had once been confusion on the man's face was now intrigue. All the while, Aiden's mind asked questions, and he thought of possible exits. He went for a leg sweep and came up with a shoulder thrust. The sage avoided each attack easily. He was like an adult playing with an infant. You have learned. At this point, the sage was even smiling, entertained. Aiden's mind, however, was elsewhere. In their short exchange, he had established a few things. One, he had been summoned to the king's palace as had happened in his previous life, standing at the center of the massive throne room. The throne room had a high ceiling that was held up by a number of balustrades, 2 of which he'd been forced to weave around in his attack on the sage. Another thing he noted was the array of armed knights standing on both sides of the throne room. Each had a hand on the pommel of their sword, unmoving. The sage made a gesture with his free hand, and magic gathered to it in a soft blue light, and Aiden reacted as quickly as his body could carry him. He pushed off his feet, untrained legs pushing him, and darted forward, striking at the wrist of the sage's hand. In a fight with a mage who made magic with gestures, if you could get to them first, disrupt the gesture, you had a chance of canceling the magic before it even started. Another notification popped up. You have learned. Mastery knew he was getting the skills too quickly, but couldn't bring himself to attend to it. He was in a life-and-death situation, after all. The sage moved his hand out of the way, and Aiden's attack struck nothing. As if on instruction, a knight dashed out of their position. With all the armor and helmet, Aiden couldn't tell if the knight was male or female, and he didn't care. All he knew was that he had a new opponent. The knight covered the space between them in one move and drew their sword from its sheath. Aiden turned away from the sage, stepping into the knight's reach, and the funniest thing happened. The knight backtracked, staggered back as if startled. They had probably not been expecting Aiden to rush into them. Judging by the speed the knight had come with, Aiden wasn't sure if the action was a skill or if their movement speed was just that high. It didn't matter. Aiden's plans were already in motion. He reached for the disoriented knight's sword as the knight drew it free, grabbed the knight by the hand, and twisted. It was a simple combat technique designed to disarm an opponent, and it worked best when the opponent was already disoriented. Aiden found success as he extricated the sword from the knight. If it was before his return to the past, he would have struck the knight in the head with the pommel, put them down to be sure. But he wasn't stupid. He didn't have the stats for that level of takedown. So he simply turned, executing a swing with the blade aimed at the sage's neck. In a fight, you always take out the greatest threat if you can. As the sword cut through the air, aimed for the sage's neck, Aiden's mind asked him why disarming the knight had been so easy. Yes, the technique was most often effective, but it had failed him enough times for Aiden to know that he shouldn't have been able to find success so easily. But it was too late to allow such questions distract him. In a fight, distractions were the quickest ways to death. Aiden had seen it enough times to know it. The sage moved as the sword blade met him, as if anticipating the attack. He blocked Aiden's swing with his staff, and sharpened metal struck wood. Oddly, it clanged like metal meeting metal, letting out a few sparks. You have learned 0.001%. The force of both weapons meeting sent Aiden spinning back and off balance, and he remembered how a knight's weapon was intentionally made heavier than most weapons. That explained why the mastery was so abysmal. Everything about the strike must have been sufficient but poor as far as the system was concerned.
Then how did I dispossess them? Aiden wondered as he spun away from the sage, and the tip of his sword hit the ground, bringing him to a stop. There was a small moment of reprieve from the fight. In it, Aiden found himself armed and facing off against the sage and a knight. Behind him were the bodies of people who were most likely the summoned. He was the only thing standing between them and the sage. With his overweight weapon, he was certain he could no longer lift, panting like a man who had just finished a triathlon. Behind the sage, King Brandis, fourth of his name, and king of the Bandiv kingdom, sat comfortably on his throne. There was a small frown on his face, as his eyes focused on the part of the ground where the tip of the knight's sword, now in Aiden's hands, had hit the floor. On his side was his queen on her throne. Aiden tried to remember her name and failed. All he could come up with was Queen Brandis, which he was more than certain wasn't the name he was looking for. To her side was the only princess of the kingdom, while beside the king was the crown prince and his younger brother. The king's frown of discomfort never left his face. Aiden could understand it. Here he was, attacking the king's sage, the most important and powerful man in the entire kingdom, second only to the royal family. It was really no defending himself. You really didn't think this through, did you? Aiden thought, almost laughing at himself. But how could he? He'd woken up to the sage wielding magic. The man had clearly come back as he had, traveled through time to the moment when it mattered the most. Why else would anything be different from how it had happened? The sage could kill Aiden here and now, even Ted, now that he knew who they were, or who they were going to be.
Aiden paused. Wait, why would he? There was no reason for the sage to kill them when Aiden really thought about it. In fact, the sage had wanted whatever magic Ted had discovered.
So wasn't it safe to say it was in the sage's best interest to allow things run their course? The sage wouldn't have to be on alert until after Ted had been captured. Then, all he would have to do was kidnap Aiden and use him to get what he wanted from Ted. All he really needed to do right now was confirm that the both of them had come back in time, or not. Aiden frowned, realizing he might have messed up. There was always a possibility that what he'd woken up to was supposed to be a test from the sage to see if he had also gone back in time. If that was true, then he had just failed that test. There were too many possibilities rushing at him. Effects of always being the weakest mage in the room in his past life. He had been forced to use his brains more than his bronze so many times before joining the Order that he had developed a mind so active that it could run him off a cliff. Now that he had botched it all, there was only one thing Aiden could do: devote himself to it. Still panting, he prepared himself, not even trying to lift the knight's sword from the ground. The sage smiled at him, interest and concealed ecstasy on his lips. Then, to Aiden's surprise, the sage lowered his staff. "I believe that should be enough, Lord Lockhart," the sage said. Aiden was confused, unsure of what was going on. The knight he'd disarmed stood at ease as well, relaxed and unconcerned. Aiden looked around, waiting for what would come next. Were the other knights going to charge him? What was to happen? What was going on? Then the king spoke, his baritone as deep as Aiden remembered. "How much longer before they are acclimatized?" Aiden recognized the Nault tongue, the universal language of this world. If the king was speaking with it, then clearly he didn't want Aiden understanding the conversation. Aiden knew it was intentional, because he knew that all members of the royal family had the skill world tongue. It allowed them to speak in a way that was understood by all. It also helped them understand all. The sage didn't take his eyes off Aiden, answering in the same tongue. "A minute, give or take, my king. 5, at the most. And were you able to deduce the benefits of the anomaly of our esteemed guest?" "Anomaly?" Aiden thought, confused. "What anomaly? Did he inform the king of what I am?" "Unfortunately not, my king." The sage turned, finally exposing his back to Aiden. "All I have learnt is that his body is already fully accustomed to the mana of this world. It's almost as if he was born here." "And how would that make sense?" the king asked. The sage shrugged. "I would not know, my king. Sadly, it is beyond my ken. Even now, I believe he may understand some of what we say." Aiden's mind battled back and forth with the weight of a decision to be made. Did he continue with this lost fight? Did he keep on fighting for as long as this weak body could move? Or did he surrender, feign ignorance? "Then it seems we have been terrible hosts," the king said, switching seamlessly to English. "You have my deepest apologies for that, our esteemed guest." He inclined his head very slightly while seated on his throne. Aiden knew the action. Despite how almost non-existent it was meant to be an apologetic bow. But he wasn't interested in it. His eyes were on the sage's back. It was too tempting not to attack, despite knowing that nothing would come out of it. His first attack on waking up had been instinctual, born from a need not to die. But he had time now. Time to think about his decision. "I guess I don't have any other way out." He released the knight's sword and watched the king wince as it clattered loudly to the ground. When the knight moved to reclaim it, the sage stopped them with a raised hand, then turned to face Aiden. Aiden had to play his part now. His reaction here would be important. With as much confusion and surprise as he could fake, he said, "You speak English?"
We speak any tongue necessary for conversation, esteemed guest, the sage replied in perfect English. Aiden wasn't too shocked to find out the sage possessed world tongue. Aiden looked around. As much as he would have loved to claim it was still all part of the act, it was not. Despite being summoned here, he'd only spent 3 years visiting the palace. The remaining years had been spent avoiding it, so he hadn't been to the palace in years. He had been all around Nastile after he'd fled, but never this palace. The sight he was met with was as glorious as he could scarcely remember. The pillars that held up the throne room were chiseled in the finest designs of twirls and curves. From what he could remember, each one was reinforced with one enchantment or the other. There were really tall, stained windows that let in the sunlight in all its beauty, the color of the light varying depending on the color of the window it passed through. Then there were the knights arrayed on both sides, standing at attention with hands on their swords or holding on to the shaft of their spears or halberd or whatever weapon they used should they need to cause bloodshed. Each one's level could easily be closer to 100 or higher, if Aiden wasn't mistaken. Can't believe you didn't realize something was wrong when the knight let you take his weapon, he chided himself. Then there was the red carpet that ran down the middle of the room, splitting it in 2 equal halves. It started at the entrance, climbed up the stairs of the throne's elevated platform, and ended just under the king and queen's thrones. Finally, Aiden's eyes settled on the others, those summoned with him. Each of them laid down like the dead, hands placed over each other and resting on their chests. Their only sign of life was in the slow rise and fall of their chests. "You may have the blade if you so desire," the sage said, drawing Aiden's attention. "What?" Aiden stuttered in genuine surprise. "The sword." The sage gestured at the dropped sword. "You seem to have been some kind of fighter in your world, skilled in armed and unarmed combat to some degree, even if little. If you wish to have the sword, it is yours." Aiden didn't even need to think about it before rejecting the offer. "No, thank you." For one, it was a little bit too much on the broad side for his taste. Also, a knight's weapon was a part of a knight's honor. The last thing he wanted was the ire of someone with their level in the possible hundreds right now. "I see," the sage mused. "Perhaps the weapon is not to your fancy." He turned genuinely thoughtful. "I'm not a fighter," Aiden hurried to add, even though he hadn't been asked. "You are not?" the king asked, confused. He was leaning forward on his throne, engrossed in their conversation. "Your moves were sloppy, yes, but that was only a given, considering your new body. Regardless, you moved like someone accustomed to the art of combat." That was going to be a bit of a problem. The last thing Aiden wanted was the king and the sage holding him to some height of esteem. As much as it would grant him more freedom, it would also bring about a lot of restrictions. There was also the thing about a new body, but Aiden let that slide for now. As for avoiding the misconception that he was a fighter, it was because there was the problem agreeing would cause. Ted and Drax and Leto knew him, and they knew he was no fighter in any way. If he said he was a fighter in his world here, and they somehow entered a conversation that led to them being asked of his combat prowess, that would be a whole other can of worms. You did not want a king finding out that in his first conversation with you, you lied. That would cause too many problems in the future. "I've been watching action movies all my life," Aiden explained quickly, emulating their tactics and moves. "It is all that I have displayed here." The sage rubbed his jaw in thought. "Action movies?" Aiden gestured vaguely, trying to remember how best to describe it. An answer came to him a moment after. "I've been watching other people fight and doing what they do." "Ah,
I see, the king nodded. You have arenas in your world where people show their skills. He ran a hand along his jaw. I would not have expected that. Aiden opened his mouth to correct him, but changed his mind. He wasn't going to explain acting on television to the king. Something told him it was going to be tedious. From the time he'd spent in the palace, he knew the royal family was kind, at least to those they had summoned, so he knew the king would listen and try and understand whatever he had to say patiently. But this was not the time. Esteemed guest, the sage addressed Aiden once more. Do not fear to speak. King Brandis, fourth of his name and ruler of the Bandiv kingdom, is known for his wisdom and patience. I understand someone in your situation will have a lot to say. As such, the royal family and I will listen. You do not understand our customs. As such, any slight made will be pointed out and forgiven for the duration of this conversation. The look on the crowned prince's face at the sage's words said he would rather not be slighted by accident or ignorance. Aiden ignored the look. The crown prince was not a problem. He was as good a man as his father, his only problem being his pride, and it would be a few years before he would gain enough wisdom to school it. For his first question, however, Aiden went with something on the easy side of pretending. Where am I? What is this place? And why aren't they waking up? He gestured with each question. King Brandis made an intrigued sound, then looked to the sage with a smile.
I can already tell what class this one will be offered. The sage smiled as well.
So can I, my king. Aiden wasn't sure if that was a hint that the sage had also gone back in time, or merely a conversation between a sage and his king. Try not to go jumping at shadows, Aiden. It's the fastest way to kill yourself. First, the king said, voice loud and reaching, we would like to apologize on behalf of the gods for bringing you here without your consent. As for your companions, they should awaken in a minute or two, 3 at the most. I assure you of this. Then why am I already up? Aiden asked, genuinely curious. What was done to me? The sage and the king exchanged a look. To Aiden's surprise, the sage nodded and the king spoke. Judging from how well you have handled this so far, perhaps you can handle more. You seem to be special in some way, either by yourself or by the circumstances surrounding your arrival. He leaned back on his throne, a finger tapping calmly against the edge of the armrest. As you are not from this world, your soul would need some time to adjust to this world's magic. It is the reason your companions are yet to awaken. You, however, awakened barely a second upon appearance. A strange phenomenon. As if your soul has gone through such a thing before, the sage added. And as much as I would like to study it, you are here for far greater purposes. Aiden agreed very much with that. The last thing he wanted was to have the sage poking at him, trying to figure anything out. Before more could be said, a collective gasp of 14 people drew the attention of everyone in the throne room, interrupting the conversation as the others woke up at the same time, just the way Aiden remembered it happening. Ah, the sage stroked his beard. This is good. It saves us the time of having to explain twice.
But before we continue, esteemed guest, does everyone from your world possess as good a combat skill as you do, from just watching people fight? Aiden was quick to shake his head. Drax took boxing lessons from what Aiden knew, but it was nowhere near enough to interpret into a real combat situation, with the stress of possible death. I see, the sage said. So you are somewhat unique, even amongst your kind. Welcome, esteemed guests, King Brandis announced, as everyone came to their feet in groggy confusion. This was yet another digression from the flow of events Aiden remembered. Naturally, the king had not been the one to address the group. It had been the crowned prince, and the sage had merely stood off to the side, feigning insignificance. Now the king addressed them, and the sage stood clearly and importantly to the side. King Brandis began by introducing himself, then the kingdom where they found themselves. Then he apologized for the absence of tact with which the gods had brought them to this world, and promised to do everything within his power as king to send them back to theirs. After that, he informed them of why they were here, why the gods had brought them. Nothing in the speech had changed from what Aiden could barely remember of his original arrival. Yes, the wordings were different, the tone of the king more apologetic. Aiden had no interest in any of that. What he wanted to see was how the king's announcement of the Demon King would play out. When the prince had announced it in his previous life, he had tried to take all the emotions out of his voice, tried to make it seem as less dire as the situation demanded. The result had been chaos and confusion, with all 15 of them complaining and demanding release in one way or the other, silently but certainly. "I must now plead with you," King Brandis announced, voice solemn.
"The reason for your arrival, the path with which you have been brought here, while being by the machinations of the gods, has not been a conscious one. Darkness seeks to befall our world, and with it, contingencies put in place eons ago have come to effect. The outcome?" He gestured at all of them. "You." Then he told them their reason and their purpose. He did it with a deep voice, completely aware of the dangers in place. But he did not stop there. No. He pushed forward, and Aiden saw intent in the king's eyes. "A darkness rises amongst us," Brandis announced in a commanding voice. "Dark magic, evil and wicked, rises beyond our walls, slowly closing in around us. Evil that should not exist in this world. We have done what we can, but the scriptures have since foretold of the great saviors from worlds beyond. Men and women pulled into this world with the true blessing of mana." Ted had come to stand beside Aiden, only half listening to the king. At the mention of mana, a girl to Aiden's side smiled excitedly. Aiden didn't remember her name, but he remembered the class she'd gotten. In his previous life, she had been an illusionist, and a powerful one. If he remembered correctly, the last time he'd checked on her details, she had been at level 182. At the time, he had just hit 100. "We will raise you," King Brandis was saying. "Present to you the best that we have, to make you the best that we can. I understand that to you all, taken from your homes, these are just words. But I give you my word as king and ruler. You will not fight this darkness alone. We will not put you at the forefront of this madness you have been dragged into. We merely wish to have you present, as the scriptures foretell that only one amongst you all will be able to vanquish the evil that threatens to rise against us, should it come to fruition." As far as speeches went, Aiden didn't think it was a bad one.
Better could have been done, but at least it was far more superior than what the prince had given. Even now, he could see the difference in reactions. Under the prince's announcement in his past life, there had been chaos, controlled only by the presence of men in armors wielding weapons. But King Brandis had either been smart or humane. He had first empathized with them, shifting blame for their kidnapping to gods no one could hold accountable. And in the event that someone still wanted to hold someone accountable, there would always be the church, not the royal family. Then he'd apologized for said gods, placing himself on the side of good, as if left to him, they would not be here. Then he had given them promises, calmed their fears by promising they would be as safe as was allowed. Aiden almost clapped in approval. "I've got a question," Ted whispered beside Aiden. Aiden nodded, keeping his eyes on the king.
Why did he look at you when he said only one of us can vanquish this evil? Ted asked. And why does the old man with the staff keep staring at you?
Aiden shrugged. No idea. The sage had been staring at him since he'd taken his place to the side for the announcement. Once again, Aiden worried that there would be no dissuading the effects of his earlier action. So what say you? King Brandis declared on the conclusion of his speech. Will you choose forgiveness and fight alongside us? Immediately the question was dropped. Aiden realized something he couldn't believe he had completely ignored in his past life. Whatever spell had been put in place that led to their summoning had worked on a certain algorithm. Looking at everyone around him and remembering how they had been as people in his past life, he knew it immediately. They would object and complain, but they would not refuse. It was who they were. Men and women willing to help when help was needed. Even now he watched Drax mull over the king's words. The boy waited, not because he had no words to give, but because he didn't want to be impolite by speaking for the group. Then someone stepped out. He was tall and broad. He wasn't the largest of the group, but his stature told tales of time spent regularly at the gym, and he wore the fitted clothes to show it. Good afternoon, he said, voice unsure and eyes darting at the knights around them. But, if I may ask, why us? Were we chosen specifically or at random? King Brandis did not answer immediately. Instead, his eyes squinted in thought, considering, pondering. If the scriptures are to be quoted very loosely, he said slowly, choosing his words very carefully, those summoned to the world will possess hearts opposing of evil. They will be of strong mind and will, not devoted to what we call good, but to what they feel is good. I believe that to be the reason you are here. The gods have judged you all most fitting on the path of good. Aiden almost snorted. Bullshit. They picked us because we have the highest chance of helping. Brandis looked to the sage, then back at the man. I hope that will appease your answer, Lord Derek Nelman. At being called Lord, Derek's countenance changed. He seemed more appeased, satisfied. Aiden found himself hoping everything the king was doing was not intentional. He knew of Brandis's reputation for being just and kind, but there was also the possibility that this was intentional, and not simply a kind man being himself. Everyone else had questions of their own. Some wanted to know what kinds of magic would be at their disposal. Some wanted to know how long they had to prepare before facing this great evil. How would they be trained? Would they have men under their command? Each question was answered by Brandis, until the prince was forced to step in and take command of the questions. In Aiden's opinion, Brandis had done more than enough. Despite the situation, he knew how Nestild worked. A king, regardless of who you are, did not answer to questions of such simplicities. No, he thought, remembering something he'd once heard in Nastilad from the mouth of another king. A king answers only to a king, or the gods. And the gods do not ask questions, he muttered to himself, completing the sentence. Well, that was an ominous thing to say, Ted muttered behind him. But what kind of powers do you think we can get? Aiden wasn't sure how best to answer the question. Ted had started out as a summoner, but how he got the title of Demon King was what Aiden did not know. And that was what scared him. If he didn't know how Ted became the Demon King, how could he stop it from happening? Once upon a time, his brother had fled him for his own good, raised an army, and laid waste to kingdoms as was foretold in the prophecy. When that had happened, Aiden had fled the kingdom, found safe haven in the Order, away from the option of picking sides between good and evil. He had gotten a second shot at it now, a second chance. What would he do if the option arose again? What would he do if Ted became the Demon King once more? He would have liked to say he would prevent it, put some plans into place. But he couldn't. He couldn't stop something from happening when he had no idea how it happened. Then what do you do if it happens? He asked himself, as the prince began educating them on their living arrangement in the palace, as well as the rules of the palace. The first answer to Aiden's question was as old as time. Power. He needed power. He needed to be strong enough to make a difference in the event that Ted did become the Demon King once more. That would ensure he had more options than being left behind and running away from the difficult decisions. The second thing he needed was knowledge. Ted had not been the world's first Demon King. There had been 2 others before him, each one proving so terrible that their defeat had also brought about the fall of the civilizations that had existed at the time of their reign. The Order had the possibility of possessing that information. Unfortunately, during his time in the Order, the section of its library that possessed knowledge spanning the forgotten histories of Nastild had been denied to him, and in this timeline, he would have no access to it. I guess it's a good thing they aren't the only ones with ancient texts. There was always the Church's Apocrypha and the Library of Living Truth. The former would be difficult because the Church would not grant him entry, since the details may contain things they would not want people to know. There was a reason those texts were called Apocrypha. As for the latter, it was in a kingdom across the seas. The Library of Living Truth, Aiden concluded. He had better chances there. And since Ted was not revealed to be the Demon King until after 3 years, Aiden still had time. Someone bumped him on the shoulder, pulling him from his thoughts. When Aiden turned, it was one of the girls in the group. Ariana? Ariadne? Aiden couldn't remember her name. You spent 3 years with these people, he chided himself. How the hell did you forget their names? Because you spent another 8 away from them. What's up? He asked her, noting that the crowd was dispersing. Each of them was most likely being shown to their rooms. Catch you later? Ted asked, walking past Aiden. Aiden replied with a nod. Since they were from the same world, but likely not the same place, Brandis would plan for them to have dinner together. At least, that was what had happened before. And in the event that this timeline had changed so much and that didn't happen, Aiden already knew what room Ted would be placed in. He could always check on him then. Unless that changes too. The girl fidgeted, drawing Aiden's attention once more.
When she had it, she pointed meekly. He followed her gesture to a knight, standing separate from the others. The sage stood beside the knight, resting both hands on the head of his staff. I think they want your attention, the girl said. He'd just gotten here, and already too many things were changing. Most, if not all of them, his fault. What next, he thought, as he walked up to the sage. The Library of Living Truth will suddenly be set ablaze? It was a joke, but it was also a sudden possibility that scared Aiden. I really hope not. The sage greeted Aiden with a clear bow when Aiden got to him. Lord Lockhart. The action drew looks from those that were still around, members of the royal family as well as the knights. Aiden remembered how much he had once enjoyed the title of Lord, until he hadn't. He tried to make a simple gesture, wave aside the title, but his hands paused at his side, hesitating to obey him. Confused, it took him a moment to realize why. Aiden stared into green eyes belonging to a man who had once captured him with a spell so strong he'd known he'd stood no chance. A man who might, in this very moment,
be very aware of the fact that they were potential enemies. "Lord Lockhart," the sage repeated, with a touch of worry. "Is everything all right?" Aiden schooled himself as well as he could. "Yes, sir," he stuttered, unsure of how many people present knew that he was a sage. "Sir is an acceptable title." The sage's gaze went to his hand. "However, your hand is trembling, Lord Lockhart. Were you, perhaps, wounded in our encounter?" Aiden moved the hand behind him and shook his head. "Not at all, sir. I suspect I am not yet myself. However, I would rather be referred to without the title. Aiden is fine as is." The sage frowned. "If you do not mind, Lord—" "My apologies. If you do not mind, Aiden, may I ask a question?" "You may." "Does your world, perchance, follow the concept of royalty? Kings and lords?"
Dukes and fiefdoms? Some parts do, Aiden answered, confused. But they do not possess the same authority I believe your king possesses. And are you, perchance, of royal blood? Aiden couldn't stop the chuckle that slipped out of him. No, I'm not. Odd, the sage stroked his beard. You speak as one would, quite differently from your companions. Aiden was about to object when he realized that the sage wasn't wrong. He'd spent a considerable time in this palace, and over the years he had spent time every now and again with royalty for one reason or the other. His manner of speech must have switched from listening to them talk for an extended period of time. Still, he shook his head again. Sorry to disappoint, but still not royalty. I see. The sage sounded disappointed. Regardless, I wanted to introduce you to Sir Valden. Aiden nodded at the knight in acknowledgement, and the knight returned the gesture. He is the one who assisted you with a weapon during our little dance, the sage explained. Aiden cocked a brow at the sage's words and got a chuckle for it. You must forgive me, the sage said amiably. I was the one to give the instruction for him to interfere and hand you a weapon. It just didn't feel right that you were forced to face me without one. That, Aiden thought. Or you just wanted to see what I could do with a weapon. But that is not the reason I called you, the sage continued. Aiden folded his arms over his chest. The one hand still trembled. Then why was I called? To show you to your instructor, the sage gestured at Sir Valden, who nodded once more. The king and I are in agreement that your physical skills require a certain level of attention if we are to see them flourish. Aiden did not oppose this. If he wanted to grow faster, he certainly couldn't waste any time pretending to need all the basics while sneaking around to reacquaint himself with the skills more suited to him. The others would have questions when they noticed, but those questions were his to answer as he saw fit. And Ted? He asked himself. He came to the easy conclusion that that was a bridge he would cross when he got there. For now, he would take all the help he could get. And my magical skills? He asked. You will be introduced to a teacher in due time, the sage answered. Should you prove beyond our expectation on that as well, then a personal one will be assigned to you. Fair enough, Aiden conceded, looking around. Will it be all right if Sir Valden and I began practice immediately? I would like to see how much of what I know can be done. The sage's only response was a gesture in the direction of one of the doors to the side. Aiden knew the door. While the others had gone through a different one that led deeper into the palace, this one led to the outer reaches of the palace. Sir Valden turned and walked towards the exit without a word. With all his knightly armor, his steps were without sound. Aiden knew that enchantments were responsible for this. Aiden followed after Valden. First, he would get all the foundational skills.
then get the basic skills. Then he would advance them. Once that was done, he would need to turn his attention elsewhere. Brandis sat in his chair, his mind filled with thoughts. Unhealthy thoughts. He had just lied to Nastild's saviors, spun tales of how the gods had brought them here, when he very much knew they hadn't. Yes, there had been contingencies in place for when the demonic mana in the world began to rise, but their summoning was not some automated thing or triggered by it. The only correlation demonic mana had with their summoning was simply the fact that their summoning was impossible without it. Since the beginning of time, demonic mana had always been studied, not simply for its potent and raw power, but for its strong affinity for spatial magic.
It was the only mana ever recorded with the power to transcend great distances. The summoning spell had been designed since ages past, created to pick out those relatively pure of heart. And why? That answer was simple as well as unfortunate. Because each and every one of those summoned with it had an affinity for demonic mana. But the spell made sure they had the lowest affinity, right? It was what the books said. For any one of them to be truly corrupted by it, they would have to drown in a sea of it. Brandis! Brandis raised his head. In front of him stood his sage. Piercing green eyes studied Brandis as if he were a child. I don't like this, Brandis muttered. It was not right to lie to them. The sage shook his head. You did not lie. You merely did not tell them everything. Brandis scoffed derisively. I did not tell them everything. They were nothing more than children. The oldest no more than 23. I'm very sure the youngest was 18. 19, the sage corrected casually. I believe his name is Dinkleworth. Of course, Brandis sighed. I might as well have sent young Dinkleworth to his grave. Brandis leaned back on his throne and stared up at the high ceiling. Why now? He asked no one in particular. Why during my reign? I cannot say, the sage answered. Would you prefer it happen during the reign of your son? Brandis' expression turned into a sharp scowl immediately. Careful, he hissed. I know your importance, but do not assume to scold me. And I am not. I am merely pointing out the pointlessness of regretting what you cannot control. As for the children, they will be fine. They will be raised and trained and empowered. While some innocent and unsuspecting person, human or elf, wanders aimlessly until they find that they possess a strong enough affinity for demonic mana. Brandis groaned in frustration. You know that's the part of the prophecy that angers me. Our enemy isn't some alien invader from another world, or some actual demon to lead the demon horde. No, they are one of us, an innocent person destined to become the enemy of an entire world. The sage shrugged. For all Brandis knew, he could make a comment about plucking leaves as a child, and he would still get the same reaction. Speaking on topics regarding any form of emotion or empathy was a waste on the man. So Brandis turned the conversation to something else. The young man that woke up first. What do you think of him? The sage's lip twitched in what may or may not have been a withheld smile. He is acceptable, he answered. Promising. Unfortunately, he doesn't strike me as one to gain the title of hero. Brandis could agree with that. There was too much distrust in the man's eyes. What Brandis had seen had been distrust filled with a burning determination. He shook the thought from his head. I agree. Whatever he went through in his old world, it has left him jaded to some level. Yet the spell chose him, the sage mused. Strange. Yes, strange. Brandis let out a tired sigh.
What are the chances of him becoming a sage or a guide, or even a watcher? The guide class will be more fitting for him, and if he is lucky, which I believe he will be, he just might be able to upgrade it to protector. That way, we get a powerful class drawn to sacrificing for the greater good. But for that, we might need to have him develop a bond with whoever gains the title of hero. Not for the first time in his life, Brandis wondered what was so special about the hero and demon king titles that made them supersede a person's class. Every other title fell under the title section of a person's being, buttresses to their class. But hero and demon king completely usurped the classes. The only instances where titles proved more powerful than a class was when the holder indulged most in them than anything else, which was rare. The superiority of hero and demon king made almost no sense to him. He had a strong feeling that the church had the answer, but were simply unwilling to share it, despite what they said. "I suggest we keep a strong eye on Lord Lacarte," Brandis said after a while, ready to end this conversation. "As much as I am glad to have someone with eyes like his, I do not like the way he looked at you." "At me, Brandis?" the sage asked. "Yes," Brandis answered. "At you. I got the impression that he attacked simply because it was you. It was like he recognized you as the only threat in this room. And I think that is something worth investigating." "I see," the sage mused. "Then it was not merely in my head. Interesting." There was something about the way the man said the last word that drew Brandis's attention to him. Looking at the sage, Brandis saw something he rarely saw the man do. The sage was smiling. Aiden held a wooden sword in his hand, its tip touching the ground beneath him. Valden had led him to one of the outdoor training arenas and was standing off in the distance with folded arms. The knight had every intention of testing Aiden, not that Aiden cared. He could use the test, see what he still could and couldn't do. To him, it felt as if it was just yesterday he had tried to break Ted out of prison. Unfortunately, his extremely brief squabble against the sage had taught him that while his mind was still what it was, his body was new. Weak. "Are you ready, my lord?" Valden asked. Aiden nodded, and Valden unfolded his arms, readied himself. Aiden would need to test the limits of his current body, then train it beyond them. But as important as that was, what he needed now was a class. Something that would take him to the highest heights in this world. For that, he thought as he raised his wooden sword and readied himself for combat, enchanter will not suffice. Chapter 3. Isekai'd. "Again," Aiden said, voice barely audible through his panting. He raised his wooden sword once more, sweat dripping down his face, and readied himself for what was to come. Valden's helmeted head tilted slightly to the side in what looked like intrigue. The sun had dipped into the horizon, blanketing the rest of the world in a deep orange with tints of red. Night would crawl up on them from out of the blue soon, and they would be forced to go in. After a moment, Valden shrugged, raised his sword, and attacked. He came in with an underhand slash from bottom to top, and Aiden evaded it, escaping the attack only barely. Valden doubled on the attack almost immediately, bringing the sword down in a downward slash. Aiden didn't evade this time. Instead, he brought his wooden sword to bear. Wood met wood, and despite using both hands against Valden's one-handed attack, the force of the blow almost brought Aiden down to his knee. Rather than fall under the knight's strength, Aiden let the end of his sword tilt downwards. The blade of Valden's sword skid down Aiden's until it slipped free and he staggered away. Valden watched him go without following. "You have learnt resilience, mastery 2.12%. Aiden staggered once, then dropped to his knee. He raised his hand to halt Valden, in case the knight chose now to attack once more.
Again? Sir Valden asked.
Aiden shook his head. I think that's enough testing for today. He looked in the direction of the sun and couldn't find it. Evening had taken its turn. Now night was beginning to fall.
I must say I'm impressed, Lord Lockhart, Valden said.
Me too, Aiden replied. It is impressive that a knight of your stature can display such level of control in combat against a learner such as myself. You give me too much credit, Lord Lockhart. Everything that has happened today is all you. Valden placed his sword on the ground. However, while that impresses me, I was speaking to something else. Aiden sat in the sand and let his wooden sword clatter in the dirt. And what do you speak of? Your composure and control, Valden said. Aiden cocked a quizzical brow, waiting for the knight to expand on his words. I mean to say, during our session, I'm certain you had countless words appear in front of you, yet you did not once stumble or stagger. You did not allow them to distract you.
Oh, those.
Aiden didn't miss a beat. In fact, he already had a response prepared for such a question. After the noise I made when I woke up, some of them were just there, waiting for me, so they weren't that difficult to get accustomed to. You also got them during your fight with the king's advisor? Valden asked, surprised. Aiden waved his words aside with a tired gesture. You can barely call that a fight. All I did was flail around in his presence. But that's not what I meant. What I was saying is that after the encounter, they all started appearing. Interesting. Valden placed an armored hand to his helmeted cheek. Would you be willing to show me what you have gotten so far? I don't see why not. Aiden almost called up his personal information before stopping himself. That was a close one, he thought, with a finger held up in front of him. How would he explain just casually using the system? If he had simply opened his status and shown the knight, there would be no explaining his way out of it. Valden just stood in front of him, waiting. Lord Lockhart? Apologies. Aiden gave him an embarrassed smile. I thought they would be somewhere there, and I would just point them out. But they are not. Understandable. If anything, I am the one at fault for not giving you proper instructions on what to do. Aiden nodded, accepting the unspoken apology. Would you show me? Or are there protocols surrounding it? Protocols? Valden snorted in amusement. Not at all. In this world, we are all taught things that we do not know. It is all about willingness to learn. If you wish to see what you've learned, you only need to think about it. Ask yourself what you are capable of, and you will show it to yourself. Certainly more complicated than just saying status, Aiden joked. My apologies, Lord Lockhart, but I did not catch that. Don't worry about it, Sir Valden. It is merely a joke from my world about video games. Valden paused, then shrugged. If you say so. Aiden simply thought of himself, and his personal information sprang to life. Name, Aiden Lockhart. Species, human. Age, 19. Class, none. Level 0. Affiliation, none. Title, none. Skill, Tongue of the Visitor, Mastery 100%. Kick, Mastery 42.21%. Palm Attack, Mastery 51.22%. Evade, Mastery 68%. Shoulder Thrust, Mastery 9.02%. Dash, Mastery 48.20%. Resilience, Mastery 2.12%. Sword Strike, Mastery 11.12%. Parry, Mastery 18.00%. Stats, none. Aiden read through the list. Being 19 years old again wasn't the best thing, but that was an unnecessary note.
His eyes skimmed through the rest of the list until he got to his skills. They were a lot, and he hadn't even been here for 8 hours. At this rate, I'll end up with pure combat skills. He didn't want that. He needed to mix in combat and magical skills if he wanted to be strong. Luckily, the criteria for what kind of class a person could awaken weren't fixed until level 10. And he wasn't even level 1 yet. "I'm sure you must be displaying a lot of skills right now," Valden said, waiting patiently. "But you do not have to worry about having too many skills. May I know one of the skills you have?" "It would be easier for us if you just took a look," Aiden said. "How do I make that happen?" "Simply wish for me to see it, Lord Lockhart." Aiden complied, and Valden walked around to stand behind him. The knight made a thoughtful sound.
"Those are quite the array of skills," he mused. "And your mastery, Lord. In just a few hours of sparring? This is an amazing growth rate. By tomorrow you should have all at 100%. Aiden shook his head. "I don't see and reaching 100 by tomorrow. Maybe in a week." Valden looked at him, then nodded. "Perhaps. However, I would like you to understand that these skills are merely what we like to call foundational skills. In a matter of time, they will be gone, fused together to create a basic skill." Aiden knew about that. Foundational skills were as countless as the stars in the sky. But once you've learned one, it applies to all basic skills. For instance, if a person required for 2 different basic skills, they only needed to learn it once. "From what I can see, my lord, you are likely to get the unarmed basic skill first. Congratulations should be in order." Aiden got up, dismissing his personal information. "How about we keep the congratulations until when they are necessary, Sir Valden?" Aiden didn't know much about Valden apart from the fact that the knight was strong and had played important roles in the war against Ted. In his past life, the few people from the Summoned who'd learned the most basic swordsmanship enough to allow them at least wield a blade without poking their eyes out had been taught by a knight named Denid. Aiden was already walking back to the palace when Valden spoke again. "May I show you to your room, Lord Lockhart?" Aiden waved him down without even looking back. "You are a knight, Sir Valden. I'm pretty sure the palace has people with the duty of showing me to my room." "Then may I show you to them?" Aiden was already at the door that would lead him back into the palace, leaving a significant distance between him and the knight, yet he heard the knight's voice as if they stood side by side. Instead of giving any precise answer, he opened the door and walked back into the palace. "Good night, Sir Valden." While most of the things that had happened to Aiden so far were different from what he remembered, which he was clearly aware was entirely his fault, the dinner the king held for everyone remained unchanged. He had found his room with the help of a maid he'd picked up after accidentally finding his way to the dining area. Her face had been familiar, but the name she'd given him wasn't anyone he remembered. She called him Lord a lot, and was prone to bowing with every response she gave. With her, he had spoken with the kingdom's language, intentionally stumbling all over it like the worst kind of learner to ever speak the language. Suffice to say, it had been enough to get his point across. In a matter of minutes, he had been shown to his room. The same lady had been the one to call him for dinner 2 hours after. All 15 of the summoned sat in different chairs around the large dining table. Ted, just as Aiden remembered, sat next to a rambunctious girl with black hair and green highlights. Aiden remembered her being one of the friendly ones from his past life. Ted was busy flirting with her for the fun of it, and by her reaction, Aiden could tell that she was enjoying the attention while garnering as much of the others as she could. Aiden watched her enjoy her exciting innocence, knowing that the loud and exuberant girl on the other side of the table, flirting with his brother, would be a shadow of herself in the next 4 years.
This world really did a number on us, he thought, as he took stock of those around the table. They were young, simple, vibrant, and innocent. They were bright-eyed and clean. But the memories Aiden had of them differed greatly. As at Ted's capture, only 5 of 15 remained, and they had weathered eyes and scarred bodies.
He hadn't spent much time with them in the later days, but he doubted any of them had still remembered how to laugh so easily. "I'm not the only one that thinks this is freaky, right?" A boy, Max, was saying. "This is straight out of an anime." "True enough," Jenna said. She was the oldest of all of them, though Aiden couldn't remember her age. "We've been transported to another world." The girl with the green highlights pumped her fist in the air. "Isekai'd!" Ted shook his head with a smile. "I don't remember getting hit by a bus, though." "A truck," another boy corrected. He was on the chubby side, with a spoon of what was supposed to be rice in his mouth. "People get isekai'd by truck-kun." Aiden held back a smile at that. This was another thing all of them had in common, and it was something he had a feeling whatever spell had brought them here had been seeking out. They were all fans of the same anime genre, where the main characters were transported to another world to relative degrees. The fact that their minds already entertained the idea to some point before being summoned was probably why they'd adapted so quickly. The gods had been very specific and smart about the criteria the spell used to bring people over to Nastild. There was a higher chance of people cooperating if they weren't averse the idea of what had happened to them. "Trains, too," somebody else said, replying to the chubby boy. "But you're right. I wasn't run over by anything. I didn't die." He patted his body as if checking for invisible injuries, then returned his attention to everyone else. "Did any of you die?" Green highlights shook her head. "Was actually getting all hot and bothered with—" Her words trailed off, and her cheeks reddened slightly. Whatever she was going to say was never concluded. But there was no one who didn't know what she was saying. Yet she was summoned with the clothes on her back, Aiden noted. "And I was playing video games in an arcade," Ted said, opting to speak next. "Then my brother interrupted me, and here I am." Ted paused as another person took up the conversation. Beside him, Green Highlights was saying something, but he was no longer listening. Instead, he had a confused look on his face, as if he'd just remembered something and was now staring at Aiden. "Well, I guess us having a conversation is inevitable at this point," Aiden thought, remembering their exchange as they were transported from Earth. He had told Ted to be calm and listen to everything he was told. He had sounded like he knew what was going on. At the time, Aiden had meant it, but now he wasn't so sure. How did he convince Ted to listen to him and nothing else? The Ted from his past life would have listened to him and worked with him. Unfortunately, Aiden's relationship with his brother on Earth was not as strong as the one they'd developed on Nastild. Before being summoned, Ted would fight for Aiden, but after first asking questions so that he knew why he was fighting and who was right or wrong. If Aiden was wrong, then there would be no fight. In Nastild, however, they'd grown closer, close enough that they would fight for each other, no questions asked. The Ted staring at Aiden now would rather try and fail and try again than actually put everything down and listen to Aiden. "This is going to be harder than I thought." "Whatever happens," Derek said, "I think we can all agree that we should cooperate until they find us a way back home." "You're joking, right?" a gangly boy asked. Aiden remembered him very clearly. He had been the last of those who had died before the final 5, and Aiden had, for reasons he would rather not think about, been present at his death. Derek turned to the boy. "What do you mean?" The boy, Sam, pointed a spoon at him, then at everyone at the table. "You heard everything the king said, didn't you?" he said. "In this world, we can learn magic. Create fire with nothing but words. Shake mountains with the most powerful spells.
maybe even ride dragons. And you want to go back? Aiden wasn't going to be the one to tell Sam that an attempt to ride a dragon usually led to one ending: death. Did you also forget the part about a great evil? Derek retorted. In case you didn't understand it, it means bad things will happen to us. We will go to war. If we have powerful magic, then so will our enemies. Sam shrugged, unconcerned. Then we only have to be stronger than them. We are in a fucking palace, guests of the king, and destined to save this world. I'm guessing we all know how these stories go. We'll be given the best teachers and the strongest magic. If there are levels, we'll raise them as if playing on easy mode. If it's more cultivation than system apocalypse, then we'll channel our chi or whatnot and become powerful. What's to complain about? This conversation was going exactly as it had gone last time. Sam thought he was making a lot of sense, while the others slowly began to think of him as very delusional. It only took Sam a moment to notice the looks they were giving him around the table. What? He protested. How do you not see that this is a great thing? Because some of us have families to go back to, Drax answered, voice calm. I have my parents who'll be worried out of their mind, not knowing what has happened to me. I have brothers and sisters who'll worry. I'm sure it's the same for everyone around this table. Most of the others had stopped eating to listen to Drax. Aiden couldn't be bothered. This conversation ended the same way, and now that he knew what he knew, it was unnecessary. The power to return to their world didn't lie in their hands. It never had. Because from everything the king had told them, he and the priests were the ones working towards getting them back home. And they never found a way. I just want to go back home, another girl said. Her feature that stood out were how gray her eyes were, almost white. I enjoy the transported to another world stories as much as the next person, but I don't want to be stuck here. I can't be sent off to war. She sobbed, and Sam rolled his eyes. Why are we even arguing about this? He asked. The solution seems simple enough. And what's that? Leto asked, speaking for the first time. I say we speak to the king and tell him what we want. Some of us want to go home, and some of us don't want to go home. The table fell into an uncomfortable silence as everyone mulled over his words. So, Sam continued, happy that they now understood him. All we have to do is tell the king which of us want out and which ones would love to stay. And since I get the feeling they won't be figuring out how to send us back anytime soon, everybody gets enough time to think about it and change their minds before the time comes. Good? There was a muttering of agreements that went around the table. It brought an amicable end to the argument of going home. The rest of the meal was eaten in simple conversations. Everyone introduced themselves, gave their names, their age, and what they were doing before getting here. Just for the fun of it, each person added what kind of magic they would like to learn. Aiden wasn't sure if he should be glad that they all gave the same answer as his past life, from the little he could remember. By his own fault, his own life here had deviated significantly, but the others had yet to experience the butterfly effect. And he was beginning to think that some of them would not. But was he okay with it? Did he want to leave everyone to face their own fates when he wanted to save Ted from his own? Aiden didn't know specifically how those who died had died, but he knew when they died and where. Do I want to save them? He asked himself. Would there be any point to it? He had a single goal in mind, which wasn't even saving Ted from being captured, but preventing him from being the Demon King in the first place. And that was already more than enough stress for him, since he didn't even know how Ted had become the Demon King. From what Aiden knew, the Demon King wasn't a class, but an exclusive title.
the only one of its kind. It meant Ted had done something at some point in time that had unlocked an achievement that gave him the title. The problem was that Aiden didn't know what it had been. "Aiden," someone said, "what about you?" Aiden was pulled from his thoughts and found Sam looking at him. How does he know my name? He wondered, running through his memory. He found no instance where his name had been said in front of Sam. "Aiden," Sam repeated. "You're holding up that... What the hell's that look for?" Drax looked at Aiden from across the room. "Aiden, are you all right?" "Fuck if he's all right," Sam spat. "He's looking at me like I'm somehow less than him. Does he think he's the main character or something just because he had a talk with the old man in a night?" Aiden didn't blame Sam for his reaction. There was a very high chance that he'd been looking at him like he was nothing but human garbage. But that was because that was the memory Aiden had of him. Towards the end of Sam's life, he had become a person who believed strongly that the end justified the means. And because of that, the means he used to get stronger to bring down the Demon King's army had slowly lost all forms of humanity. "Aiden, what's wrong?" This time it was Ted who'd spoken. Aiden had an answer. He had it right there on the tip of his tongue. But he didn't give it. He wouldn't give it. After all, how did you tell people that you were looking at a man you'd killed in a manner so brutal that people continued to tell stories about it, even after 2 years?
How did you tell people you'd killed 2 out of the 14 of them in cold blood?
Chapter 4. Status. Ted rushed Aiden into his room and locked the door behind him. Being shoved unceremoniously into a room had Aiden staggering forward. Not that he couldn't have prevented himself from staggering. He simply wasn't interested in doing so. Ted had been given the same room Aiden knew. He recognized it easily. The red rug that spanned the center of the room with the green design of a basilisk. The cream-colored walls with elaborate paintings of great men, knights and mages alike, achieving one great conquest or the other. There was one of King Brandis I, and the artist's rendition of the time he'd single-handedly slain a dragon. Looking at it, Aiden almost shook his head. Poor man would be turning in his grave if he found out this was what they made of the story. The kingdom knew the story by the painting. Brandis I had found the dragon terrorizing the kingdom, and, after days of fighting, had successfully slain it. It was the single achievement that had drawn those who lived in an unnamed space of geographical location at the time to name him king. But Aiden had read the records, the real records. Brandis I had dedicated his life to that battle, fighting alongside countless men. Yes, he had been the one to strike the final blow, but that victory was not his alone. When he'd been named king by the people, he had ordered the record written, told the tale himself for the scribes to pen down. Sadly, when he passed, the royals and nobles had chosen to immortalize him as the strongest to ever walk the kingdom. So they had lied. Started slow. Paintings first, then bards telling false tales at taverns. It was the little things, and, in time, King Brandis, first of his name, became the only man to single-handedly slay a dragon in all of Nustield. At least, that was what Aiden had been told regarding why the records were changed. Ted rounded on Aiden almost immediately as he followed after him.
The action was quick enough to startle Aiden, and he backed away, increasing the space between them by 2 steps. "Talk," Ted ordered. "And don't give me any bullshit. What's going on here? What's happening? Everyone's confused, but you're not. How did you know that this—" Aiden panicked. Where he had once stepped away from Ted, he covered the distance almost immediately before Ted could finish the sentence. "You have activated skill, dash."
He blitzed through the distance, closing it almost instantaneously. His body weighed him down as he clasped his hand over Ted's mouth, barely keeping himself standing. "Fucking hell, I haven't missed that," he groaned, forcing his hand to stay over Ted's mouth. His body had learned the skill, but was yet to acclimatize itself to it. As a result, reflexively using skills wasn't synergetic. His body wasn't reacting with the same speed as his mind. Right now, Aiden felt like an engine in a paper car. Ted remained silent with Aiden's hand clasped over his mouth, patient. Aiden was at least glad for that as he looked into his brother's eyes and shook his head vehemently. He'd seen when his brother had remembered their exchange before their summoning and had seen the realization in his eyes. Even when Ted had pulled him to his room after dinner, Aiden had been thinking only of how to get his brother to simply listen to him, allow him to guide his growth. Now that he thought about it, he was stupid to not have thought of the possibility of Ted just blurting out the questions he needed answers to. But Aiden couldn't have Ted insinuating that he already knew of this world, at least not here. One did not so easily speak of anything within the palace walls. "If there is ever a time for you to listen to me," he told Ted, "I really hope that now is that time, brother." Ted continued to meet his gaze, kept it for a few more seconds before nodding. Only then did Aiden release him. "But I have one question." Aiden nodded.
As long as it's not about that, go for it. Why the hell are you talking like that? Like what? If there is ever a time for you to listen to me, Ted repeated with as much royal haughtiness and aplomb as comically possible. I really hope that now is that time, brother. You're talking like a bad high-class movie character. You know, like royalty in a poor soap opera. Aiden chuckled. Ignore it. It's the way everyone around here talks, so I'm getting into the mood of things. Well, it's Ted to you, Ada, not brother. Aiden winced. He couldn't remember the last time anyone had called him Ada before he'd gone to rescue Ted. In fact, no one but his family called him Ada, which he'd spent most of his childhood trying to make Ted stop. It was funny, because Ted had been the one to give him the name. Got it, Teddy. He moved away and sat on the edge of the massive bed in the room. So, is there anything else you want to talk about, besides what you were about to ask? Let me see. Ted turned thoughtful and leaned against the door. Oh yes, there is one thing. Maybe two. Seeing as you had a conversation with people who are from this world, still feels trippy being in an isekai situation, do you have any idea why words keep popping up in front of me? What has popped up in front of you so far? I guess there's charisma, Ted said. Then he waved his hand around in front of him, making different gestures. After a few gestures and very silent mutterings, he stopped. Sorry, wanted to pull it up and show you, but I can't. It's fine. They showed me how to handle that, actually. How? Well, you just hold your hands out on both sides like you're making a star shape and shout, "Status," as loud as you can. Ted just looked at him. A moment of silence stretched between the both of them. It was pregnant with distrust. Aiden was sure he could taste it if he stuck his tongue out. I call bullshit, Ted said finally.
You're just trying to make me look like a fool.
Aiden cocked his brow quizzically. How would I possibly be trying to make you look like a fool, Teddy? He gestured around the room. We're the only ones here. Still don't believe you, Ted insisted. I have a feeling you're just trying to get me back for that time I made you believe the lights at Chuck E. Cheese were voice-activated. Despite all he'd been through, Aiden still remembered that day. Even now, the thought of it still left him with a touch of embarrassment. Ted laughed. Had you screaming, "Chuck my cheese!" at a light switch for a whole minute. I was 5, Ted. No one holds a grudge that long.
Besides, if that was my intention, you'd have an audience here as well. And you don't. Aiden waited patiently after that, keeping every expression from his face as he waited for Ted to come to a conclusion. Is this how much we didn't trust each other 11 years ago? He wondered. Well, not exactly 11 years ago, but... He wasn't sure how time references in time travel worked. To him it was 11 years ago, but right now it was less than 12 hours ago. All right then, Ted said with a triumphant smile, bringing Aiden back. You go first. Aiden actually chuckled. You're serious? As a Chuck E. Cheese light bulb, Ted smirked. Aiden got up from the bed with a tired groan. Anyone ever tell you that you've got trust issues, brother? Yes, Ted answered easily. All my exes. Now show me. And what did I just say about that brother nonsense? Yes, Aiden waved his complaint aside. Your name's Teddy, and I should call you Teddy. Ted, his brother corrected. Aiden ignored the correction and stood with his feet shoulder-length apart and held his arms out to the side. Status. He didn't shout it, simply said it in a slightly louder tone than what would be used for a normal conversation, and his personal information appeared.
Age 19. Class none. Level 0. Affiliation none. None. Tongue of the visitor. Mastery 100%. Kick. Mastery 42.21%. Palm attack. Mastery 51.22%. Evade. Mastery 68%. Shoulder thrust. Mastery 9.02%. Dash. Mastery 48.20%. Resilience. Mastery 2.12%. Sword strike. Mastery 11.12%. Stats. None. Whoa! Ted's jaw dropped, amazed. He walked up to Aiden as Aiden dropped his arms and took a casual stance. How do you already have so many skills? Standing beside Aiden, Ted leaned forward to get a closer look. And why are all of them for fighting? I had a long conversation with a knight, that's why. Aiden dismissed the notification with a thought. What kind of skills did you expect me to get? Baking? Now your turn. Ted paused to look at him. All right. He shook his arms out beside him and skipped a bit, like a fighter loosening themselves up. He did it twice more, then rolled his shoulders. Hopefully today, Aiden said, feigning impatience. I don't know how you could just do it without hesitation, but this shit's embarrassing. It's necessary. Maybe, but it's also embarrassing. Being able to do it just like that is something. Ted took a deep and calming breath. I tell you, Aiden, you're a better man than I am. Ted set his feet apart, held his arms out to the side, and said, Status. He closed his eyes, wincing in embarrassment when he said it, so he obviously couldn't see the outcome. Seeing anything? He asked Aiden, eyes still closed. Open your eyes and take a look. Ted opened his eyes and saw nothing. Hey, he complained, bringing his arms down. It didn't work. Aiden shook his head in exasperation and went back to sit on the bed. Of course it didn't. I told you to say it as loud as you can. But I said it the same way you did. Trust me, Aiden said. That's not how I said it the first time. Since it's your first, you've really got to put your back into it. And yes, you're correct. You have no idea how embarrassing it was. But it beats doing it in front of the entire group. Ted let out a frustrated sigh. This is bullshit, he muttered, but brought his arms up again. He shook his arms free, loosening them up before holding them out and straight to both sides. Status! His voice was loud enough that Aiden had a feeling anyone in the next room probably heard him. He'd closed his eyes again, but this time he didn't ask Aiden if it worked. Instead, He opened his eyes to see for himself. Nothing. Aiden burst into laughter. He clutched his side and rolled off the bed. He'd done it for kicks and giggles, but he'd had no idea he would enjoy the look of utter embarrassment on Ted's face as much as he currently was. "You fucking asshole!" Ted swore at him. "You little shit! You played me! You're still salty about the Chuck E. Cheese thing." Aiden was chuckling now, his laughter dwindling. He still held onto his side and was still on the ground, lying on the red carpet. "Oh God," he said between chuckles. "I wish I had a phone to get that on camera. That was grand. And hilarious. I can't believe you actually did it." "That's not nice," Ted said, folding his arms. But Aiden could see the small smile twitching at one corner of his brother's lips. He stopped laughing, but didn't get up from the ground. "I swear you had me almost panicking when you asked me to do it first." "But you did it, though," Ted asked, confused. "So how come it worked?" When Aiden's satisfaction subsided, he got up from the carpet. "Mine worked because there is an actual way to do it. Just think of what you're capable of, and it will appear." "Just like that?" "Uh-huh," Aiden nodded. "Just like that." Ted closed his eyes, and it took him almost 10 seconds before he opened it. It was another second before he spoke. "That's trippy," he said, staring at nothing.
"You've got to wish for me to see it too," Aiden said, walking up to him. "If not, I'm just going to be watching you stare at nothing, which will just make you look like a madman to me." "Oh," Ted paused. "How do I do that?" "Never mind." A moment later, Ted's notification appeared, and Aiden stood beside him. "So you see here and here." Ted pointed at 2 skills. "That's the charisma. I got it when I was chatting up Annie, so I just went with it to see if anything else would pop up. But nothing did." Aiden studied Ted's information. Name: Theodore Lacarte. Species: human. Age: 21. Class: none. Level 0. Affiliation: none. Title: none. Skill: Tongue of the Visitor, Mastery 100%. Charisma, Mastery 9.08%. Stats: none. No Demon King title, he noted. In Aiden's previous life, he hadn't checked Ted's information until after they had actually started training, and he hadn't been the one to actually check. Ted had asked to see Aiden's to know what skills he'd gotten at the time before showing him his own. You can never be too careful, Aiden thought. "I get charisma," Ted said after a moment. "But what's Tongue of the Visitor?" "It's a skill that will help us learn languages faster than we normally can," Aiden answered. "It's designed to help us communicate better." "I guess that makes sense," Ted agreed. "I thought everyone just speaks English, since the king spoke it too. Then I ran into one of the maids and found out she couldn't speak English. And I couldn't understand a word she was saying." "Yeah." Aiden moved back to the bed. "If you want to know more about the skills, just focus on them, and they should expand." Aiden laid down on the bed, allowing the fatigue from his training with Valden really take him this time. In seconds, his eyes were drooping. "That's epic!" he heard Ted exclaim as sleep took him. "Charisma gives me a high chance of being liked by a stranger on our first meeting. Talk about super first impression."
Sleep and fatigue took Aiden a moment later, and everything else Ted did or said was lost to him. Aiden was woken up by a knock on the door the next morning. His first reaction was a frantic patting of the bed. His mind ran a quick marathon as he bolted upright on the bed. Spellbinder, he thought, eyes darting around the room. He couldn't find his enchanted sword, and he had no idea where he'd left his coat. There were enough enchantments on both items to constitute a military crime in most kingdoms. The room was also strange, not his, and he couldn't remember when. Aiden's mind settled uncomfortably as memories of yesterday came flooding back to him. Another knock came from the door, and he dropped his head in his hands with a groan. There was no spellbinder, because he hadn't created it yet, and he didn't have his enchanted coat either. He got up from the massive bed and walked up to the door. Ted had apparently slept on the ground on top of the carpet, despite all the space on the bed, which didn't come as a surprise to Aiden. Ted had never liked sharing a bed unless he was romantically involved with the second person. Not even his own brother, Aiden muttered as he unlatched the door. Using a latch to secure a locked door felt far too insecure to him now. He couldn't remember the last time he'd slept behind a door with just a latch. Note to self, he thought, as the door opened to the sight of a young man in a robe. Secure lock enchantments. The man stared at him in confusion, then at Ted's lying form, then back. "Lord Lockhart," he greeted awkwardly and unsure. Aiden gave the man his nicest smile and returned the greeting. "Scribe." The hall they stood in was large. In fact, large seemed like an understatement. It had at least 4 different entrances and was as wide as a stadium. But it was merely a room in the palace. Sam was sure of it, because he had been entirely aware of every single piece of information he could get from the palace. Even now he could still remember how he'd gotten here. 8 left turns, 5 rights, 2 left curving hallways, and a straight path. And 3 different doors. The man in a red flowing robe who'd woken him up this morning and spoke with the worst understanding of the English language Sam had ever heard had at no point led him out of the palace. Unless this is like those Western novels with doors that lead to completely different places from the ones behind them, he thought, staring at the man in a green robe standing in front of him. Sam wasn't entirely sure how he felt about that. Magic being cast with wands didn't feel like something he would enjoy. He prayed it would not be the case as everyone else began gathering, each of them led in through the nearest door by their own men in flowing red robes. Once again, staring at the man standing in front of him, Sam hoped they weren't about to be handed wands. Of all the 15 of them gathered, there were 8 girls, which, Sam noted, kept the ratio of girls to boys in favor of the girls, and he had done his best to remember as many names he'd heard last night as he could. Beside him, one of the boys, Rodney, cupped his hands over his mouth and breathed air into them from his mouth. He sniffed it and shivered away from it. "I really hope they've got toothpaste," the boy muttered to himself. Now that Sam thought about it, he hadn't even checked if his room had a bath yesterday. He'd spent the first few hours in his room walking about and jumping and rolling on the ground. He'd tried a cartwheel and ended up with a result he would rather die than share with anybody. In summary, he just spent the first few hours before dinner reveling in the fact that he now had a fully functional body, instead of legs that didn't work and arms that twitched any time he tried to use them. Then the time after dinner had been spent thinking of all the things he could do and be in this new world, in his new home. The king hadn't specifically said what the rising evil was, but Sam was willing to bet it was some kind of demon lord. When everyone was gathered and attentive, the man in the green robe addressed them. "Good morning, young lords and ladies," he began in English and a strangely Hispanic accent. "I hope you were all satisfied with your sleeping quarters as well as your dinner." He took a pause, probably in case there would be a response. There was none. During the pause, however, his eyes darted to the side in curiosity. It was a momentary thing, but Sam turned to follow his gaze and found Ted guiding Leto away by the shoulders, engaged in an inaudible conversation. He was leading the boy from the gathering,
and the man in green didn't seem bothered by it. The reaction of the person Ted had come in with, however, was questionable. The person, Aiden, simply shook his head with an amused smile. Are they about to play a prank on him? Sam wondered. Don't tell me this is going to be that kind of story. It was unfortunate, but it turned out that every gathering had a bully. And whenever there was a bully, there was always a bullied. Sam wasn't deluded enough to think of himself as the main character in some story, but he wasn't beyond being the character that taught the bullies a lesson. And while he really wanted to get in Ted's way, right now wasn't the time. Ted had the size advantage on him, and Sam wasn't a fighter. Not yet. It has been brought to our attention by one of our knights, the man in the robe continued after one more quick glance at Ted, that there are aspects of our world that are quite similar to things that occurred in your world. This had to be a joke, right? Sam's mind ran wild with giddiness. He had no idea what the man was talking about, but he had his hopes. Game mechanics, he pleaded.
Please say game mechanics. And while that is a good sign, the man went on, I have been instructed to teach you all on how to navigate this concept. First, and most importantly, each of you have what is called a personal interface, and you do not call it up by "Status open," someone bellowed. Everyone turned in confusion to find Leto off in the distance with Ted, standing with his legs apart and arms out to his sides. He was making the shape of a star. The man addressing them ran a tired hand down his face. As I was saying, he continued, drawing everyone's attention back. To call up this personal interface, please do not shout out the words status or status open as your companion just did. It does nothing, and only serves to disturb those around you. The man went into a quick explanation of what they should expect as Ted and Leto returned. Leto came walking back with an embarrassed frown, while Ted gave his brother a thumbs up with a wide grin. The only sign of an absence of animosity was when Leto punched Ted's shoulder playfully. As for the expectations of the king, the man told them that over the course of a month, they would have rigorous trainings designed to find their strengths and weaknesses. According to him, some of them would either develop affinities for magic or the martial arts, or they could end up being good at crafting. They would gain varying skills and devote themselves to the skills with the fastest growth. In this way, they would gain levels, and at their 10th level, the gods would bestow upon them a variety of classes to pick from. Most of our citizens tend to be gifted with a list from 3 to 5 classes to pick from, the man said. However, we are expecting you all to be offered more, judging by the necessity of your presence here. And what if we don't display any affinity? A girl, Tara, asked with a raised hand. The man shook his head. There are no beings without an affinity, he answered. If you do not have something you are good at, it is simply because we have not found it. And our intention is to find it before your 10th level. Someone else asked if it would take them a month to get to their 10th level, since the man said they would be trained for a month. The answer was simple. It would not. They were expected to reach their 10th level within a month, a week extra at the most. Then there would be weeks of rigorous training designed to help solidify their abilities and have their skills and their classes ingrained in them. The aim was to make the entire concept of skills and classes second nature to them. There were faster ways, but it seemed the king had chosen the safest and most foundational way. The faster way was far more dangerous, and seeing as they were not yet pressed for time, the king had chosen against it. Sam wasn't a religious person, but he found himself praying for a magical affinity. He was willing to settle for an affinity for the martial arts, as the man called it, but the last thing he wanted was to end up with a crafting affinity. Hate was a deep word, but he truly disliked classes like herbalists and alchemists and blacksmiths in the stories he'd read. They were supporting classes, and no matter how much authors and anime tried to make them cool,
Sam simply wasn't born to support. Further to the man's explanation, they were expected to train first thing in the morning under the tutorship of an instructor who would teach them the different magical arts in case anyone developed an affinity for it. Only after that would they have breakfast. Then they would proceed to learn the language of the kingdom, which wasn't expected to take long for them to master. Lunch would come after their language studies, after which would come their tutelage in the martial arts. Then they would have dinner, and their freedom to do as they wished within the palace's confines. At the end of his presentation, Tara raised her hand once more.
Yes, Lady Wilson. When do we get to go out of the palace and see the rest of the kingdom? She asked. When you are able to communicate quite fluently in our language, he answered simply, and when we are sure that sending you out would not result in dire news of your health conditions. Your safety, after all, my lady, is of utmost importance to us. Also, he added, addressing everyone now, I offer my deepest apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Eliad Reinhardt, and I am head scribe of the palace. There were slight murmurs regarding what Eliad had said about their ability to leave the palace. Some people commented on how it made them feel like prisoners, while there were those that weren't so bothered by it. Sam didn't understand the group that felt like prisoners. Were they so pampered and spoiled that they thought they could just head out with their very own interpreters? And what about the possibility of death? They were in a world where magic was real, and people got stronger with every level. Forget being robbed by a thief with a knife. They could step outside and be robbed by a thief with a firebolt. One thing was for sure. Sam wasn't leaving the palace until he could handle himself. When the murmurings came to an end, Eliad turned to a section of the gathering, unbothered by whatever he had heard from the murmurs. Lord Lockhart, he said in a very respectful tone. I got you. Talk to me, Ted replied with a casual air, while Aidan simply rolled his eyes at his brother's response. My apologies, Lord Lockhart, Eliad said with a bow. I was actually referring to Lord Lockhart. Yes, Ted grinned impishly. You called, and I've answered. A small frown creased Eliad's lips, but he schooled it masterfully. Clearly, he was not sure how to navigate his current conundrum. It was almost as if calling them by their first name was somehow a taboo. All right, that's enough, Aidan smacked his brother's arm. My deepest apologies for Lord Lockhart's behavior, Scribe Reinhardt. You have my complete attention. And you may call me Aidan. If not for anything, then for the simple purpose of avoiding such a complication. Aidan had a touch of his brother's playfulness in his tone, but Sam found himself being irked by something else. His mannerism. Aidan spoke like he was some grand lord, speaking in false tones and assumed lexicons. Nobody spoke like that, apart from the people they'd met here who could speak proper English. Does he think that pretending will make him better than us? Sam thought, hiding his scowl. One of the kinds of people he hated in the world were the pretentious, those who acted like they were better than everyone else, rejecting who they were and believing their own lies. There was no way this was the way Aidan talked. The boy had to be faking it. While Sam deliberated, Eliad bowed a little lower, giving Aidan his response. I would not dream of it, Lord Lockhart, he said. To address you without a title would be an insult. A more appropriate way to prevent this type of experience from happening again will be sought and found. Aidan waited for a moment, then shrugged. Then I will leave it in your able hands. So, what did you wish to tell me? I only wished to inform you that while the magic instructor is on their way, and Sodenid is to instruct in the way of martial arts in the evening, I have been recently informed of your displayed affinity for the martial arts. As such, Sir Volden has asked that I inform you that he will be expecting your presence on the training ground used yesterday, this morning. If you would like,
I will be more than happy to guide you there." In all his pretentious haughtiness, Aiden took his time to think about it. In the end, he shook his head. "That will not be necessary, Scribe Reinhardt," he said. "However, please inform Sir Volden when you see him that I will see him in the evening."
Iliad stiffened slightly, but schooled his expression once more. "I will pass that along, Lord Lockhart." When he made his exit, heading for the nearest one in the room, Sam seethed quietly in anger. Aiden Lockhart was someone who looked down on people and thought he was better than them. He was pretentious and false, and Sam knew his kind of people. One of them was the reason he'd ended up with a disabled body in what was now his old world. It was official. Sam did not like Aiden Lockhart.
Chapter 5. A Skill Issue. Aiden scratched his head as he looked at his interface. In a way, history was repeating itself. Beside him, Ted was peering at his details. Age, 19. Affiliation, none. None. Tongue of the Visitor, Mastery 100%. Kick, Mastery 94.88%. Palm Attack, Mastery 98.03%. Evade, Mastery 98.98%. Shoulder Thrust, Mastery 90.00%. Dash, Mastery 89.50%. Resilience, Mastery 30.18%. Sword Strike, Mastery 99.19%. Parry, Mastery 82.00%. Engraving, Mastery 80.00%. Geometry, Mastery 92.90%. Stats, none. "Can I just say a few things?" Ted said. Aiden didn't see why not. After all, he had more annoying things on his mind. Like, why did he still not have an affinity for magic? "First and most important," Ted said, "how the hell do you have so many skills?" "Because I've been doing so many things," Aiden replied. "So have I. And when did you pick up geometry? The magic instructor said it's the basic foundation for spells and enchantments. I took one look at those things and had a brain fart. But you're already at 92%. They were in Aiden's room today, and he laid down on his bed, tired. "Anything else?" "Yeah, one more. This place stinks. Even the mighty Sam of Isekai has started getting annoyed. It's been a week, and we're yet to see the first level 1. Aiden didn't blame their impatience. If the king wanted them to be level 1 in this instant, it would actually be easy. All they had to do was find some creature or monster. Nestild was filled with them. Or a person at level 1, maybe 2, and have them kill it or them. Instant level up. But the difference between video games and this world was in the way levels translated. All levels did was increase a person's raw power. It did not translate to experience or skill. This style of training, while slow, guaranteed that by the time they left the palace, they had a higher chance of winning in a fight against an opponent of their level. "I was talking to Sam earlier today," Ted said, to Aiden's dismay. "And he said he had an idea of how to get to level 1. Aiden knew the idea. And the truth was that the idea had gone on without a hitch in his past life. In his former life, everyone that had followed Sam's idea had ended up leveling up. It had also been the motivation that had allowed them to leave the palace from time to time, just to level up. "He says he's been speaking with some of the soldiers," Ted went on. "Not the knights or the squires, and he knows how to get all of us to level 1. "I take it he wants to do it using game mechanics," Aiden said. "Sneak everyone out of the palace and hunt down maybe a goblin or something." Aiden hadn't attended the initial plan in his past life because he'd been too busy studying enchantment books in the library at the time. This was after learning that it was most likely the only form of magic he would ever be good at. That's how it works in games. And the soldier he said he spoke to confirmed it, Ted said. We're heading out in 3 days. Why 3 days? Aiden asked. Why not tonight? The soldier needs to find a place with enough creatures for all of us to level up with, and they have to be low levels. That made sense. As to why the soldier was helping them, Aiden could guess that the soldier wanted to be seen in good favor with them. As far as the soldiers were concerned, these were the saviors of their world, destined to rise to the highest levels. He was probably sure that any help he offered would grant him their favor. It was just quite unfortunate that it would not. The soldier had ended up being so unimportant after a while that Aiden almost pitied him. At least that was how it had played out. So, you coming? Ted asked. Aiden was surprised to find himself thinking about it. The truth was that he was already on his way to level 1. If he could learn mana manipulation, then he could scale all his masteries to 100%. There were 2 known ways a person could reach level 1. The first was by slaying a strong enough opponent, and the second was by getting at least 1 basic skill. The latter was the more difficult. And you guys don't mind that it will be dangerous? He asked Ted. Ted rolled all the way to the edge of the bed and stopped. It's going to be a level 1 monster, Ada. They'll be weak and insignificant. Besides, the soldier is a level 19 with the class literally called Soldier. Soldier was a basic class at the bottom of the combat classes, upgradable to the Warrior class. But at level 19, anyone with the class was suitable to babysit all of them in hunting down level 1 monsters. The problem was if the soldier was going to be responsible about it. Have you guys accounted for gear? Aiden asked. Armors and weapons? Ted nodded. Same guy's bringing us the things we need. And since I already have mana manipulation and basic thunderbolt, that gives us an edge. Aiden had almost forgotten that at some point Ted had been the prospect for the hero title. He'd had a talent for both magic and the martial arts, developing a talent for spellcrafting and alchemy later on as well. Everyone believed that the only reason he hadn't ended up with the title was because he didn't give himself over enough to a sense of justice. I'll be more than happy to tag along, Aiden told Ted. I just hope I can get this mana manipulation skill before the time comes. Ted shook his head in confusion. For someone with so many skills, I'm surprised you don't have that yet, he said. I think mana manipulation isn't that hard. You just have to listen to the mana, feel it. It's even easier when Instructor Nilma places all of us in the mana field. In fact, when she does it, it's hard to even ignore it. You feel it on your skin, listen to it, then direct it. It's like playing with water in a bowl. Aiden looked at his brother, dumbfounded. Talented people always gave the blandest explanation of things. So, in summary, he said, you're asking me to just do it. Ted chuckled, staring at the ceiling. Pretty much. You know people can't just feel mana and direct it, right? It's really not like water in a bowl. It's far more complicated than that. Ted shrugged. Sounds like a skill issue to me. Aiden sat with a gentle frown on his face in Nilma's mana field. He sat, eyes closed, with 2 others, Anita, who liked to be called Ani, and Leto. They were the last 3 of the group who were yet to get their mana manipulation skill. And by Instructor Nilma's instruction, she would be unable to teach them anything else in the way of magic without it. Valden had told Aiden that mana manipulation wasn't so necessary. Seeing Aiden begin to skip training with him for the sake of reading books in the palace library had led him to sharing that particular piece of information. Knights don't have mana manipulation, Valden had told Aiden one day. Every living being can sense mana, and that is enough. However, we knights possess aura, an innate manipulation of our own mana. It may not work the same way mana manipulation works, but it is plenty strong in its own right. Aiden knew of aura,
And while it was a powerful tool, he didn't care much for it. In this life, if he still didn't have an affinity for magic, then he would at least get the enchant skill, even if he wasn't going to get the class. He had given it much thought, and had decided on it. He had a fighting style he was already accustomed to, and whatever class he ended up getting this time would not change it. The least he could do was gain the skills he was familiar with and work with that.
Aiden sat, paying attention to nothing but the air around him with closed eyes, when it finally clicked. He knew the methods to get the mana manipulation skill, but his patience had been the thing slowly dwindling away. Now, however, he had it. He opened his eyes as he felt the warm lick of mana against his skin. It was like standing in the midst of a lot of smoke, small, gentle, and weightless, but very present. A notification flashed in front of him. You have learnt skill, Mana Manipulation, Mastery 0.00%. The beauty of skills like Mana Manipulation was that they were foundational skills that didn't need complete mastery. They were independent foundational skills, never being absorbed into any basic skill.
Congratulations, Lord Lockhart, Milma said in her gentle voice. I will be more than happy to have you in our lessons now. Dude, you're so lucky, Leto pouted as Aiden got up in the circle of mana field they were seated in. Aiden stepped out of the field of deep blue. Lucky wasn't the word Aiden would have gone with. In his past life, it had taken him up until level 8 before he'd learned mana manipulation. Then, it had taken him the remaining years to raise it up to 50%. As much as he didn't think he was special, there was a part of him that had expected more of himself. He was, after all, a freaking time traveler. He'd trained intakes from the Order. There was a part of him that had expected himself, despite logic, to be special. An entire week to gain mana manipulation, as opposed to a month, is impressive, he reminded himself. What were you expecting? You'd sit down and just get it? Nilma's lessons, while interesting, were of no real interest to Aiden. She was teaching basic level spells, the kinds of things that were used to light candles and levitate pieces of paper. They were all things Aiden knew, and he'd never gotten mana mastery in his past life. He doubted he would get it in this one. So while she taught them to sense the magic of fire around them, Aiden practiced a little bit of mental magic, crafting as many enchantments as he could in his mind. With his current body, he knew the enchantments, but his mind couldn't recreate many of them. With no level, what he could create images of in his mind were the barest of enchantments. Enchantments so low, they practically had no use. Progress not perfect, he told himself, struggling to envision the lowest level locking enchantment he knew. Progress not perfect. Valden parried an easy blow from Aiden. What is happening, my lord? He asked as he stepped to the side, readying an attack. Your movements have been all over the place this evening. Aiden had an answer to that, but it wasn't one he was willing to give. He'd checked on his skills before showing up, and had plans. Plans he didn't want to explain to the knight. So, rather than give a response, he charged Valden with an overhead slash. He brought his sword down, swinging with both hands. The knight deflected the blow again, sending it aside with power instead of skill. Aiden, unwilling to release his sword, went spinning away from the knight. Congratulations! You have gained perfect mastery. Start 0.00%. Aiden ignored the notification, dispelled it as he pulled himself to a halt and charged Valden. They met with clashing blades, and once again the knight met his gaze. Or at least Aiden felt that that was the case. Valden never took off his helmet, so it was impossible to tell. But judging by how the man's helmeted face was in Aiden's, he assumed that was the case. What are you doing, my lord? Valden asked, curious confusion in his voice. He pressed against their clashed blade, overpowering Aiden by each passing moment. Aiden was no fool.
Overpowering a knight was impossible in his current situation and at his current level. But this wasn't a battle of strength. It was one of technique. He tilted his body to the side and shoulder-checked the knight. Pain filled his entire shoulder when he did it, and he let out a pained grunt. Congratulations! You have gained perfect mastery. Shoulder thrust. Mastery 100.00%. Lord Lockhart. This time, Aiden could hear the frown in the man's voice. In their time spent sparring, Aiden had come to learn that while he couldn't say that the knight liked him, he could confidently say that Valden had high hopes for him. Expectations. On more than one occasion, the knight had complimented his adaptability in a sword fight. According to Valden, he had the makings of a knight, so having him do unreasonable things that helped him in no way during a fight must have left the man confused. Perhaps we should stop here, my... Aiden swung his sword from the side, interrupting Valden's words. The knight reacted with a backstep, and Aiden followed him almost immediately. Everything was coming together, his plan taking action. Faster, he thought, closing the distance as he dispelled another notification. He was running out of time. With the first perfect mastery, he had to hurry up. Congratulations, you have gained perfect mastery. Mastery 100.00%. Lord Lockhart, Valden hissed as he blocked another sword slash. Aiden wasn't looking for a block, and Valden was losing motivation to continue this fight. Aiden could not have that. His plans banked on the man fighting back. Valden ducked under another slash and weaved his way around Aiden. Aiden spun in place, the blade of his sword cutting through the air to strike the knight. The aim was true, accurate. By all possibilities, it was primed to take the knight's head, split it horizontally in half. But Valden was not Aiden's equal. And while this battle pushed Aiden to the limit, it was nowhere near a knight's combat requirement. Valden stepped out of reach in the blink of an eye, the action ghost-like in Aiden's eyes. "Aiden!" Valden snapped. But Aiden wasn't listening. At perfect mastery, foundational skills reacted differently. While their benefits continued to show in their users, they also became active skills, usable until they were assimilated into a basic skill. You have activated skill Mastery 100.00%. The skill propelled Aiden forward, cutting him through the distance faster than his mind could follow. One moment he was standing over 6 feet away from Valden, and the next, he was in front of the man, sword raised high in both hands. "Fight, knight!" he commanded, and brought the sword down. Valden obeyed. He defended himself, allowed Aiden's sword glide down the length of his. The moment his sword was free, Valden brought his sword high and let it come down in emulation of Aiden's attack. It was an attack Aiden had been waiting for, and he reacted as well. Reaching for everything he had, he turned his sword and swung it upwards, straight into Valden's attack. Both swords clashed, the edge of Aiden's crashing into the flat of Valden's blade. Congratulations! You have gained perfect mastery. Parry, mastery 100.00%. Valden's sword skewed to the side and hit the ground, but the knight was not done. His sword was already moving once more, and Aiden refused to be outdone right now. He had a goal, but even as he leaned away and avoided the new attack, he knew his plan had failed. Congratulations! You have gained perfect mastery. Evade, mastery 100.00%. Aiden wanted to keep going, but his body had other intentions. He created a distance between himself and Valden in 3 steps, panting heavily.
The air filling him through his mouth proved nowhere near enough. Progress not perfect, he told himself in disappointment, as he fell to his knees, tired.
Without looking up, he raised his hand, palm held out, and let his sword drop. He raised his eyes up, and while there was a smile on his lips, dread filled his entire being at the sight he was met with. Valden stood in front of him, a striking figure. His knightly armor glimmered with tiny sparks of energy that were almost non-existent. He had his sword held high again, sparks of mana like lightning running through it so that it glowed very slightly. This time, he held it in both hands. The dust gathered around him had yet to settle. From the tiny slit in the knight's helmet, too little to see the man's eyes through, blue wisp leaked out from where the left eye should be. Aiden knew aura when he saw it. He stared up at the sight, a man almost executed. "I believe that's enough, Sir Valden," he said, barely keeping his fear from his voice. "Don't you?" There was a slight tremor in his voice, and he hoped the knight had not noticed it. Valden just stood there, sword raised high, chest heaving so hard it was visible in the way the armor responded with each breath. The sparks going through it did not cease. The knight's sword did not falter. Aiden's interface flashed in front of him. Foundational skills with perfect mastery detected. Multiple foundational skills with perfect mastery detected. Congratulations! You have achieved perfect mastery in the necessary foundational skills. You have gained skill Basic Swordsmanship, Mastery 2.10%. Aiden would have smiled if his life wasn't currently about to flash before his eyes. Then he saw Valden move a split moment before it happened. In this single moment, Aiden's mind ran through a myriad of options. His sword had fallen from his hold, released by him, so that wouldn't help him. He had no magic to his name or enchantment with which to protect himself, and he could barely even move. He watched Valden's grip tighten around the hilt of his sword, crackling with growing energy, and swore. He'd pushed his luck a little too far. "Oh shit. Congratulations! Prisoner number 2345-023-85739. You have leveled up." Valden's sword came down, cutting through the notification.
Chapter 6. Japats. Aiden's raised hand trembled horribly. The end of Valden's sword was buried in the ground beside him, cleaving Aiden's dropped sword in two. In the wake of its fall was a crack in the ground that spread forward for over 15 feet. Aiden looked back, trailed the distance the crack traveled. The crack widened the farther it went, and Aiden couldn't tell how deep it was. That has to be a skill, he thought, right? If it wasn't, then Valden had reached the rank of aura manifestation and had simply imbued his sword with it in anger. What were the chances that the action hadn't been intentional? When he turned to look back at Valden, the knight was staring right at him. Through the eye slit, Aiden could see a single, bright blue pupil. He would have said something, anything, if he didn't think his life depended on whatever happened next. Who was to say that he hadn't angered Sir Valden to true volatility? They stayed that way for a time that seemed to last forever, silent in the weight of their individual, or perhaps collective, action. When the silence was broken, it was by Valden. The bright blue of his eyes dimmed until Aiden could no longer see it through the helmet. Then Valden stood to his full height, taking his sword with him. He sheathed it calmly, then did something he had never done in Aiden's presence. He took off his helmet. The action seemed almost ceremonious, executed with both hands. Sir Valden was not a handsome man. He was not ugly, though, not by the definition of the word, but no one would look at him and call him handsome.
He had a rough face and a square jaw. He wore a neat beard, trimmed to perhaps an inch in length, with a scar as long as his smallest finger on the left side of his jaw. He also had a full head of night-black hair tied back neatly. He had blue eyes and a mouth that looked like he had never found a single thing funny in his life.
"Lord Lockhart," he said, voice empty. "Congratulations on your first level."
Aiden's head twitched in a nod. Now that his life was no longer dancing on the edge of a sword's blade, the adrenaline was wearing off. In its place was the slow rush of power that came with achieving a level. It was usually more ecstatic than this, but fear was a great number. "That said," Valden continued, "I will now address you, not as a knight would a lord, but as a swordsman would a potential savior. You have been brought to this world for greater purposes than my very own existence. The palace has watched you and your companions as you have lived and trained amongst us, and we all know that you are not like the others. You speak with better decorum and accept our ways better than the others. You are, in a sense, more mature. But despite that, it often works to your disadvantage. You have ostracized your peers, save your brother, paving your own path and forgetting the necessity that is teamwork. You have chosen to walk a solo path, and while you will go fast on it, you will not go far. You may know more than your peers, Lord Lockhart, but it does not make you an adult. You are but a child, stuck in a game you do not understand." Valden gestured at the space around them, expression still empty. "I do not know what you sought to achieve here this evening," he continued. "I do not know what your goal was in your display of chaotic swordsmanship and confused actions. I do not know what you sought in testing me. But I will advise you this. Do not push a knight to anger. Do not test a knight. You almost lost your life today, Lord Lockhart. Remember that." Valden gave Aiden no space to reply. Once his words ended, he turned and strode away, placing his helmet back on to hide his face, and leaving Aiden with his congratulations on a new level. Aiden ran his hand through his hair once the knight was gone.
The trembling was gone from his hand, thankfully, and his lips pressed into a thin line, knowing Valden had not been wrong to be offended. "I believe a proper apology is in order," he thought, scratching his head in frustration. For now, however, he pulled up his interface. Age, 19. Level 1. Affiliation, none. None. Tongue of the Visitor, Mastery 100%. Basic Swordsmanship, Mastery 2.10%. Kick, Mastery 98.08%. Palm Attack, Mastery 99.00%. Shoulder Thrust, Mastery 100.00%. Resilience, Mastery 42.13%. Engraving, Mastery 80.00%. Geometry, Mastery 92.90%. Mana Manipulation, Mastery 2.00%. Stats, none. Aiden dismissed it and laid down with a frown. He had almost lost his life and had still failed. In his past life, he'd learned that if a person could get more than one basic skill at the same time as they leveled up, they could unlock a unique skill. It was something that only happened if it was done under considerable pressure and simultaneously. It was, in a way, a boon to anyone. It gave its user the ability to use a skill in a way that was different from its general use. For example, at a simple level, a long-range sword slash done with a skill needed to be executed with a sword, but at the same simple level,
If the skill was unique, the user could find themselves with a skill that allowed them to execute it with their bare hands. Unique skills were not powerful, but they circumvented the norm. For this, Aiden had taken advantage of Valden's goodwill. He'd truly believed that he could anger the knight without being killed. But in the face of someone with a significantly higher level, survival wasn't a certainty. A mistimed attack here, or the slightest miscalculation of strength there, could lead to death. So, as Valden got more confused and angrier, the certainty of survival dropped.
And while Aiden continued to believe he would not die, he continued to fear that he would. He played the game at the edge of safety and had come out in the end with nothing to show for it. He turned his head on its side and looked at the crack in the ground and the broken sword. He didn't know what Valden's level had been at the end of the war, but right now, he put it somewhere in the 40s, maybe higher. It didn't sound like a large number, but considering many people went their entire lives without breaking through the level 50 wall, it was commendable. Nothing less from a knight of Bandiv. Valden strolled through the palace halls with a frown on his face. The young lord had been foolish, that much was true, but he had been more foolish. Who had ever heard of a knight losing their cool in a fight against an unclassed? Worse, someone yet to have a level. Every day he sparred against Lord Lockhart, he continued to be impressed. Yes, Lord Lockhart had the makings to be an amazing knight, but Valden knew the knight class was not for him. Those who were offered the class tended to possess a certain sense of loyalty, and loyalty was the last thing he saw in Lord Lockhart. But the young lord was destined for the path of the swordsman. Valden could see him achieving the Grand Master level in his swordsmanship, but that was if he continued to devote himself to the art and stayed away from foolish displays like the one he had done today. Valden was climbing down a set of stairs that would finally lead him beyond the palace and towards the knight's quarters when a servant came to stand in front of him. It was a young boy, no older than his 13th year. He was dressed in poor clothes, yet he had taken good enough care of them to not come across as ragged. But how the boy looked was not important. What was important was what the boy represented. Valden stopped in his tracks. He could no sooner step past the bowing boy than he could cut the sky and kill a god. Fear seized him by the ankle, threatening to pull him down even before the boy passed on the message he brought with him. "Your presence is required, Sir Knight," the child said, eyes to the ground. Valden did his best to stand tall and regal, to remind himself that he was not some simple subject, but a knight of the crown. "Location?" he asked. "The king's study." Valden stood rooted to the ground like a tree as the boy made his exit, sharp and quick. He had paved a way for his future long ago, climbing from the class of soldier, finding the fortune of an upgrade to warrior, then knight. He had made plans, serve his kingdom, and make a way to retirement. But it was all for naught now. With a single gesture from the king's advisor on an unfortunately fortunate evening, his fate had been turned on its head. All the little control he'd had over his own fate, taken, like candy from a baby. Valden enjoyed training the young Lord Lockhart, watching the young grow. But as much as he loved it, he also hated it. Valden took a knee, silent in front of King Brandis. In the presence of a king, all subjects only spoke when spoken to. Anything else would be disrespect to the crown. And while Brandis was not a king to punish disrespect so carelessly, a knight was to be respectful at all times. They were in the king's study, a large room with a few comfortable chairs, a large reading desk, and a seat with a backdrop of a large glass double door that opened out to a high balcony. The doors were currently veiled behind beige curtains. The room was illuminated by orb lights, glass orbs as large as Valdez's head, with tongues of fire ever living inside them,
each one immortal due to one enchantment or the other. It cast the room in a warm yellow glow, revealing the shelves of books stacked against brown walls.
Behind the reading table, Brandis sat comfortably with a golden goblet on the table just to his side. He had a thoughtful expression on his face as he studied his knight. "Would it make any difference if I asked you to be at ease when we are alone?" King Brandis asked, going for a calm and casual tone. "Yes, my king," Valden lied. Brandis nodded. "I thought as much. So I will not. Instead, I will ask you to rise and report." Valden came abruptly to his feet, one arm behind his back while he held his helmet in the other. "Lord Lockhart the Younger continues to show promise in the martial arts," he reported. "He continues to excel each day, honing skills I can only assume are from his world, though his form of swordsmanship is eerily familiar." King Brandis leaned forward on his table, intrigued. "What do you mean when you say eerily familiar?" Facing him, I am often caught with the feeling that I have seen such skills before, perhaps even faced them myself. When he was summoned, he displayed skills we did not expect of him. Brandis leaned back, away from the table. His explanation was that all his life he has been copying the actions of others he had seen in combat. Is it possible that he has been watching others fight since coming to our world, inculcating their techniques into his own to better strengthen it? "I would not dare to oppose my king," Valden replied carefully. "But while I do agree that he seems to be a genius in the martial arts as against his peers, the level my king is positing isn't the feat of a genius. I would call that the feat of a god." Brandis smiled. "Perhaps you are right. And his allegiance to his peers?" Valden's eyes squinted in confusion. "Apologies, my king, but I do not understand." Brandis made a vague gesture with his hand, trying to find the right word. "His relationship, yes, his relationship with his peers. From your point of view, what is it like?" "Non-existent, my king." Save Lord Lockhart the Older, he pays his companions no heed. They are to him like the strands of hair on his palms. Brandis paused. "The palm has no hair, Sir Valden." "My point exactly, my king." Brandis laughed at that. "That's a good one," he said. "Perhaps I will find a fitting situation to use that analogy on the prince, if you would permit me." Valden bowed his head. "It is yours to use as you see fit, my king." "What of his allegiance to anything else? His old world, this world, his purpose for being here?" "I know nothing of his old world," Valden answered. "If he ever thinks of it, he does not show it. As for this world, he does not speak of it. He does not ask me questions or show curiosity. When he is with me, he thinks only of training. If I was to give him any allegiance, my king, I would say that it would be to getting stronger." "Interesting," Brandis mused. "I would not necessarily call it a good thing, but it is an interesting one. What of his brother? Does he speak of his brother?" "No, my king." Brandis drummed his fingers against the top of his table in contemplation. "I have been informed that he tends to spend most of his nights in his brother's room," he said. "I had thought this meant they were close somehow, but the other instructors are leading me to believe that beyond spending their nights in the same room, they are not. Tell me, Sir Valden, how do you think it would turn out if we were to add the older brother to your training sessions with Lord Lockhart the Younger? Unless the older brother possesses the same prowess and talent for the sword, I will not advise it. I fear it might demotivate the older brother to see his younger brother so vastly above him." "Really?" Brandis asked in genuine confusion. "I would have thought the time spent would breed healthy competition between the both of them." "It may. However, all I can give is my personal opinion, my king." "So he has shown allegiance to nothing but getting stronger," Brandis mused, almost to himself. That is noted. Is there anything else you have to report before you are dismissed, Sir Valden? Yes, my king. It is with pleasure that I inform you that Lord Lockhart the Younger, as at when I left him this evening, has gained his first level. Brandis barked a pleased laugh. It was short and quick, controlled. That is great news. Perhaps the others will follow shortly. It is always good when a plan shows results. He reveled in his satisfaction a little longer before returning to a placid expression. If that is all, you may take your leave. Sir Valden bowed at the waist, then turned and made his exit. The moment the door closed behind him, the mana in the room shifted slightly, and Brandis sighed. Talking to these knights sometimes feels like talking to a brick wall, he said. I miss the days when they weren't so respectful of me, when we could laugh and talk, one man to another. You were not king then. The sage strolled out of the side of the room to stand in front of the king's table, as if walking out of nothing. Being king has its bad, just as it has its good. Brandis rubbed his forehead with thumb and forefinger in exhaustion. That much is true. But that is unimportant. You've heard the reports. What do you think? The rogue class seems like a possible offering, the sage said. Then there's the alchemist, the sword master, and perhaps guide. Brandis cocked a brow. Still? The sage nodded. I find that unlikely, Brandis said. The guide is a class offered to people with some level of allegiance, someone willing to show someone a path, a way, someone willing to put others on the right path. You heard Sir Valden. The boy cares for no one and shows interest in nothing but his own power. The sage shrugged. I still stand by my words, but you must remember that it is a prediction and nothing more. As for Valden's familiarity with the boy's way of fighting, pay it no heed. It is nothing of import. Brandis cocked a brow. I was not going to. But hearing you point it out, I guess you already have an idea of what it is. I do, but it is, as you have said, an idea, and nothing more. All right, then. Brandis picked up the goblet on the table and took a sip from it. He turned on his chair and stared at the curtains that concealed the double door behind him. What about the other matters? What do we know of the developments in the East? It will please you to learn that the kingdom of Nel Quan achieved success in their attempt only yesterday, though their numbers do not rival ours. Good for them. And the South? Our spies have confirmed that Mbachukwu found success a week before us. Brandis's hold on his goblet tightened. As much as it irks me to fall behind them, it remains for the greater good. Their numbers? Abysmal. Brandis nodded. What of the North? Nothing. We are yet to have an update of any kind. There was a moment of heavy hesitation. It stretched a brief silence between Brandis and the sage. In the end, he asked the question he did not want to. And the Order? Still going about their usual operations, the sage answered, unbothered. If they have any interest in the subject, they have shown nothing to the world to support it. Brandis let out a tired sigh. The Order was the world's wild card, and they were in no one else's hands but their own, acting as they saw fit when they saw fit. They bowed to no one, signed no treaty unless as witnesses to it. They were allies to none and enemies to none, which made them enemies to all. Enemies we cannot vanquish. They were like a natural disaster. Measures could be set in place to mitigate damage, but ultimately they were handled only on arrival. And damage was most often inevitable. That aside, he said, returning his attention to the sage, have we gotten a fitting first task for our otherworld guests? We still have soldiers investigating the disturbance in the south, the sage answered.
So far we have detected demonic mana, but not at a level worth noting. It is my belief that by the time they each receive their class, something might become of it. A demonic forest, perhaps. The town there has been recording slowly growing number of disappearances. Brandis groaned. His feet began tapping against the ground. I hate this, he said after a while. I hate everything about demonic mana. Even when we notice it, there is nothing we can do about it. We cannot dispel it or collect it or relocate it. And the only method of harnessing it is as disgusting as it is dishonorable, and even that does not dispel it. All we can do is wait until it manifests fully and causes problems. This is no way to live, Sage. Everything happens for a reason, King Brandis. A reason? So there was a reason for the deaths incurred from the summoning? Brandis spat. Is that what you are telling me? Yes, the sage remained unfazed. We may not know what they are, but they are there. A sage that speaks like a priest. Brandis shook his head in dismay. Confusing. But it doesn't matter. Once the problems begin to arise from the demonic mana, we will send the Outworlders. However, and I cannot stress this enough, their safety is of the utmost importance. They must experience what battle truly feels like, but not one of them is to suffer death. I will not sacrifice more than what is necessary. The sage nodded. Understood. Is this my dismissal for the night? Brandis almost laughed, as if he needs a dismissal to dismiss himself. No, he said, instead with a raised finger. One more question before you go. Advice-seeking, really. Do you think we should tell the Outworlders? The sage didn't even bat an eye. Of the sacrifices that came with their summoning, or of the other kingdoms? The other kingdoms. Of the sacrifices? No, never. It will only serve to distract them, and nothing good will come of it. Of the other kingdoms? Eventually. And when exactly is eventually, Sage? I cannot say, but the time will come. The sage turned away without being dismissed, and started walking off to the side from where he'd come. I know it may not seem that way sometimes, Brandis, but time, no matter how linear, is not as we believe. Even when time begins to act up, break and twirl, even when you fear that one day it just might loop in on itself or reset, there will always be a time for everything. King Brandis watched the sage disappear into one of the bookshelves, as if there was nothing there. He simply stepped into it like a ghost or a wraith. Sometimes he disliked conversations with the man. They often left him with more questions than answers, and mostly confused. For instance, what was the purpose of the extended explanation of time? Was he hinting at something? Brandis shook the worry from his mind, thinking of things he had some modicum of control over. He reached inside a drawer of his desk and pulled out a rolled-up parchment. Now that he was alone, or relatively so, because for all he knew the sage could waltz in at any time, even though he never did, he unfurled the parchment and spread it out on his table. It was a large map with different graphs and diagrams drawn over it, depicting geographical paths, mana paths, ley lines, tectonic shifts. It was the accumulation of his years of research. His expression took on a deadly look as he stared at it, his brain working in search of a solution. He had narrowed his search to a single continent. Now he just had to narrow it down to a smaller geographical location. If he could just figure out where the Demon King's castle was before the Demon King arrived, that would be half the battle won. They could storm it, lay waste to it, before it became a defendable stronghold. He placed his finger on a point on the map where he would be sending scouts to survey tomorrow. Not for the first time, he asked himself a question he hated. Why did it have to appear in my kingdom? Because if he'd narrowed down the castle of the Demon King's appearance to his kingdom, then he was certain the other kingdoms had.
It was only a matter of time before they all put aside their differences, came together, and demanded he surrender his kingdom to a council leadership until the Demon King threat is dealt with. This was going to be a problem. Aiden stared at what his brother was holding in his arms and couldn't believe it. "This is what we're being given for gear?" he asked, flabbergasted. "Nothing else?" "You do remember that this isn't some sanctioned thing we're doing, right?" Ted asked. "We're quite literally sneaking out of the palace on an illegal daring-do. With nothing but a sword and—" Aiden leaned in for a closer look. "Please tell me that that's not an orb light." "It is an orb light, Aiden. A portable one." Aiden ran a frustrated hand down his face. "How the hell did you people survive without any casualties?" he muttered to himself. "What did you say?" Ted asked. Aiden shook his head. "Nothing important. Just tell me that we at least get jeppets." "What are those?" Aiden remembered the bipedal creatures. They had heads like alpacas and feet like ostriches with hooves. It was really disturbing if you weren't accustomed to them. He also remembered how irked by them he had been in the beginning. "They are this world's version of horses," he answered. "For the 6 of us?" Ted snorted. "You wish. We might as well announce what we are trying to do." Aiden couldn't believe this. Yes, the monsters would be level 1 goblins, but it seemed none of them understood just what the difference between a level 1 and a level 0 was. With a groan, he walked up to Ted and took a sheathed sword from him. "Let's just go get this over with." Chapter 7. Goblin. Standing at the exit made Drax worried. At any point in time, someone with enough authority to get them in trouble could show up. But no one had. Besides himself, there was a girl named Ariadne and the soldier that was supposed to play the role of guide. They stood just outside the palace, but within the walls of the castle grounds. It was late into the night, and they had nothing but stars and moonlight to guide them. Leto had chosen to opt out of their secret adventure, talking about how dangerous it sounded and his unwillingness to put his life at risk for no reason. Drax saw it as the reasonable decision. From what he knew about Leto, that was sane reasoning. Aiden, on the other hand, was where Drax was having a problem. Actually, he didn't have a problem with Aiden. He was just confused about who he had become. The Aiden he knew was a simple kid. They had not necessarily been friends, but they had shared a few lectures together and hovered around similar social circles to have an idea of what kind of people they were. Aiden was one of the simplest people Drax had ever met. And he didn't mean it in a bad way. Aiden was the kind of guy you could expect to do what he was supposed to do when he was supposed to do it. He would not do it a moment sooner, neither would he do it a moment later. He could have a simple conversation with people, but wasn't known to prolong one for more than necessary. Aiden was not a pariah of any kind, just someone who chose his friends carefully. He was amiable and shied away from confrontation, unless said confrontation was with Ted, his brother. In that case, he could get quite animated and loud. Drax had seen it once. So what the hell happened to him? Since they arrived on Nastild, he had been different. He was quieter, more determined, and always busy. Sometimes Drax felt like Aiden was intentionally avoiding him and Leto. Drax could understand if Aiden was avoiding the others, but he and Leto were people he actually knew, unlike the others. They'd spent time together, shared lectures together. Then there was the martial prowess. Drax had been in the school's boxing team. He'd known people around all the sports teams, and Aiden had never been a part of one. He was not a guy whose name turned up in such conversations. So why was he now suddenly a combat prodigy as far as the instructors were concerned? What happened that he was getting private lessons with a knight? Drax shook his head, willing himself not to dwell on it. The truth was that while he worried for Aiden, there was a part of him that felt offended by Aiden's actions. And the more he thought about it, the more it offended him. There are 2 wolves living inside you, he told himself, repeating what his father often told him. One is good and one is bad, and they are constantly fighting. You must always feed the one you want to win. And Drax always wanted the good to win. Good always prevailed. It always had to. "Is everyone here?" the soldier that was supposed to guide them to their destination asked. "We only have 3 more minutes before we leave." 3 minutes wasn't a long time. So while they waited, Drax pulled the blade of his longsword a finger-length free of its scabbard and examined it. He knew nothing about swords. Even the ones they'd been using to train had all been wooden. The best he could tell about the sword in his hand, as he revealed more of its blade, was that it was clean. Not polished, just clean. And it was sharp. Sam strolled up to them a moment after, coming from around the corner of a small well close to where they were. His footsteps were quiet. Anita followed behind him, eyes darting from side to side, as if she expected someone to jump out of nowhere and bust them. Drax half expected that to happen, actually. When Sam and Anita joined them, Sam took up command, taking a head count.
Drax wasn't a fan of how easily the boy was trying to assume leadership, but wasn't going to be the one to oppose him. Sam had been the one to set this up, so it was only fair that he assumed leadership. "Just the 4 of us?" Sam asked in disappointment. "I thought there'd be more." "I guess there'll always be those not willing to take the necessary risks or make the necessary sacrifices." The soldier looked at all 4 of them, and Drax could see him rethinking his choices so far. Can't be easy, Drax thought. The man, by no other authority but himself, was about to take the kingdom's most important guests out of the king's safe hospitality and into unknown odds. If anything happened to them on this trip, Drax could only imagine what punishment would be given to the soldier. "Sorry we're late." Everyone present turned in the direction of the voice. The owner had called out in what Drax could only describe as a loud whisper. Ted and Aiden were walking up to them. While Ted's sword hung sheathed at his waist, dangling from his sword belt, Aiden wore the same belt, but held his sheathed sword in one hand a little too casually. "I thought you said you weren't going to tell him," Sam whispered to Ted sharply when they were close enough. Ted reeled back in mock hurt, as if physically struck. "Who? Me?" Sam threw his hands up in frustration. "Yes, you." "Couldn't be." Ted paused, waiting for a response. Sam just stared at him. Accepting that one wouldn't come, Ted said, "That was the part where you go, 'Then who?' Anyway, what can I say? I lied." "What the hell is wrong with you?" Sam shot back. "This entire thing is based on trust. How the hell do you expect us to trust you after this?" Ted looked between Sam and Aiden before thumbing at Sam theatrically. "Do you believe this guy?" he chuckled. In what world does he live where an older brother would learn of a way to get stronger and better and not tell his little brother? If anything, this should make you trust me more. At least as a person. Drax couldn't fault the logic. In fact, right now he was finding it a bit difficult to trust Sam. The guy had literally told someone not to tell their own brother that they'd found a way to get stronger. Yes, the task was relatively dangerous, but everyone deserved to at least be offered the opportunity. Standing to the side, the soldier was becoming fidgety, his shoes digging nervously into the ground. Despite his discomfort, he said nothing. He simply watched them and grew more uncomfortable. "Can we please leave before someone finds us?" Ariadne told them. "The last thing I want to do is get someone in trouble." Sam turned to her. "And what's the king going to do if he finds out? Ground us?" Drax smacked his forehead in disappointment. "She wasn't talking about us, Sam." "Then who?" Sam gave him a look of genuine confusion. "She's talking about our kind soldier over here," Aiden said, strolling up to the soldier.
When he got to the man, he placed his hands behind him in a casual stance. "Your name, soldier." Drax, to his surprise, caught the soldier straighten up and tucked his legs at attention. "Dead, my lord," the man answered. "Class?" Dead hesitated. "Scout, my lord." That took Drax by surprise. Sam had told them that Dead had the soldier class, but he was really just a scout? Well, that makes sense, Drax thought. At least a scout's a good person to have when tracking down an enemy group. Aiden looked thoughtful for a moment, before nodding once, as if he had just judged that the soldier would suffice. Then he gestured at the inclining slope covered in bushes in front of them. "Lead the way, Dead." Dead gave Aiden a short bow, then walked into the bushes in a crouch, moving the bush aside with his hands until it swallowed him whole.
While Aiden had been the one to gesture him on, he was not the first to follow. Sam was quick to brush past him, while Ariadne followed after a moment of hesitation. Anita followed in her green highlights, with Ted right behind her. Drax moved, and Aiden followed right behind him. As they were swallowed by the bushes, Aiden did something he had not done since they'd arrived in this new world. He spoke to Drax first. "No Leto?" he asked. Drax shook his head. "No Leto." Aiden made a thoughtful sound. "I guess he didn't follow. Wise." Drax paused, confused. That was it? 9 days of giving nothing but quick responses and hurrying off to keep himself constantly busy, and when he finally initiates a conversation, that's it? No, Drax was not having it. "Is everything all right, Aiden?" he asked. "Oh, yeah." Aiden nodded, then paused as if rethinking his response. After a moment, he shook his head. "Sorry, it's just been a disturbing past few days." "It's been a few disturbing days for everyone, Aiden," Drax said before he could stop himself. His voice came out a bit harsh, leaking some of his feelings on the subject of being ignored. "We all were going about our lives one moment, and the next we were in another world." Aiden scratched the back of his neck nervously. "Yeah," he muttered, as if to himself. Why was Aiden being nervous around him now? Displeasure turned into worry, and Drax ran through his memories, looking for any point where Aiden had ever been nervous around him. He found none, which meant Aiden's nervousness started in this world. Was it just towards him, or was there more? But he spoke with Dead easily. No, Drax corrected himself. He addressed him like a soldier. Was that what was happening? Had Aiden spent too much time around the knight he was training with, that he was only comfortable speaking in militaristic manners? Drax understood the importance of what King Brandis was trying to have them do, but it didn't mean they had to lose their humanity and social abilities because of it. "Aiden," Drax said, reinitiating the conversation. He made sure his voice was soft, supporting. "If you have any problem, you know you can tell me, right? You can talk to me." They were stepping out of the bush path now, and Aiden looked at him, hesitant. Why does he keep looking at me like that? It was the same look Aiden had been giving him since they got here. Whenever Drax tried to talk to him, he always had the same look on his face. He looked at him as if he was a decision Aiden was trying to make, as if he couldn't decide if he was a friend or a foe. Drax had thought about it for so long, and he couldn't find a single reason to make Aiden look at him like that. Even Leto didn't get that look. When they came to a stop in front of a small path in the castle walls, Aiden nodded. "I know." His mouth said he had made a decision, but his eyes said different. Drax didn't like it, but he was willing to take whatever he could get. Dead led the group through an intricate tunnel system that spanned a large space beneath the kingdom. As they moved, he told them of how it was an old tunnel, designed in the event that the kingdom was ever attacked, and the royal family needed to escape. It was something most of the soldiers that worked within the palace knew about. Aiden found it ironic, since not only was it not much of a secret amongst the soldiers, but during the demon wars, demons had quite literally used it to get into the castle walls at some point. The result had cost Brandis his second son. I guess they can blame Ted for that, Aiden thought, though he wasn't entirely sure of that. From what he knew, there had also been rumors of the demons having a spy within the palace somehow. When they came out, it was out into the night breeze and into the city proper. This part of the kingdom was quiet in the night. Silent as it was supposed to be, the citizens turned in for the night. On nothing but reflex, Dad turned to them and placed a finger to his lips, requesting for silence. Navigating the city with its multiple houses and cobblestone roads wasn't difficult. They meandered in the dark, the others walking with heads on a swivel, taking in the sights. For the others, being out right now probably made the last few days of being kept within the castle walls feel like a form of imprisonment, not protection or training. When the time came to sneak them out of the city, Dad led them out through the sewers. "Those were the sewers, right?" Anita asked, no one in particular when they came out of it. "They were," Dad confirmed. "Wow. Makes me feel a bit ashamed of Earth," she muttered. "I didn't smell a thing." "That's because the sewer walls have enchantments that suppress smell," Aiden said, looking around. "Then they coat the walls with base seed oil to reduce flammability." Dad looked at him in surprise. I didn't know that." Aiden noticed he had gathered a bit of attention, and everyone had gone silent, staring at him. "I've been spending a lot of time in the library," he explained. "They have details of their architectural plans and designs." "Does it say anything about communication skills as well?" Sam remarked snidely. Aiden wasn't sure if the proper response was to answer him. The truth was that he'd been thinking about Valdan's words for a while now, and had come to the conclusion that the night was right. He had made himself a pariah to the group. He'd been aware of it while he had been doing it, but maybe it hadn't been the right thing to do. He couldn't bring himself to care for those around him, except Ted, and he didn't see why he should. But it didn't make ignoring them right. He'd thought that he could start somewhere small, a touch of conversation here and there. Maybe he could help Leto with his sword training, but a short conversation with Drax had been awkward enough for him. But it wasn't like Aiden didn't know why. Drax had been the face of the war, spewing any and all negativity he could spread about Ted to the entire world, putting him down for the demon king that he was. Aiden never found out how Drax had known Ted was the demon king, but he'd been the one to inform King Brandis of it then. So it was difficult talking to him without thinking about it. And every time they crossed paths, Aiden always wondered if this timeline would be different. If Drax would not become the active enemy of Ted. And what if nothing changes? Aiden asked himself as they followed Dead outside the city, taking a detour off the main road. What if he becomes the hero, and Ted still becomes the demon king? Aiden frowned at the thought as Dead led them, walking by moonlight. If he was being honest, Drax was not the bad guy. Aiden knew this, but he'd also never thought of himself as the good guy either. If he was being honest, he was on the side of the potential demon king. And while Ted had never truly stepped on the battlefield or gone into the cities and kingdoms to lay waste, it had still been his part of the war. And the number of lives his war had taken had been in the millions. Not for the first time, Aiden wondered, if everything repeated itself, what would he do different? Ted would be the demon king again, which made him the villain. And siding with him makes you a villain too. Aiden had no delusions on the matter. But was he really okay with it? If Ted is forced to flee, will you follow him? He asked himself. As much as he would have liked to say yes, he couldn't.
Aiden wasn't sure he could stand being the enemy of the entire world. It wasn't like he'd grown to the peak of power before his regression. He'd just been a mere level 268. Drax would have swept the ground with him back then and used him to pack the dirt. And Ted had been almost twice his level. Aiden knew how to get strong, and he intended to use his knowledge to do so quickly this time. But it wasn't like he knew how to get to the top exactly. There were knights that had remained stronger than him until the very end amongst those that had survived the war. People had existed that could kill him without batting an eye. Aiden had too many worries on his mind. There was the part of getting stronger, then there was the research on demon kings, then there was the key and the giants, and the order. Aiden sighed mentally, suddenly weighed down. From taking them off the main road, Dad led them into the forest. They were flanked by high trees that blotted out most of the starlight in moments. But rays of moonlight slipped through the cracks in the canopy of leaves to illuminate parts of the forest. "So," Sam started talking, "just in case anyone is worried right now, don't be. So far, this world has been operating under game mechanics to a certain extent. We have a status and skills, and can apparently level up." Most of the others nodded as they walked. Dad's attention never left his front. Sam adjusted his sword belt. "So I asked around," he continued, "and the combat and growth mechanics follow the same rules. I'm more of a mana channels and colorful core guy myself, but I can work with this too. While the king is training us inside the palace, we can all advance to level 1 if we just kill a level 3 monster. I've done the math." "Wait!" Anita hissed sharply. "I thought you said that we were going after level 1 goblins." "We are," Ted said, without taking his eyes off the road. Sam rolled his eyes. "Yes, we are.
But to level up, we'll need to kill at least 2 level 1 goblins, maybe 3? "Why goblins, though?" Drax asked. "Couldn't we kill like a level 1 spider or something?" Ariadne shivered visibly. "I hate spiders." "Not necessarily spiders," Drax corrected. "My point is that couldn't we kill something less humanoid?" Aiden understood why Drax was making the request. It was coming from, in a sense, a good place. However, it was blinding him from something critical. "A humanoid opponent would be best at this point," Ded said, stopping to squat and place his hand on the ground. "All my lords and ladies know how to fight right now are humanoids. Lord Higgins probably worries that facing something less humanoid may prove confusing for you all and lead to errors." Sam nodded. "I can't have people freezing up just because they don't know what to do when the enemy has 4 legs instead of 2. "And how do you know we'll freeze up?" Anita challenged with a scowl. The grass around Ded quaked a little. He was probably using a skill. Sam gave Anita his most empathetic smile. "Because I would." His words silenced Anita's challenge, and her scowl dropped, replaced by an apologetic look. Ded raised a fist, drawing everyone's attention to him. "Please exercise silence, my lords and ladies. The enemies are not far." "The level 1s or the level 3s?" Sam asked. Ded looked back at all of them, hesitating. "The level 1s, my lord." "Just out of curiosity," Ted said in a whisper. "But what of the level 3s?" Ded gestured to the east. "The level 3s are in that direction." Ariadne let out a relieved sigh. "Well, we know where we are not." "That way, we will find the level 5s and higher," Ded said, unintentionally interrupting her. This request was posted on the adventurers' notice board in the guild hall, and a few adventurers are scheduled to be here tomorrow.
No one knows what exactly the goblins are doing, but there's a speculation that they're being led by a hobgoblin.
Aiden was fairly certain that the group hadn't encountered the hobgoblin in the previous timeline, because hobgoblins were at least level 15 monsters. All monsters evolved, and at level 10, Goblins began their evolution into hobgoblins. Aiden looked at the people around him and was sure of it. At their current strength, a hobgoblin would go through them like a wrecking ball through a barn shed. "I say we go for the level 3s, Sam said. "Why the hell would we want to do that?" Drax asked, flabbergasted. Everyone's faces turned into slow annoyance, and Sam hurried to explain himself. "Just hear me out," he said. "Right now, none of us are at level 1. And ask the soldier. There's a world of difference between a level 1 and someone without a level. A whooping world of difference. Think high school boxer and professional UFC fighter." "Still," Ariadne muttered, "level 3 is just a little too—" "We need to get to level 1 as fast as we can," Sam pressed. "The rising darkness is coming, everyone knows it. And I, for one, have no plans to be caught weak. We need to be as strong as we can get." Aiden stood silently, listening to the conversation. So this was how everyone was thinking. Sam wasn't entirely wrong. While the war didn't start until another 5 years at least, the rise in demonic mana did bring about a lot of problems in Nastiled over time. The truth was, they actually had enough time. Bandiv had adventurers and soldiers that were more than capable of handling the rising problems. Yes, as time went by and demonic mana continued to rise, they slowly became understaffed, but that wouldn't be for another year. Right now, the kingdom didn't need any of them to step in. Ted stood beside Anita where he'd spent most of the trip.
But this time, instead of giving her his undivided attention as he had been doing, he was watching Aiden. Ariadne walked up to Ted, and the soldiers stood to meet her. "Is it true?" she asked. "Is the difference between a level 1 and someone without a level that much?" "All things being equal," Ted answered carefully, "a person without a level cannot dream of winning against a level 1 in any kind of fight." "See?" Sam gestured at Ted dramatically. "That's what I'm saying. We need to get to level 1 as fast as possible. Personally, I'm appalled that I've been here for a week and I'm still, well, here. In the stories, they get to level 1 right off the bat. First chapter type of thing." Drax chose that moment to step up. "Dead." "Yes, my lord." "As a soldier, what is your take on this? What would you advise?" Aiden held back a chuckle. "Way to put him on the spot, Drax." "With all due respect, my lord," Dead started, careful once more, "I am beginning to think that this is a bad idea." "And there you have it." Sam walked up to everyone. "You asked for advice from a level 19 scout. What did you think he was going to say? This is about taking risks, so let's take risks. I don't know about you guys, but I'm more than ready for my first level." Dead's gaze moved subtly to Aiden. Aiden gave the man no reaction. Truth be told, he wasn't worried. He already knew the outcome of this escapade and was genuinely curious to know how it had happened. There was the possibility of his presence changing things, but that didn't worry him. He was more than capable of handling his own. With all the chaos he was witnessing, he really wanted to know how they had succeeded. "Then how about this?" Ted suggested, speaking for the first time. "How about we face the level 1s, then we see how things go. We can always face the others after that. Make sense?" It was a suggestion everyone could get behind, and nods soon started going around.
"Good," Ted said, his eyes on Aiden. "Dead, please lead the way." "Yes, my lord." Dead continued onward, and everyone followed. Ted, however, delayed enough so that he ended up beside Aiden as they walked. "You and I," he said, "eventually need to have a talk." It wasn't long before they came upon the goblins. Dead moved them into a crouch. They were covered by the bushes, and some of them hid behind trees as they watched the goblins. Aiden counted 9, each of them holding flaming torches. They loitered around, never getting too far from each other. From the looks of things, they didn't seem to be on a patrol of any kind. They just loitered. Sam moved up to Drax, who was currently crouched beside Aiden, hidden behind a bush. "From what I know about goblins," he said quietly, "they always move in groups, which means it will be difficult to separate them. We'll have to take them as a group." Aiden wasn't sure of what to say to that. Sam was using the wrong source, but he still had the right information. "An ambush would have been good," Drax said, "but we don't have any bows." "Doesn't matter," Sam shook his head. "I know Denna did her best, but I hate bows. Too stressful. Besides, the soldier couldn't get us any. They take stock of the arrows, so there's no point. A few used swords wouldn't raise too many eyebrows, but missing arrows is a different conversation." Drax nodded and turned to Aiden. "What do you think?" One of the goblins ventured a little too close to a shrubbery, and his torch almost touched it. A leaf caught ablaze, and the goblin snatched it from the branch before it could spread. Aiden noted how fast the action was and how panicked. "Whatever we decide," he said, "we better be aware of the fact that these guys have very quick reaction speed." Sam made a small movement, drawing their attention. "What are you doing?" Drax asked. "Getting an alternative." Sam held up a small rock. "We can cause a distraction and work from there."
Aiden looked between the both of them. While the members of the group weren't too far apart, only 2 members of it were making the plans. Again, Aiden wondered how they had survived. "Fighting a goblin is like fighting a teenager," he said, offering them information he had. "The things I read suggest that they are fast and hyperactive. Their preferred fighting technique is to overwhelm their opponent with numbers. If they cannot, then they go for a hit and run, darting in and out of reach." He turned his attention to the goblins. None of them had any visible scar, which led him to believe that they had no scars at all. They were short and green, with pointy ears and noses that were a little too long, and they loitered about in nothing but rags that covered only their genitals. Their only weapons were the torches in their hands. A goblin without a scar was a rare sight, which meant one thing. "They are level 1 for sure," he continued. "And from what I can see, they don't have actual combat experience." Dead turned a surprised look on Aiden. The others had already moved in together, close enough so that they could hear him. "How do you know this?" Anita asked. "You sound so sure." "None of them have any scars," Aiden explained. "And one of them panicked when the bush almost caught on fire. A goblin without a scar is almost an impossible sight." "So we can take them?" Ariadne asked. "They are inexperienced, my lady," Dead refuted. "Not weak." "While we are inexperienced and weak," Aiden pointed out, "there are 9 of them, so rather than try to pick them off, which won't work unless Dead forces them to scatter, I say we overwhelm them." "I say Dead forces them to scatter," Sam said. Ted snorted. "Sounds like a coward's move to me." "It's called strategy," Sam snarled. "Thinking with your head." Once again, Dead looked to Aiden. Again, Aiden ignored him. He wasn't going to play commanding officer to a level 19. But he also wasn't going to be party to a defective plan. "Dead stays put," he said. "Dead didn't lead us out here to carry us." "You're just objecting to support your brother," Sam pressed. "The plan is a good one. Dead scatters them, and we pick them off one by one." Aiden shook his head even as Sam was talking. Sam pressed his nose between thumb and forefinger in exasperation. "Why not?" "Because that plan only gets executed in 2 ways. 1, they scatter, and we work as a group to pick off the goblins one after the other. The pro is that Dead can watch over us the entire way." "And the cons?" Sam asked. "By game mechanics, the experience gets divided between the entire group, which turns out to be very little. Then we spend the entire night trying to track down the other goblins. The experience will be too little, so we can do it all night and end up close to level 1, but not there.
Or some of us will get there, but not the others. And what's the second way? They scatter, and we scatter with them, picking them off. Pros, we stand a chance of leveling up as long as none of us lets them get a sword. Cons, Dead can't keep watch over all of us. Sam frowned in thought. Aiden was surprised. A part of him had expected the boy to refuse him just because he could. There's also an overall problem with the plan, Ted supplied. If they scatter, they could inform the other groups, which would be really bad for everybody. Also, Ariadne pointed, one of them is leaving the group. We can't let it go far, Sam said, suddenly panicked. We can't afford to have two groups coming after us. I'm going to distract it. He raised his hand and chucked the rock he was holding before Aiden could stop him. The rock bounced near the goblin, not too far, and it stopped and turned in their direction. Then it approached them slowly, cautiously. It's coming, Anita panicked. But it's leaving the group, so that's good for us, Sam said.
Who wants this one? I guess I'll take it, Drax said. He reached across and drew his sword, unsheathed it. Let's put it down before it causes a problem. The goblin jerked to a stop as if it could hear the sound of unsheathed steel, and everyone paused. Do you think it noticed? Sam whispered. I don't think it... What the hell? Everyone reeled back in surprise. A notification flashed in front of Aiden, and he knew the others were seeing the same thing. Warning! You have just encountered your first monster, Goblin. A goblin is an ugly and mischievous creature. They usually come up to 4 feet in height, or 5 feet on very rare occasions. Warning! You have been detected by your first monster. Survive. How did it detect us? Drax asked, taking his sword in both hands and rushing out of the bushes. He ran up to the creature and swung up in a diagonal arc, hoping to cut it across the chest. Aiden didn't get to see the outcome, as a new notification popped up in front of him. Error detected. You have just encountered your first monster. You have not just encountered your first monster. Error detected. You have detected and been detected by a monster once before. Error. Error. System repairs recommended. Prisoner number 2345023855739, stand by for system repairs. System repairs in progress. System repairs, 0.04%. What the hell do you mean by system repairs? Aiden thought, unable to hold back his panic. And why does it keep calling me a prisoner? The last time his interface had mentioned anything about a system, it had asked him to wait for support while it contacted the administrators, whoever they were. In the end, the resolution had been his termination. As much as he hated to admit it, he had been powerless then, and he was powerless now. If his termination was the resolution now, his death would remain an inevitable outcome. What the hell are you spacing out for, Aiden? Ted pulled him from under the arm. Fight! The message disappeared from Aiden's sight, and he was faced with the sight of gray, goblin eyes. He reacted immediately, raising his sheathed sword. The creature stabbed forward with its torch, and it struck the flat side of Aiden's raised scabbard. Not the time to be spacing out, Aiden thought. It was the time to be fighting. The goblin darted away from him quickly, and Aiden realized everybody had scattered, even Dead. To his side, Ted was holding off 2 goblins with sword slashes and thrusts, keeping them at bay. Aiden drew his sword free. He held the weapon in one hand and the scabbard in the other. He would attend to the notifications when they chose to attend to him again. For now, he needed to fight. The goblin snarled at him, and Aiden almost laughed at himself. I can't believe I'm taking a level 1 goblin seriously. He took a combat stance and attacked. Skill, basic swordsmanship, is in effect. Aiden felt the effects of the skill as he closed the distance in a single step. Dash was no longer on his skill list, but the effects remained a part of basic swordsmanship. He swung his sword when he came to a stop, and the goblin raised its torch to meet it.
Blade cleaved through wood and came down on the creature, cutting through flesh and meat. You have dealt a critical blow.
Chapter 8. Little Adventure. The goblin shrieked in pain, and Aiden swung again, hoping to take its head. The goblin raised its hand again, an instinctual defense. It sufficed to guarantee its life, but that too came at a price. You have dealt a critical blow. Aiden's sword cut through the goblin's arm, severing it halfway up its forearm. Black blood sprayed from the injury, and the goblin fell to the ground, rolling in pain. Aiden was on top of it immediately. He stabbed his blade into its head, silencing the creature immediately. Congratulations! You have slain Goblin, Level 1. With its silence, Aiden turned to Ted. He found his brother deflecting a wide swing from one of his opponents with his sword. The flame of the goblin's torch trailed a path in the air as it was struck away, and Ted's lips were already moving. Without a level, there was almost nothing Ted would be able to do with magic. Right now, he would only have foundational magic skills, which, on their own, were merely catalysts, unable to. Ted pointed an open hand at the goblin, and the trailing flames spread. It licked all the way up the goblin's arm, sending it into a panicked frenzy. With the goblin distracted from him, Ted turned on the second one and attacked. Aiden panned his gaze around, searching. Everyone had a goblin they were engaging. Drax was the only other person with 2 goblins, swinging his sword with practiced accuracy. Their instructor, Denid, would be pleased to see how effective her training was on Drax. Still, despite his grace and precision, the goblins were faster than he was. Drax swung and missed, then swung to keep his opponents at bay. Aiden made a quick decision. With one of Ted's opponents still struggling to put out their burning arm by rolling around on the ground, Aiden went for Drax. He hurried, eyes panning about, searching for Dead. He found the scout a moment after, just as he pulled up on Drax. Day stood atop a tree branch, hand on the hilt of his sword, watching everybody. Aiden's senses seemed to sharpen the moment he noted Dade on the branch. You have learnt foundational skill. Keen eyes. Mastery 8.01%. Aiden ignored the notification as he rammed into Drax's second goblin with a shoulder tackle. The force of the impact sent the goblin to the ground, flaming torch falling from its hold. Drax's attention snapped to Aiden momentarily before he ducked a swing from his opponent. "It's got my sword!" someone bellowed, the voice filling the night air even amidst the fighting. Aiden knew Sam's voice when he heard it. He also wasn't surprised at the announcement. Sam had no talent with the sword. His skills lay in a very specific type of magic, one he would not come to learn until the distant future. "Aiden!" Drax barked, ducking another swing and drawing a cut across his goblin's stomach. "Help Sam!" Aiden didn't think Drax understood what was going on. Help Sam? Sam was currently the least of their problems. Sam didn't die here, he thought, thrusting his blade at the floored goblin. But what if he does? The goblin rolled away in time to escape Aiden's stab. Then good riddance. The world's better without a man who does human experiments. Aiden followed after the goblin as it popped back to its feet. Then why didn't you kill him yourself? His mind asked. If he really deserves to die for what he may or may not do, if you really believe that, then why not kill him yourself? Aiden had an answer to that question dangling somewhere in his mind, he was sure of it. All he had to do was find it. Sam yelled in pain, and Aiden winced. He really didn't want to be the one to save Sam. Sam was a normal person right now, maybe a little too absorbed in his new world and new life, but a normal person nonetheless. He was a little annoying, but he wasn't a bad guy. He was just rough around the edges. The Sam in this fight didn't deserve to die. In 2 more cuts, Aiden got a new notification and found his feet taking him away from Drax. You have slain Goblin Level 1. Sam was dragging himself along the ground,
bleeding from a cut in his thigh when Aiden got to him. The goblin he was facing had his sword in its hand. It held it up to the light, studying the bloodied blade in amusement when Aiden got to it. It turned abruptly at the sound of Aiden's approach, sword raised between the both of them as Aiden swung his blade. Both weapons clashed in a ringing of metals, the first of the night. Where Aiden had swung with all his might, the goblin's defense had seemed experimental, almost as if it was simply emulating an action it had seen once. Aiden's strike jarred the goblin's sword with enough force to send it moving to the side. The goblin's arm followed, opening it up for an attack. There was a moment of surprise on its face before realization. Its eyes twitched to the side, and Aiden read its next action. It jumped back, ready to dart in another direction, but Aiden was faster. He stepped in, then shortened the distance with a turn that ended with a slash. "You have dealt a critical blow." His blade lopped off the goblin's arm wielding the sword and sent black blood spraying into the night air. The pain would destabilize the goblin, then send it into a small frenzy. It would buy Aiden just enough time to finish. Aiden swung his sword from the side in a following combo, and his blade met air. In front of him, the goblin was hightailing it like a runaway train. Aiden hesitated, surprised, and a trail of fire came at him from the side. He ducked under it, his attention returning to the fleeing goblin. Annoyed, he rounded on his new opponent. His mind went into complete combat mode at the surprise attack, threw him into what the order had made him, and he ducked into a roll. 50 feet northeast, he bellowed, dropping the coordinates of the fleeing goblin as he moved his attention to his new foe. "Take the shot, Zen!" His stupidity dawned on him a moment after, as he caught his new opponent's swing in one hand. He grabbed the lit torch by the handle just beneath the fire and pulled the goblin into his waiting blade. He stabbed it in the gut with a scowl. "You have slain Goblin Level 1. He'd been adapting to this new timeline well enough, reacquainting himself to the renewed, only to unravel in such a situation. One real-life battle, and you forget you are not a part of the Order, he scolded himself. Aiden pulled his sword free of the goblin, angry at himself. Zen was not his partner anymore, and his moment of forgetfulness had cost them a goblin. Looking out into the distance where the goblin had run, he couldn't see it. Even with keen eyes sharpening his sight, there was nothing. The monster was gone, and the outcome was anyone's guess. He looked down at the dead goblin at his feet, then at Sam, who had pressed his back up against a tree, applying pressure to his thigh, trying to stem the flow of blood. His face was pale, and there were tears running down his cheek as he panted heavily, lips muttering things Aiden could not hear. Aiden doubted Sam was muttering anything useful. After all, at level 0 he wouldn't be capable of any healing magic. A small squeal filled the air, drawing his attention once more, and Aiden turned to find Dead holding a goblin up by its neck. It struggled in his grasp, while Ariadne was on her knee at his feet. She, leaning to the side, head down turned. On the ground beside her was a small puddle of vomit. Everyone gathered when the last goblin was dead, its neck broken by Dead with barely a flick of the wrist. Sam was in no position to be moving about, so they converged at the tree where he was rested, hand still pressed against his injury, and breathing still labored. Drax helped Ariadne, and she leaned on him all the way to the tree. Dead came up to Aiden's side when they were gathered, his head slightly bowed. "Should I go after the goblin, my lord?" he asked. Aiden saw the small frown on the man's face, self-deprecating. He understood it. Dead was the highest level amongst all of them, significantly stronger, and a scout. A level 1 goblin had no right escaping the battle when he was around. The goblin was certainly too far gone by now, Aiden thought. And if Dead was good with his class and at his job, he suspected the soldier would have already tried to track the goblin by now with some skill. "Do you think you can find it?" he asked, suspecting he already knew the answer Dead would give. "Yes. Do you have a skill that can confirm its current position all the way from here, or is your intention to track it without one?" "I have a skill, my lord. May I try it?" Everyone remained silent as Aiden nodded. Dead took a knee and placed a hand on the ground. The grass swayed away from him abruptly, then grains of sand rose barely high enough to be noticed before falling back down. Dead's frown deepened as his body relaxed. He got back to his feet, shaking his head and not making eye contact with Aiden. "My apologies, my lord," he said in a shamed voice. "It seems to be out of the reach of my skill." Aiden wasn't surprised. "I guess that can happen too." "But I can still track it," Dead insisted. "If you give me some time, I'm sure I can—" Aiden placed a hand on Dead's shoulder. "Calm yourself, soldier. It's not your fault it got away, and we don't have the time required to track it. But it could be informing the others about what happened here." "Yes." Aiden gestured at the corpses around them. "All the more reason why we should clean out our tracks and be far from here as soon as possible." Dead looked away, but said nothing. "He's still blaming himself," Aiden noted. It was unfortunate, but there was nothing he could do about it. He wasn't going to spend time convincing the man that it was not his fault.
Some people accepted the truth by themselves, and some did not. From what Aiden had seen, Dead had been preoccupied when the goblin had fled, even if momentarily, with keeping Ariadne alive. As far as Aiden was concerned, if there was anyone to be blamed, it would be himself. He should have been more than able to take down the goblin in one swing. He might no longer have the power, but he had the skill. Every strike should be to take their life, he thought, his mind going back to old teachings in an old timeline. Rather than dwell on it, he gave Dead a task. "Do you have a skill that can deal with our presence here?" he asked Dead. Along with skills designed to track enemies, the scout class often came with at least one skill designed to make it harder for them to be tracked. Dead nodded. "I can disrupt the mana here for probably 3 hours, make it hard to read. But anyone with a strong enough tracking skill could still uncover it." "That's fine." Aiden gestured for him to proceed. "Do it." The only people likely to come here within the next few hours would be the goblins. And goblins didn't have tracking skills. In fact, goblins didn't have skills until they reached level 10 and began their mutation into hobgoblins. As Dead stepped away from them to go to work, Drax took over. Ariadne was standing on her own now, so he went to squat beside Sam. "Can you walk?" he asked. Sam moved to get up and winced, and while not heavily, blood continued to trickle from his thigh just beneath his hand. He looked up at Drax and shook his head. "It's fine." Drax looked at the rest of them. "I'll need help carrying him. Someone needs to take his other side." He looked at Aiden. Aiden cocked a brow. "What are you looking at me for? Ted's bigger." With an exaggerated sigh, Ted went to help Drax. They picked Sam from under the arm, each supporting his weight. Then they tested their placement, made sure they could all move comfortably. Dead showed up next to Aiden, with Sam's sword in his hand. "I'm done, my lord. Should we return?" Aiden nodded. "Let's get out of here." Everyone looked worried, looking at Sam's injury, but Aiden wasn't bothered. Judging by how slowly the blood had been flowing, the goblin hadn't hit anything important. And while they'd done something wrong by sneaking out, they could always lie about how Sam had gotten the injury. The palace had competent healers in their employ, so Sam would be good as new the moment anyone noticed his injury. Even a maid would inform them of the healer the moment they saw it. "I have a potion that might help Lord Higgins' injury," Dead said as they began their journey back. "Should I present it?" Sam was quick to respond. "Yes, please."
Dead reached into one of his belt pockets, but Aiden stopped him. "Lord Higgins," he said, "is not yet level 1. Potions will prove toxic to his body, and may even slow his growth." "What the hell, man?" Sam pleaded. "I'm in pain. I know you don't like me, but that's taking it too far. If he can heal me, then let me be healed." "If you take a potion before entering level 1, Aiden told him, talking slowly, purposefully, "then your leg will be healed, yes. And in a day or two, there won't even be a scar. However, your growth will come into question. Time and effort your body is supposed to spend growing itself will be diverted to purging the toxic mana from the potion from your system." Dead took his hand from his belt pocket. "He's right, my lord. Until there is no longer a scar, you will not be able to grow in level in any way. And the scar from the healing will be gone in 2 to 5 days. Sam looked between them, aghast. "It's just a delay of 2 days, he muttered to himself, obviously calculating. "It's just 2 days. "To 5 days, Aiden added. 2 to 5. So it could just as easily be 5. 5 days unable to level up." Ariadne hugged herself, knowing that if not for Dead, she could have easily been in the same position, most likely in a worse one. "I don't think you should take it." "Because you're not the one in fucking pain," Sam snapped. Ariadne flinched. "Take a breath, Sam," Drax said from his right shoulder. "Yeah," Anita supported. "It's not her fault you got cut. Personally, I'm wondering what you were thinking going for an overhead one-handed swing. Didn't Denid tell us not to face an opponent with it, especially one with a higher level than ours?" Sam's eyes darted to Aiden momentarily, and Aiden realized why he'd done it. "I thought they weren't that strong," Sam muttered. Aiden couldn't believe it. His first strike in the fight was a one-handed overhead slash. Sam must have seen him do it, seen him cut through wood and deal a critical blow with it. So he'd tried it. And if he hadn't tried it, maybe the outcome of this fight would have been different. "You lost your sword because of it, and froze," Anita continued, piling on the heat. "So don't go shouting at the poor girl. And weren't you the one talking about sacrifices not long ago? Take a little pain until we get back to the palace. We can't have you holding us back while we're leveling up." That was true, but it was also harsh. She could have worded it better. From what Aiden could remember about her from his past life, she definitely knew how to. Which meant she'd worded it to hurt Sam's pride intentionally. Sam pressed his lips in a thin line and said nothing. For the rest of their journey to the palace, he remained silent and made no reference to the potion, or much else. Aiden did catch him glancing at Dead's belt every now and again. As for the information about healers in the palace that could heal him, Aiden kept that bit of information to himself. Brandis must have had his reason for not telling them about it, so they wouldn't hear of it from Aiden.
They came out of the forest in relative silence and made their way to the sewers, then through the interconnecting tunnels. Eventually, they were at the palace. Before they entered, Aiden turned to Dead. "Find a way to inform the Adventurer Society of the events of tonight," he instructed. "Yes, my lord." Everyone waited, watching as Aiden gave his instruction, instead of sneaking back into the palace. "And it should obviously go without saying," Aiden continued, "that in whatever piece of information you give them, we not be mentioned. Understood?" "Yes, my lord." "Good man. Find me tomorrow if you can, so that I can show my gratitude for your assistance today. Had it not been for your presence, things would have been harder than they ended up being. And as for Lord Higgins's injury, do not let it bother you. It will be sorted." Dead nodded again. Assuming he had been dismissed, he turned and made his way back into the night. When he was out of sight, Aiden let out an exhausted sigh.
Look at you, all authoritative and she. Aiden turned to find Anita standing behind him, with folded hands and a grin on her face. You know, she continued, I thought your brother was the only authoritative one, but I was wrong. And I have to say, power looks good on you. Aiden wasn't exactly sure what was happening right now. Was she simply complimenting him? Was she mocking him? Or was she flirting? For all your experience, you can't figure out simple social cues with women, he scolded himself. Shiwa will be disappointed. Aiden's confusion deadened at the name. His mind was wrong. Shiwa was more likely to be pleased that he couldn't figure out how to navigate a conversation with another woman. In his past life, he'd been in a few relationships, and while Shiwa was the longest, his relationship with her had also been toxic in its own way. You good? Anita's question shook Aiden from his thought, and he found everyone was waiting for him. Yeah, I'm good.
He dismissed her worry with a gesture. Tonight has just been a lot. I just want to get inside, put my head on my pillow, and pass out. You said it, Anita chuckled, then turned around. Let's go get some shut-eye, Lockhart the younger. Quiet and tired, Aiden plopped down on his bed. A lot of things had happened tonight, and he'd learned a few more. But what mainly had his attention was the fact that he had messed up. Ted walked in behind him. There was a short period of silence before Aiden opened his eyes. He hadn't heard the door close. When he turned his head, Ted's head was outside as he addressed someone. Not tonight, Drax, Ted was saying. Tonight, I get him. Try tomorrow. Personally, Aiden would have preferred if Drax didn't try at all. Ted closed the door after that, then locked it. He looked down at the door handle and paused. How do you work this thing again? It's an enchanted lock, Aiden explained, closing his eyes back. You see that small triple circle just beneath the handle? The circle inside a circle inside a circle? The one next to all these circles and triangles? Yeah. Touch it and say lock. There was a brief pause. We've had a rough night, Aiden, so this better not be some twisted joke to get me to talk to a door. Are you even listening to me? Ted sighed. Lock. Whoa, that's trippy. Aiden nodded. Since Ted had mana but wasn't yet at level 1, he couldn't use his mana to activate enchantments. By level 1, he could simply will enchantments to activation at the cost of his mana, but only enchantments of his level and lower. There were extenuating factors that allowed someone activate enchantments above their level, but that was a different conversation entirely. Ted walked up to Aiden's bed and sat on the rug in front of it. Remember when I said we had to talk? He asked. Now's the time. Aiden shook his head. No, it's not. I kind of think it is. And you'll have to talk to the others as well. Aiden opened his eyes, then sat up so that he could face his brother. He still hadn't figured out how to tell Ted of what had happened to him. Yes, their bond the past few days was stronger than it had been on Earth because of the new world and spending their nights in conversation, talking about their day, or sometimes not talking at all. But it wasn't at the stage where Ted would believe anything he said, no questions asked. Do you want to talk about my relationship with the others? He asked. Or about the thing you've been curious about since we got here? Both? Then let's do this. We'll talk about our relationship with the others. But as for your curiosity, let's hold off on that one until we get our classes. But that's the more important one. Please, Ted, Aiden begged. Just give me this one. Hold it for another 3 weeks. Ted's eyes narrowed. Why are you so sure we'll get our classes in 3 weeks? I'm not. I'm just saying that if we don't get our classes by then, I'll have that conversation. Deal? Ted thought about it before nodding. Deal. Thank you. Feels as if you just don't want to talk about it in the palace,
but okay. Ted sat with legs crossed beneath him like a monk and placed his hands on his knees. Let's talk about the others. First, way to go. If I knew talking to a soldier like their commanding officer was all it took to get Anita to flirt with me, I would have done it ages ago. As for him not wanting to talk in the palace, Ted was right. The palace had no secrets, not from those at the top of the hierarchy. And the reason he hadn't had the conversation with Ted when they were outside was because they had not been alone. Aiden couldn't risk anyone else learning of it. It was paranoid of him, but it was what it was. She wasn't flirting, Aiden disagreed, even though he didn't know if she was or not. She was making an observation. And power looks good on you isn't exactly a compliment.
It was, but Aiden didn't want Ted craving power. He didn't want him considering it beyond the level he already was. Well, I've been spending time with her since we got here, and I assure you that was her flirting. As for Sam, I actually think you should have let him take the potion. Sam will be fine. No, he won't. The potion would have stunted his growth, but it would have given him the opportunity to build his skills. With a bad leg, he'll be shit at all our combat classes. It didn't really matter, because Sam would always be shit at combat. His talent laid in the magical aspect of things, and, unfortunately, it wasn't the combat part. He'll be fine, Ted, Aiden repeated. The palace has healers on staff who can heal injuries without the toxic effects of potions. The moment someone sees his leg, they'll ship him off to the healer. I didn't know that. Ted turned thoughtful again. Wait, how do you know that? Valden, the knight I train with, told me, Aiden lied. Anyone else? Drax and Leto think you've been avoiding them. They knew you from back home, so I think you should settle that. I'll look into it, but just for Drax and Leto. I don't know the others very well, and I don't plan on trying to make friends. I'm not good at it, so I don't see why I should. That's fair. Aiden nodded, then plopped back down on the bed. Besides, Ted continued, you don't really need to. The others have kind of formed a clique. They're acting like it's high school and cliques are cool. Aiden sighed. So it's already started. In his past life, there had been a touch of disagreement between them, and the palace had noted it quickly. Disagreement was not necessarily the word, but there had been a bit of an argument. It had split the team into those who demanded they do everything in their power to be returned home, and those who weren't so fanatical about it. Aiden hadn't really known when it started, but he did know that King Brandis had decided to turn the disagreement into what he had called a healthy competition. And in 3 weeks, he would pitch them against each other in a mock trial in front of the royal family. The intention was to see just how strong they had become. Aiden had been on Ted's team and had been carried into victory last time, but there had been nothing surprising about the victory. Having gained their first level faster than the others, Ted's team had been significantly stronger by the time the mock battle had come along. This time, however, things were working out in a different way. For one, Sam and the others hadn't come back from their adventure as level 1s. Aiden had screwed things up a little bit by joining their little adventure. He frowned as he thought about how differently things were going. It made predicting how things in the palace were going to go difficult. He only hoped it didn't affect how things in Nastild would go, because he couldn't imagine how to come out on top if the major events he knew ended up playing out differently. But those were bigger worries for future Aiden. Present Aiden had his own mistakes to fix. Fixing the disagreement between both groups was an impossible task for him, so he needed to find a way to ensure Ted's team still came out victorious at the end of the mock battle. A lot of things were riding on that victory.
Chapter 9. Unique Skill. When someone with the ability to disrupt ambient mana uses it, it's usually to conceal a crime. or something worse, if there was anything worse. Yes, the effects wore off after a period of time, but it still left the events that occurred difficult to decipher through the ambient mana. Audid stood in the forest, sniffing the air about him. "Smells like evil," he said dramatically. He was standing among a sea of trees in a forest as old as the kingdom itself. It was a bright afternoon, and the sunlight gave more than enough light to see with through the canopy overhead. Taliner, his partner for the past 2 months, walked past him with an amused smile on her face. She was dressed in her full adventuring garb, light leather armor with her sword fastened to her hip. She walked with the same tempting sway to her hips that had made him talk to her 2 months ago. Audid looked up to the trees, doing his best to keep his eyes off her. She had already made it crystal clear that she was not interested in warming his sheets, even if he chose to fall in love with her first. "How's it coming, Jay?" Taliner asked, impatient. "I'm working as fast as I can," Jay answered, running his hand along the surface of the grass. Jay was a tracker they'd met this morning. He was a level 12, 21-year-old, specialized in mana tracking, and was a bit on the timid side. He talked only when talked to, and didn't drink. He was very much unlike most adventurers. In Audid's experience, only assassins behaved the way he did, secluded and broody. Jay was not an assassin, though. Audid had checked. "Whoever disrupted the ambient mana really didn't want anyone finding out who was here," Jay said after a while. "And their level's probably higher than mine." "That's not an answer we're willing to take," Taliner said, stopping to squat beside him. Jay took a moment to take his eyes off the grass. "Well," he said unapologetically, "you should have gotten someone with a higher level than mine if you wanted a specific kind of answer." "And yet," she patted him on the back amiably, "we got you." Jay turned back to the grass and ran his hand through it, then dug his fingers into the soil. "That's because I was cheap." "Cheap?" Audid snorted, turning to the goblin corpse beside his feet that was already beginning to rot. "You cost us 2 silver coins. That's enough for a night at any inn." "Cheap," Jay repeated. "But on a more serious note, whoever did this really didn't want us tracking him down." "Them," Audid corrected. Jay got up. "Them?" "Yes, them." Taliner got up and dusted her hand on her leather pants. "As in more than one." Audid let out a worried sigh as he walked up to the second goblin corpse. This one had gotten one of its arms severed before it had been killed. Off to the side, there was a goblin that had been burnt to death. The problem was that he didn't know if it was magic fire or normal fire. "You see the sword marks on that goblin?" Taliner said to Jay, gesturing at a dead goblin with more than 4 sword marks. Jay nodded. "It's got 8 cuts," she continued, "which means whoever killed it had needed 8 cuts. But that one over there only needed 3. Audid kicked a green severed hand. "This one as well." Jay looked around, then pointed. "That one too." "Yes," Audid confirmed. "What about that one?" Jay pointed. Audid knew what he was pointing at. The goblin had needed less than 4 cuts to kill it. "Different person." "How do you know?" "The cuts," Taliner said, walking up to the corpse in question. She squatted next to it. "These ones are cleaner. Better. Whoever made these cuts knew what he was doing. We may be simple level 18s, but Audid over there has been using the sword since he was 10. "And you?" Jay asked. "Was studying to be a healer until my class told me I've got a talent for killing things." She shrugged as she got up. "So here I am, adventuring." "Oh," Jay muttered awkwardly. "Don't sweat it," she said. Jay scratched his elbow the way a nervous person would. "So we've got 2 people sneaking out at odd hours stealing other people's contract quests?" "No," We've got at least 4 people, 2 of which are very good with the sword. Whoever severed those arms really knows his way with a sword. And I don't think it was about the contract. Talonor headed towards a different corpse, and Jay strolled up to a tree and squatted there, working on something Otid couldn't see. "Otid," Talonor called out after a short while. "I think we've got a problem." "What's that?" Otid turned and hurried over to her side. When he got to her, she pointed at a severed arm. "We've got another severed arm," she said, "and the body we've got is missing only 1 arm." Otid frowned, running a hand down his face. "Rookies couldn't even do the job properly. They let one of them get away." "They probably figured it out." Talonor frowned, thoughtful. "Maybe they're the ones that gave the society the anonymous tip. I'm just hoping we'll find another dead goblin if we go a little farther." Otid had a strong feeling that they would not. "Guys," Jay called from his own end. "You find something?" Talonor answered. "Yeah," Jay answered. "There was blood on the grass, so I tried to analyze that one. You won't believe what I found." "Please tell me you found who did this," Talonor sighed, "because I'm getting really pissed at whoever these guys are. They've practically made our work completing this quest more difficult." "Not really, but I got something," Jay said when they got to him. "You see these small spots of blood?" Otid squinted, then squatted and squinted some more. All he saw were 4 drops of blood, and that was barely. "You've got a good eye," he complimented Jay. "God knows I wouldn't have seen that." "I know." Otid shook his head with a smile. "Don't be modest on my account." "So, what did you find out?" "Well, it's human blood, which is very fascinating." "Fascinating?" Otid asked, surprised. "I don't know if you've noticed, kid, but you've got it too. I can show you so you can fascinate yourself if you'd like." Jay shook his head, and Talonor frowned at Otid. "That's not what's fascinating," Jay said. "What's fascinating is that it's 80% mana." "So someone with a high blood-to-mana ratio?" Talonor asked. "That's going to be a problem." "But it's not," Jay disagreed, slowly getting giddy. "It's 80% mana, but it's 80% unrefined mana." "Classless?" Otid frowned. "At 80%? That's impossible. Everyone knows you get a class at level 10, and that's like 20% mana." He looked at Talonor. "Right?" Talonor nodded in confirmation. "Yes," Jay agreed, still smiling. "But here's the best part. It also has traces of summoning magic, but none of the binding magic that comes with summoned creatures." Otid paused, then shook his head. "Let me get this straight. What you're telling me is that you just discovered a summoned human bound to no master." Jay nodded like an overactive child. "Isn't that amazing?" "Fuck no, it's not. You expect me to go tell the society head that we've got a summoned human running amok with no master? Can't happen." "But that's what's happening." "No, it's not, because it's all impossible. First, humans cannot be summoned. You summon goats and basilisks and twin-horned rabbits. Normal familiars combat familiars. The occasional demons for the nut jobs out there, but not humans. It's impossible. And every summoned creature is bound to a master. If its master dies, it has no tie to this world and it disappears." Jay's enthusiasm was slowly slipping away as Otid ranted. "No," Otid shook his head. "Not telling them that the impossible happened. I'll be a laughingstock. Check it again." At this point, Jay was already frowning.
"I understand how you can be confused, but I will not stand here and be insulted. You paid me to get you a piece of information from my investigation, knowing you might not get any at all. Well, I got you something. Take it or leave it."
With that, he stormed away in annoyance, walking into the trees and in the direction they'd come from. Talonor shook her head at Otid. "You've really got to work on that temper of yours." "It's not the temper," Otid grumbled. "The kid's asking us to tell the guild the impossible. No classless walks around with their blood having 80% mana. Not even a level 200 has that much mana in their blood, and they are legendary." "There is another possibility," Talonor offered. "But you won't like it." Otid knew what she was talking about. "No," he said before she could continue. "Do not quote any fucking scriptures to me. It's all bullfarts and japat shit." "I'm not very religious myself either, Otid. But you've got to admit, with the rising demonic mana reports, this would tally with the scriptures." "And from what any half-sane adventurer knows, you'll need an arcane class above level 200 and at least 20 sacrifices to summon one savior. One, Tal. And your scripture says there'll be a handful of them all across the fucking world. I think we'd know if people suddenly started vanishing off the face of the kingdom in groups of 20. Silence stretched between them. Talonor glared at him with a scowl on her face. After a while, Otid dragged a tired hand across his face, calming himself. He'd blown up on her for something that wasn't her fault. "I'm sorry," he said finally. "I'm sorry. It's just... the society head gave me this contract quest, and I'm trying not to mess it up. I haven't gotten a good quest in forever. We haven't gotten a good quest in forever. And I've been stuck at level 19 for too long. If I can deal with this one, I'll get more quests. More quests means levels, Tal. I'm sick and tired of being a level 19 adventurer."
Talonor nodded. The scowl dropped from her face and her eyes softened. Otid knew she at least understood his frustration. Adventurers needed to level up. It was their bread and butter, even though it wasn't the easiest thing to do.
"Yeah," she muttered.
Then she looked him straight in the eye.
"Fuck you, Otid."
She stormed off without looking back. Angry and alone, Otid turned and kicked a tree. What was he doing, shouting at her? It wasn't her fault they'd gotten a shit tracker. People didn't summon humans. And even if it was possible, certain types of summoning needed certain criteria. The more complicated the creature, the greater the sacrifice, and demons and humans were the most complicated things alive. Demons needed a lot of blood, which meant a lot of dead people, and they were considered the second most complex from everything he knew. But if Jay is right, he thought, second-guessing himself, and someone really went out of their way to summon a human, then we've got to tell the guild. Heck, we've got to tell the king. Because if the scriptures were right, then there was only one thing that could lead to human summoning. The demon king was coming. Otid ran a shaky hand through his short hair. Shit. 2 days had passed since the skirmish with the goblins. Aiden had spent all 2 of those days only practicing his swordsmanship and visiting the library. He skipped out on all arcane classes and focused on his engraving and geometry skills. He had failed to achieve his goal at level 1, and fighting the goblins hadn't gotten him to level 2, even though he knew the level wasn't so far away now. Engraving and geometry were already at high mastery, simply waiting for a little push to create a basic skill. But Aiden needed them to have a little more oomph before he tried for level 2. After all, the higher the levels, the harder it would be to achieve his goal. What he needed wasn't another basic skill or 2. What he was looking for was a unique skill. Some people called them techniques, and the only way to evolve them was to learn 2 or more basic skills at the same time. With learning a basic skill, to gain a level when classless, learning 2 at the same time also led to a single level. However, while it slowed the process, the giveaway was that the basic skill ended up being a unique skill. And Aiden had every intention of getting a unique skill for his second level.
He only had so many chances before learning 2 basic skills at the same time became next to impossible. Aiden closed the book of enchantments in front of him and got up from his bed. It was late noon by his estimate, so Ted was probably out there learning one form of magic or the other. He picked up his pouch of coins, a daily stipend the palace gave each of them out of the goodness of their hospitality, and left the room. Outside the palace, but still within the castle walls, everyone was busy. The sun was going down, and evening had begun its rise. He found an enchanter's store just beside an apothecary and made quick work inside. For his next level, he needed to learn the enchant basic skill while learning unarmed combat. Being in an enchanter's shop gave him a small level of nostalgia. Most of the items he saw while walking around the shelves were things he'd crafted by himself once upon a time. There were basic combat tools, a few stick-on enchantments as well. The way the latter worked was that the enchanter drew whatever runes and sigils were necessary for the enchantment on a piece of sticky paper. The user only had to stick the paper to their item of choice and rip it off. The result would be a single-use enchantment present on the weapon. It was something purchased by low-level adventurers who couldn't afford proper enchanted weapons. The normal civilian also used it every now and again. Aiden purchased enchantments he was familiar with, items he used so much that using them might as well be muscle memory to him. He purchased Orb of Lesser Silence, Orb of Lesser Speed, Cube of Lesser Strength, and a few other combat tools, most of which were designed to give self-buffs. If he wanted to increase the mastery of his skills to get the enchant skill during combat, he needed to have his body go through the process. Enchant skills, after all, were rarely ever leveled in combat. They were leveled in practice, seated and slaving over engraving enchantment runes on one item or the other. After haggling down outrageous prices to lesser outrageous prices, Aiden left the shop with his items of choice, knowing he could have gotten them cheaper out in the city. But his ire was controlled. After all, these were castle prices. The elite felt more superior if they didn't have to mingle amongst the commoners to get what they wanted. So the extra was for the prestige. Also, the money wasn't his. It was a gift from the palace. Tomorrow, it would be replenished. Next, Aiden stopped by the armory and got a soldier's belt. On the Steeled, everyone in the combat business had a soldier's belt, though it was known by different names in different parts of the world. It was a belt with at least one sword holder and multiple pockets for multiple items. He'd used it a lot before he'd upgraded to a flashy coat that did the same job, and more. The thought of the coat reminded Aiden of how much he missed it. And since he wouldn't be going for the enchanter class this time around, it meant there were a lot of things he loved, like the coat, his dagger, and his sword, Spellbinder, that would never be recreated in this world. But they were necessary sacrifices. Aiden had only created them to help him compensate for his lacking combat prowess due to his class, and since he was determined to get a different class, they would not be necessary.
When he got to the training ground he and Valden used as evening fell, he found the knight seated calmly on a large stone. His broadsword stood before him, stabbed into the ground, and he rested his hand on its pommel. Aiden approached the man at a leisurely pace. "Do you just come here and sit once the sun begins to set every day? Or is there someone tailing me that lets you know when I'll be around?" The knight raised his helmeted head to look at him. "You have missed our sparring session for 2 days in a row now." Aiden chuckled. "I was busy with other endeavors." Valden's head lowered slightly, focusing on the soldier's belt around Aiden's waist that carried no sword. "I take it you have something you want to learn today?" His head tilted back up as Aiden came to stand in front of him. "Something I fear I will not like." "Perhaps." Aiden reached for the knight's sword in a casual gesture, and Valden tilted the pommel towards himself,
so that the weapon leaned away from Aiden's hand. Then he got up and drew the blade from the ground. "All right then," he said, sheathing the broad sword. "What are we doing today?" "Unarmed combat," Aiden said, taking his hand back to his side. "And a little bit of enchanted fighting." Valden's head cocked to the side. "You wish to fight with enchantment magic, Lord Lockhart?" Aiden nodded. "I do. Do you have a problem with that?" "I do not." Valden shook his head. "However, that seems like the focus of a spellsword, and it does not pain me to say that my abilities do not lie there. However, while not a paladin or a blade singer, we do have a knight on hand with a basic knowledge of enchanted combat." "Personally, I'd prefer a battle mage," Aiden said with a dismissive gesture. "But it's nothing so deep. You will be enough." "Are you sure, Lord Lockhart? The intricacies of fighting with magic while in active combat motion is not as easy as it may sound." Aiden almost laughed. Oh, how he knew it. Flight with active skills already felt like fighting, while splitting the mind two ways, one to keep track of the skills, and the other to keep track of the body. Fighting with magic outside of your skills while fighting with skills and the body was like splitting the mind three ways. It was multitasking, and the reason many people didn't do it. It took far more than just practice to be good at it. "I'll manage," Aiden replied. Valden extricated his sheathed sword from his side in a single motion, stabbed it into the ground, and took a combat stance. "As you wish, Lord Lockhart." A small rune lit up on the right breastplate of Valden's armor, and the armor seemed to soften. Valden always wore his knight's armor. He often opted to take it off on certain occasions, one of which was for unarmed combat, but Aiden always refused. There was just something about fighting against the man in his armor that kept Aiden on his toes. After all, he'd fought a few knights on opposing sides once before. A knight's armor also had active enchantments, one of which could be toggled on and off to switch between a hardened exterior and a more cloth-like one. The latter allowed for easier movement for the knights, and helped with situations like stealth and general silence, while still providing basic-level protections for the knight. For their unarmed training, Valden activated the enchantments that gave the armor a cloth-like feel for Aiden's sake, and deactivated the protections. According to him, it helped him gauge the strength of Aiden's blows. Aiden never said anything on this. After all, he had never landed a successful blow, and it wasn't like anything he could do to Sir Valden at his current level would have any impact. Punching the man was like hitting a brick wall. Aiden shook his arms out as he took a stance of his own. "There'll be a little sloppiness today," he informed Valden. "So try not to accidentally almost kill me this time, Sir Valden." "I will do my best, Lord Lockhart." Valden relaxed his stance slightly. "Has anyone told you that you possess strange fighting techniques, Lord Lockhart?" "Oh, this?" Aiden lowered his hands slightly. "It's called a boxer's stance. It's something from my old world." "Intriguing." Valden burst forward with a straight punch, and Aiden ducked out of the way. He stepped about a bit, creating some distance between them, but Valden was quick to follow, blitzing through the distance. Aiden ducked a few more blows and tossed a few jabs. None connected, and Valden didn't give him the grace of blocking. After a few exchanges, Aiden switched fighting techniques to something more complex and from this world. As he did, he pulled out one of the orbs he'd purchased from his belt and channeled mana into it as Valden came at him with a punch. It was a small object the size of 2 sugar cubes. His interface flashed as he activated it. "You have activated Cube of Lesser Strength. Effect, plus 4% strength granted to user. Duration, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 15 seconds. Aiden felt the rush of power go through him, paying avid attention to the flow of mana from the enchantment. Out of unreasonable curiosity, he didn't dodge Valden's blow.
Instead, he raised both hands to meet it. He took the blow in the palm of one hand while supporting the hand with the other, and knew he'd made a mistake the moment the blow connected. The force of Valden's blow knocked both hands back and sent Aiden tumbling along the ground. Aiden righted his body as he tumbled and bounced back to his feet at the end of his fall. Knowing the knight very well, he wasn't surprised to find Valden waiting for him to stand back up. "Are you all right, Lord Lashart?" Valden asked in a simple tone. Aiden opened and closed his palm. While the blow had certainly hurt, it had broken nothing. "Just an enchantment of lesser strength," he said, pulling out 3 more items. 2 were orbs, and the other was a balled-up piece of paper.
Was testing its limit. Nothing more. He channeled mana into 2 of the 3 items and darted forward. To activate an enchantment, all a person had to do was channel their mana into it, and the enchantment did all the work. It was technically like using an item on default settings, but to gain the true value of an enchantment, one had to actively channel their mana through the runes and sigils that created the enchantment. It was like going through the settings and customizing it for personal preference. It gave the user, if they were capable, a better understanding of the item and enchantment. Most people didn't use this method because you needed an understanding of the enchantments themselves, their creative runes and sigils, to do it. You have activated Sliver of Lesser Agility. Effect: plus 2% increase in agility. Duration: 0 hours, 0 minutes, 18 seconds. You have activated Orb of Lesser Speed. Effect: plus 3% increase in movement speed. Duration: 0 hours, 0 minutes, 12 seconds. Aiden closed the distance in the blink of an eye and threw a kick into Valden's side. Valden blocked it with a raised leg, and Aiden tossed the last orb into the space between them, activating it as the 3rd item. It served its purpose as a distraction. You have activated Orb of Lesser Silence. Effect: all sound made will be nullified within the specified vicinity. Duration: 0 hours, 0 minutes, 19 seconds. Radius: 0.0014 kilometers. If the orb worked as a distraction, then Valden's eyes would be, even if momentarily, on the item as it shattered into dust. This meant the knight would not see the next attack coming at him. As such, he would have to rely on his sense of sound to hear Aiden's next move. Aiden hoped to take away this advantage. The entire strategy banked on Valden's attention being caught by the tossed orb. The world around them shimmered in a small, translucent dome, wide enough to encircle them as the orb's enchantment took effect. All silence enchantments played the same role. They basically tuned out all the sound within their area of effect, which meant that for the next few seconds, everything that happened would happen without any sound. The distraction would take the knight's sight, then the orb would take his sense of sound, 2 necessary senses in a fight. For the sake of caution, Aiden feinted to the left first, then came up on the right with an open-hand uppercut. With the effects of Orb of Lesser Speed, he hoped to be slightly faster than Valden's estimated calculation of his speed. He knew none of his attacks would leave any impact on the knight, but the aim wasn't to hurt Valden, it was to land a blow. Congratulations, you have gained perfect mastery. Kick, mastery 100.00%. Congratulations, you have gained perfect mastery. Palm attack, mastery 100.00%. Congratulations, you have gained perfect mastery. Engraving, mastery 100.00%. Congratulations, you have gained perfect mastery. Geometry, mastery 100.00%.
Aiden's uppercut connected with the jaw of Valdan's helmet as the notifications appeared, translucent in a way that did little to obstruct his view. It was a perfect strike, a proper hit. If they were of equal levels, the blow would have probably sent Valdan staggering, probably given him a concussion too. But they were not. Valdan reacted to the blow instantly. Both of his hands came together, and he brought them down on Aiden's arm at the elbow. It locked Aiden's striking arm painfully and forced him down to one knee. It subdued him perfectly. "Ow! Ow! Ow!" Aiden complained, tapping the knight's gauntleted arm in surrender. While he did so, his interface flashed in front of him once more. Foundational skill with perfect mastery detected. Multiple foundational skills with perfect mastery detected. Congratulations! You have achieved perfect mastery in the necessary foundational skills.
You have gained skill, unarmed combat, mastery 0.10%. Foundational skill with perfect mastery detected. Multiple foundational skills with perfect mastery detected. Congratulations! You have achieved perfect mastery in the necessary foundational skills. You have gained skill, basic enchant, mastery 02.10%. Valdan released Aiden with almost the same speed he'd used to subdue him and took 2 quick steps away. Aiden might have been imagining it, but the man's stance looked as if he was surprised somehow. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Name, Aiden Lachart. Species, human. Age, 19. Class, none. Level 2. Aiden smiled, feeling the power from leveling up go through him. It was like a full-body buzz. He could feel it grow from his heart, reaching into every part of his body. Fear hadn't allowed him experience the ecstasy of level 1, but level 2 came unhindered. After the space of a second, the sensation was gone, and Aiden just remained on his knee, waiting. He was beginning to worry that he'd somehow failed when the notification he was waiting for popped up. Simultaneous basic skills acquisition detected upon new level. Congratulations! You have learned a unique skill. You have learned unique skill. Unarmed engraving. Mastery 0.00%. U. Unarmed engraving. Aiden hadn't heard of the skill before. While unique skills were called unique, they weren't necessarily unique to their user. They were simply skills that helped their user perform basic skills in unique ways. Valdan walked up to Aiden, and the sound of his armor as he moved told Aiden that the knight had switched the armor back to its default state. It was safe to assume that the sparring session was over. "You were right, Lord Lachart," Valdan said. "You truly needed no help in the art of enchanted combat. It has been a while since I've seen someone use enchantments in a fight the way you just did." Aiden moved his arm around, the one Valdan had locked down, testily. "Thanks. I didn't think I could pull it off." "The end distraction was impressive," Valdan continued. "I assume that was an orb of silence? I didn't hear your next move." "It was. I also used an enchantment for strength, another for speed, and another for agility." Valdan rubbed his helmeted jaw. "All for a single strike. All that willing sacrifice to meet your goal. And while congratulations are in order for your level up, if you do not mind me asking, what was your goal?" Now that he'd achieved it, Aiden had no reason to keep it from Valdan. After all, he wouldn't be able to get another unique skill until another 10 levels. It was simply the way with the skills. "I was going for a unique skill," he said. "I see." Valdan looked to the side, into the distance. He seemed contemplative. "That was the same thing you were trying to do last time, was it not?" Aiden rubbed the back of his neck, suddenly feeling embarrassed. "Yeah,
About that, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to get you angry. It's just, there were certain criteria and I couldn't meet them if you knew what I was trying to do.
Valden nodded and waved his worry aside.
I understand. Every knight directly subject to the king needs to possess at least one unique skill to serve under that capacity, amongst other things. And did you succeed?
Aiden nodded.
Though I'm not sure what it does. Ever heard of unarmed engraving before?
Valden shook his head. Aiden couldn't say he was surprised. He pulled up the unique skill and displayed its description. Unarmed engraving, mastery 0.00%, U. All enchantments require a tool with which to enchant, an item to engrave upon any canvas. An engraving tool is for the ordinary, but you are unique. You are your own tool. Now find your canvas.
I think I can engrave without using anything, Aiden said, looking up at Valden.
I have never heard of a person who can enchant without tools, Valden said.
You should try it and see how it works, Lord Lockhart. The skill said he was the tool, so all I need is a canvas.
I need a canvas, he said, gesturing at Valden.
Your sword.
The knight shook his head. Like my armor, it already possesses too many runes. Any more will be a problem. He walked off to the side where they kept the practice weapon, and Aiden had to wait for a few seconds for the knight to return. Handing him the sword would have been significantly faster, but Valden was right. Every item had a maximum number of enchantments it could hold. Simple items could only hold one. Valden returned with a wooden sword and handed it to him.
Have at it.
Aiden took the weapon from him and held it up. The sun's descent was almost complete, and evening was soon becoming night. It was only a matter of time before they would not be able to see. He thought about the skill, activating it. You have activated unarmed engraving, U. The moment the notification appeared, information filled Aiden's mind, and he knew how the skill worked. It was like picking up an old tool and suddenly remembering how to use it. He placed his index finger against the flat of the wooden blade and drew the simplest level 2 enchantment he knew. When the runes and sigils were complete, done in the space of 3 seconds, he activated it. You have activated Enchantment of Lesser Strength. Effect: 8% increase in durability. Duration: 0 hours, 0 minutes, 19 seconds. Enchantments had different effects when cast on the living as against the non-living, and Aiden watched the enchantment slowly burn a scar in the wood as time moved on, darkening ever so quickly. Once the duration was up, the enchantment was nothing but a black burn mark on the wooden sword. Valden was standing beside him, observing the process. An enchantment done without tools. I have never seen the likes before. All enchanters use tools. Aiden was smiling.
I know.
No, Valden shook his head. You do not. What you've done is similar to how spells are cast. You have cast an enchantment as though it were a spell, or a spell as though it were an enchantment. Aiden knew. Spells were like powerful enchantments cast by word of mouth or drawn by the hands of anyone with the mana mastery skill. And where enchantments had to be written on something, spells could be written anywhere, including thin air and without tools. But the major difference that mattered was the effect of a spell as against an enchantment. An enchantment needed a conduit to act through and upon. That was why all enchantments needed to be engraved on something. A spell needed no such thing. So if an enchantment granted lightning effects, it would need a conduit like a sword or a pole or something for the electricity to travel through. A spell had no such limitation. The caster could simply point and cast and watch lightning shoot across the distance. Aiden didn't argue with Valden because he didn't need to. He turned the hilt of the wooden sword to Valden, and the knight took it.
"If I may ask, Lord Lockhart," Valden said, "how did you learn of unique skills and how to get them?" "Read it in one of the library books," Aiden answered. He already spent a great deal of time in the library, so the library had become his go-to explanation for knowledge he possessed. An obvious lie to him, but a sufficient explanation to others. "The question," he said, suddenly realizing something that had happened in his past life and was repeating itself in this one, is why no one has told any of us about unique skills or tried to help us learn any. I understand that it's not so easy to replicate, given the criteria, but I'm certain we could still try." Aiden didn't even need to think about it. None of them had even heard of a unique skill until Drax had gotten one at level 25 in his past life.
The palace had kept it a secret from them, and intended to do the same in this timeline as well. "Unique skills are powerful skills, Valden," Aiden continued, slowly getting angry at the realization. "Why the hell would you guys keep it from us?" Aiden didn't know when, but he'd stepped up to the knight as he'd spoken. The man was taller than him by a head, and he stared up into the slits of his helmet. Even with a good king like Brandis, the palace continued to play games. It gave them the best to carry out their tasks, but only the best it was willing to give. They would be better as a team if as many of them as possible got unique skills before getting their class. Despite his position in front of a man capable of breaking him like a twig, Aiden's anger refused to allow him back down. "Explain yourself, knight." He didn't expect to intimidate Valden, and Valden was not intimidated. Valden's head remained tilted down to meet his glare, even as he answered in the most casual yet knightly tone possible. "All I have done and not done," he said, "I have done and not done by order of the king." The answer shifted some of Aiden's anger into confusion. If this had been a direct order from King Brandis, then there was a reason. Brandis was not a man who would do something that seemed detrimental unless it was for the greater good. What greater good would keep them from raising us as best as possible, he thought. Unique skills weren't necessarily powerful, but they were unique. Some of them defied the existing laws of existing skills. There were also others that took a skill and customized it to the owner. For instance, unarmed engraving had just ensured that no matter what situation he found himself in, as long as he had mana, Aiden could always make an enchantment. And Brandis kept it from us intentionally. Why? Aiden stepped away from Valden's personal space and collected himself. He needed to be calm with his next words. Controlled. Because no matter how unique the palace was, allowing him shirk any other tutorial simply because he got special training in the martial arts, his next words, if said flippantly, could be seen as him overstepping his position. It could be seen as disrespect to the crown. And he was about to say them to a knight of the kingdom. "If what I have deduced of the king is true," Aiden said, with as much respect as he could infuse into his voice, "then he is a king of insight and vast intelligence. On that note, I am inclined to believe that all progress of mine and my companions are reported to him regularly. And I believe it is safe to assume that you report mine personally." While he was sure of everything he'd said, the last part was only a speculation. Valden could easily have someone he reported to, who in turn reported the information to the king. Valden nodded, confirming his speculation. "Then on your next report," Aiden said, choosing his words wisely, "pass this information on. Let the king know that I, Aiden Lockhart, humbly request an audience with the king." Valden bowed officially. "Your request will be passed on to the king, Lord Lockhart." "Good." Aiden turned and walked out of the training area. He wasn't sure what he was going to say to the king,
but he knew that this was a question that needed answering. And if for some reason Brandis refused his request, then he would find another way to speak to the man. It was time he had a talk with King Brandis IV.
Chapter 10. Games and Errors. The palace had enchantments in place that addressed the subject of temperature. Earth had air conditioners as well as thermostats designed to regulate the temperatures of a room. The palace, and practically any other house of sufficient wealth, had weather-based enchantments. Their design was to keep rooms at what was considered optimal temperature. As a person rose through the levels, temperatures became less and less of a blessing or a curse. Heat and chill slowly became bygone concepts. They were not completely eliminated, merely suppressed. A person of a high enough level did not suddenly stop feeling these temperatures, it just required far stronger levels to feel them. However, Aiden, at level 2, couldn't feel the temperature being regulated in his room when he very well should. As he paced up and down his room, he could feel himself breaking out in a cold sweat. What had he done? No, he knew what he had done, but what had he done? A mere classless did not request the presence of the king on a whim. Even in his past life, as high as his level had gone, there had still been processes involved in gaining an audience with kings. Even when the kings knew he was not from this world. Even when they knew I was standing in representation of the order. Aiden ran a worried hand through his hair. He stopped his pacing, ran both hands through his hair. He took a handful of hair and groaned in exasperation. What the hell have I done? On his bed, Ted chuckled in entertainment, and Aiden shot him a glare. Don't look at me. Ted tossed a grape from a plate on the bed into his mouth. I'm not the one that told a powerful knight to demand an audience with his king like I was some important delegate. Aiden groaned and dropped his hands. I did not demand an audience with the king. I kindly requested for one. Requested, demanded, Ted shrugged. Sounds all the same to me.
Aiden moved to the only table in the room and leaned against it. He looked at the top corners of the room where the runes and sigils for the temperature enchantments were supposed to be. How does the room feel to you? He asked. Ted looked to the ceiling. The temperature enchantments are working just fine, Ada, Ted said, then tossed him a grape. You're just worrying too much. Brandis is just a king. It's not like you're facing off against a congress of demon lords or something. Aiden paused, catching the tossed grape. He frowned. How do you know about the temperature enchantments? Ted raised a brow. What? Aiden placed the grape on the table carefully. I asked how the room feels to you. I said nothing about temperature enchantments. Your point? My point is, how do you know that this room has temperature enchantments? How do you know what temperature enchantments even are? Temperature enchantments were a normal thing in the palace. They were like the walls or the ceilings or a thermostat, or a person's mother. No one brought it up unless there was a reason to bring it up. You didn't walk into a person's house only to have them talking to you about the ceiling. And since nobody from their world knew about temperature enchantments, no one was going to bring it up, so none of them was supposed to know. Even if one of them knew, unless it was pointed out that these enchantments worked optimally when placed at the highest points in a room as possible, they wouldn't know where it was placed. Aiden, Ted said carefully, I'm not sure why you look like a ghostbuster about to prove to the world that you're not crazy, but you've got to breathe. You don't want to be frazzled when you meet the king. It can't be possible, right? Aiden worried. I've already ruled out the possibility that he came back in time, too. I only have the sage to worry about. I don't know how to put this, Ted, Aiden said slowly, walking up to the bed. But I need to know how you know of temperature enchantments. It's very important. He searched his brother's eyes, waiting.
If Ted was just like him, he wouldn't say anything specific because he would know that temperature enchantments weren't the only enchantments not visible to the eyes in the room. He would know that they had to be careful of everything they said in the palace. So Aiden looked for it in his eyes, anything that would tell him what he wanted to know. There was a knock at the door. The sound pierced the silence of everything, but Aiden didn't turn away. Neither did Ted. They remained where they were, staring at each other. The knock came again, once more, then twice. Ted pointed. "Anyone going to get that?" Aiden said nothing. This moment was too important. If Ted had also come back in time, then Aiden could assume that the sage had done the same. And judging from how Ted had handled their conversation in his cell that night, the sage had been vastly more powerful than him then. Most probably over level 500. It meant they had an active enemy and needed to be more careful than Aiden had been so far. "All right, then." Ted broke eye contact and hopped off the bed. "If you won't, I will." He walked up to the door, Aiden's gaze trailing after him. "Ted," Aiden said, and Ted paused to look at him. "I need to know." Ted pointed a finger at him. "Okay, now you're beginning to worry me, dude. You know you're not the only one that uses the library, right? I got it from the library, architecture section under building enchantments." With that, he opened the door without asking who it was, as Aiden released the breath he had been holding. Suspecting everyone is turning me paranoid. When their guests walked into the room, Aiden turned and did his best not to run a frustrated hand through his hair. "Hi, Aiden," Leto greeted with a sheepish smile. Behind him, Drax stood with folded hands as Ted closed the door. "In my defense," Ted pointed out,
"I was not a part of this. I'm just not surprised by it."
"You've been avoiding us," Drax said to Aiden, matter of fact. Aiden turned to face them and folded his arms over his chest. Behind them, Ted was doing his best impression of trying not to laugh and failing. "I've not been avoiding you guys," Aiden said. "I've been busy." It was a half-truth. He had been busy. He also hadn't been avoiding the both of them, just Drax. Not talking to Leto was just something of a collateral damage of Aiden being busy. "We've been here more than a week, Aiden," Leto said. "And I only see you during... Actually, ever since you gained the mana manipulation skill, you've stopped coming to Nilm's magic lectures too. So I only see you never." "And how have the lectures been for you?" Aiden asked conversationally. Leto fell silent and looked away. "Still haven't gotten the skill." Aiden nodded, not surprised. "How about we do this?" he said. "I've been reading, and I have come to learn that not everyone has an affinity for mana. At least not in the way it is applied to magic." Leto paused. "And you not being able to get the mana manipulation skill now doesn't mean you can't get it later. Some people have been known to get it after their classes. I read of a guy who got his at level 93. Aiden's words didn't help to cheer Leto up, but Leto was less crestfallen now. Aiden wasn't sure if it was because they were talking or if it was at the idea that he wasn't some kind of failure with magic. "What I can do for you," Aiden continued, "is talk to someone about it. I'm sure there's some knight around here somewhere that'll be willing to give you a hand in combat training." "He's not very good at the martial arts either," Drax said, his sternness going nowhere, eyes still fixed on Aiden. "That's because he hasn't found his weapon," Aiden countered.
"The knight I train with told me that if you don't have a weapon you can use, it is simply because you haven't found one. If you can't learn the fighting techniques they're teaching you, it's because they haven't taught you the fighting technique for you." Valden had told him no such thing. Leto perked up at that. "And you think you can get someone to teach me?" Aiden nodded. "How good are you with a dagger?"
I'm not. Lady Denid says it's a weapon only fit for rogues, thieves, and assassin. Apart from that, it is a support weapon at best. So she's not teaching us. Sam asked about it when he couldn't use the bow or the sword, and that's how we know. Aiden rubbed his jaw in thought, just as Ted walked over to his bed and plopped down on it. He was more than certain the knight training them had been referring to the classes, but he had a feeling Leto had misunderstood it to mean the professions. The way he mentioned them had carried a derogatory tone to it. And while Aiden knew that there were classes disliked on Nestild, there was no class that was seen as bad in and of itself. Just out of curiosity, Aiden said, when she said rogue, thief, and assassin, did she mean the classes or the professions? Leto and Drax exchanged a look. Probably the classes, they answered. Probably meaning you don't know. Aiden pinched his bottom lip in thought and dragged it. Hasn't Mom always told you to stop doing that? Ted interrupted. Aiden made a face at him. Well, Mom's not here right now, is she? He'd said the words randomly, but a heavy silence settled on the room in their wake. It took him a moment to realize what he had done. To him, it had been 11 years since he'd seen his parents and friends. Their absence in his life was nothing but a natural thing now, like talking about a loved one long dead. But the people in the room with him were not the same. For them, it had only been a week and a few days, not even a month. Ted chuckled awkwardly. Things got heavy fast. Yeah, Aiden rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry about that. I should have been more responsible with my words. Drax took a deep breath and let it out in annoyance. That, he said, pointing an angry finger at Aiden, that is what the problem is. That, right there. Aiden looked at him, then Leto, then Ted, confused. Ted's only reaction was to burst into laughter. Aiden looked back at Drax. What did I do? That responsible maturity, Drax complained. That's not you. Aiden folded his arms. You know we weren't really friends, right? Yes, but Leto spent more time around you than I did, and he says it's not you. Heck, I knew how you reacted when you found out about Tasha and you guys broke up. Aiden and Ted shared a look, then they shared a grimace. He's right, Leto said. You're usually quiet, Aiden, but never busy and responsible. Just quiet. Aiden had almost forgotten about Tasha. She had been his ex, as at the time of his summoning. They'd been dating since they were 16. Then they'd broken up. Aiden couldn't believe it hadn't even been up to 6 months since their breakup in this timeline. He looked at Ted, remembering why they'd broken up. Ted shook his head. Oh no, don't look at me. How many times do I have to tell you I didn't sleep with her? Like I said, no offense, but that bitch was crazy. I sure as hell wasn't trying to catch a case. I know she's fine, but when I look at her, all I see is that 16-year-old my brother had a crush on. And not everybody gets to date their crush, Leto said, as if on a side note. Besides, Ted continued, when your younger brother's hot girlfriend makes a move on you enough times, the first thing you do on each occasion is find the nearest exit and dip. It's Brother 101, and that's what I did. Wait. Drax looked from Aiden to Ted. It wasn't just once? The bad thing about your girlfriend being famous in college was that her business was everybody's business, and everyone liked to talk. So when Aiden had walked in on her trying to seduce Ted in his room, when Ted had come to drop some things off, and broken up with her, he knew the entire school was going to find out. Aiden knew Ted hadn't done anything, but he'd been young and stupid when he'd found out all those years ago. So when Tasha had told him that it wasn't the first time when they were breaking up, and claimed she had done something with Ted before, he'd believed her. Why? Because she'd had no reason to lie. They were broken up, and telling him wasn't going to help get them back together.
God, I was young and stupid, Aiden thought, running a hand down his face. Technically, you're still supposed to be young and stupid, and in this timeline, he'd only been hating his brother for 6 months. Aiden shook his head, as if displacing cobwebs. That was enough drama for one night. Back on topic, he said, terminating that line of conversation. Regarding what Denise said, in this world there are people who look unfavorably on some classes, but the belief is that if it can be a class, then it can be used for good. The way you have good hackers and bad hackers? Leto asked, easily returning to the conversation of getting something he would be good at. Exactly, Aiden said. I'm sure I can get someone to teach you how to use a dagger, and maybe an array of more diverse skills. They're teaching us how to be great warriors of justice, but not everyone has to be some diplomatically correct class to save the world. Leto looked at Drax. I'm going to be useful, he said excitedly. I can be useful. Drax smiled at him. You were always useful, Leto. Maybe, Leto shrugged. But now I'm going to be useful, like really useful. Drax placed a hand on his shoulder. You were always useful, Leto. Always have been. Always will be.
And you don't need some fancy class or some fancy skill to tell you that. You're perfectly all right, just the way you are.
Aiden just stared. Definitely what you'd expect a hero to say. Unfortunately, Aiden knew powerful people that would definitely say otherwise. Ted snorted. Philosopher's consolation. Everyone looked at him. What's that? Leto asked. Aiden knew what it was. He knew it very well. It was something their parents liked to say whenever someone told themselves something to make themselves feel better about where they were in life when they could be better. They called it an excuse to not move forward. To them, it was people escaping their reality, choosing to delude themselves into acceptance rather than progression. Aiden didn't entirely disagree with them, but he wasn't a hard supporter of the idea like his brother. To him, sometimes people needed the motivation. Unfortunately, there were also those that abused the entire thing and comforted themselves into stagnation. Just something our mom used to say, Ted answered Leto. And what does it mean? Drax asked. Just that. Aiden pointed a warning finger at his brother, interrupting him. No, he chided. Ted cocked a brow. You sure? Because it sounds like Leto might benefit from knowing what it means. Aiden pressed his lips in a thin line. I'm sure. In this world, Drax was the kind of person that would hate the term and everything it stands for. As such, since Ted was a strong believer in it, Drax would likely end up hating Ted. The last thing Aiden needed was to give Drax more reasons to hate Ted in the future. He'd already seen the campaign lengths Drax had been willing to go to when he hated Ted for just being the Demon King. If Aiden's plans failed, he didn't want to see the lengths Drax would go when he hated Ted as a person, too. Besides, Leto wasn't that kind of person. What Drax was doing was showing kindness in his own way, whether Ted approved of it or not. As for Leto, Aiden knew what the boy became. His usefulness in the war had been unquestionable. It was a pity that he'd met the end he'd met, though. Everyone was standing in silence, possibly contemplating if they needed to push more on what Ted had said, when a knock came from the door. Lord Lockhart, a voice they did not recognize called. It was young, a child's. Drax turned and opened the door. Yes? A boy stood quietly in old clothes, worn from age but cared for so that they did not look ragged. He had deep, dark hair and gray eyes. I am looking for Lord Lockhart the Younger, the boy said, calling the entire thing like it was all a single title. Aiden just stared at the boy. He knew the face, knew it as the dead know their end.
He staggered forward without knowing. "This is Lord Lockhart the Younger," Drax said, giving way for Aiden. "How may I help you?" Aiden asked, hoping he didn't stumble over his own words. "The king has requested that you see him in his chambers," the boy said, in a soft, almost timid voice. "It is my honored duty to lead while you follow." Ted clapped and got up from the bed. "No way in hell am I going to miss this." Aiden looked between Ted and the child. He repeated the action once more. Fear held him tight and worry seized him. He had thought it wouldn't be for another year or two before he would have to worry about this. It reminded him of the fact that he knew far too little of the microcosm of things that happened in his earlier years on Nasthild. One of his plans that he had considered not yet needed had just been shattered right in front of him. As Ted walked up to join them, only one thought came to Aiden. He could not let Ted and this child become friends. A man stood in front of the door the young boy led them to. He wore the clothes of an attendant, but one of high class. From top to bottom, his entire attire carried with it a touch of red and black. However, it was more red than black.
Ted and Aiden stood side by side as the attendant at the door simply stood there, unmoving. Ted leaned into Aiden. "You're acting funny," he whispered. "I don't know what you're talking about," Aiden whispered back. Ted gave a carefree shrug before tilting forward to wave at the young boy standing on the other side of Aiden. The door in front of them opened gently, and a scribe in a red robe walked out and proceeded down the hall in the direction they had come from. Before the door closed, the attendant stepped in. It only took a short moment before he stepped back out. "The king will see only Lord Lockhart the Younger," he informed them. It seemed the Younger was slowly becoming a part of his official title. Aiden shared a look with Ted, but his brother didn't seem to care. "Do you intend to wait for me?" he asked. Ted snorted. "Gods, no. Just standing here, doing what? Would you like the attendant and I to play chess?" "I'm sorry, Lord Lockhart," the attendant bowed apologetically, "but I cannot play chess." A mischievous smile split Ted's lips, and he looked like he'd just found something fun. "And do you know what chess is, sir?" he asked the man. "I do not, my lord, and sir is a title far beyond myself. I am Nandaka." Aiden looked to his side and found the young child was gone. When he looked back at his brother, Ted was fully engrossed in what seemed to be a troubling conversation with the attendant. "And if you have no idea what chess is, then how do you know that you cannot play it?" Ted was saying, as Aiden opened the door and stepped into the room. King Brandis sat on a simple chair beside a large reading table. Books filled the table, stacked on both sides, and a light orb rested on top of what looked like a candle holder. The light orbs that hung from the high walls were currently lit, casting the room in a gentle sunlight glow so that Brandis did not need the one in front of him. The king sat regally, long blonde hair almost the color of gold packed back. He had a simple beard of the same color that was kept neat, and he watched Aiden with amber eyes as he walked in. To Brandis's right, standing just beyond the table, was a knight. He had short brown hair and an expressionless face. He was without his helmet, and his armor was a deep blue that could easily conceal itself in the dark. "Lord Lockhart," Brandis greeted in a welcoming voice as Aiden walked in. Beside him, the knight placed his hand on the pommel of his sword and said, "Kneel." Out of nothing but stubborn defiance, Aiden took 2 more steps from where he was standing before going down to one knee. 3 seconds in, and he already knew the knight was going to be a problem, even if he couldn't recognize him. "I greet the king," Aiden said, on one knee. "And the king greets one of our saviors," Brandis replied royally. "Now enough with all that wish-wash.
You may be within my kingdom and under its protection, but you're more of its savior than my subject. Please rise." Aiden obeyed, getting up to his feet. The knight chose then to reveal his first expression of the meeting. He frowned. "Do not mind Sir Derendorf," Brandis said, with a casual wave. "He's one of those knights you hear about in the tales bards tell. You know, the ones who are loyal to a fault. They'd sooner strike a simple man down for looking at the king funny and send the kingdom into chaos than pause and await orders." Aiden ran his mind through his memories and found nothing about a Sir Derendorf. But he did find a house Neranoff. They boasted the largest collection of legal military arms in the kingdom, second only to the palace. "You requested an audience with me, young lord," Brandis said. "Now you have it. And while I have been apprised of the reason for your request, I would like to hear you speak of it as if I were not aware of it." Aiden took a deep breath. The games had already begun.
Brandis had taken it upon himself to inform him that he had the advantage in the conversation, and yet he had also commanded him to play pretend, testing him to see how best he could play the games of court. He wants to know if my mental acumen is as good as my martial prowess. Brandis would be surprised to learn that he had none. Word games were more of Zen's specialty when Aiden had been working for the Order. "I am here to speak on the subject of unique skills," Aiden said simply. "Specifically, the reason it has been kept from my companions and I." Sir Derendorf's hold tightened on the pommel of his sword. If Brandis noticed it, he gave no sign of it. "And if I ask how you came to know something that has been intentionally kept from you, what would be your response?" Brandis asked. "It is no secret that I have befriended the palace library, Your Grace. It holds many truths." Brandis stroked his beard. "I see." Sir Derendorf's presence was beginning to possess a meaning to Aiden now. He was about to have a conversation with the king about something he should not know. Derendorf could as easily be a witness to this conversation as he could be Aiden's executioner. But Brandis King had been fair and kind to them in his past life. Up until the end. What were the chances that things were going to be different this time? Aiden's hand inched towards his soldier's belt regardless. Brandis's gaze followed the action, and the king leaned forward. "It's always good to see a foreigner adjust to life in my kingdom so quickly, Lord Lockhart. But it seems you are wearing your soldier's belt wrong." Aiden's hand paused. He was wearing the belt wrong, but it was intentional. The pockets unlocked from above, so he wore it upside down so that he didn't have to pick his items from inside the pockets. Instead, when he opened them, the items would merely drop into his waiting hands. It shaved off a fraction of the time it took to reach inside the pockets for the items. It was a fraction of a second, but those counted greatly in a fight. The only part of the process considered stressful was developing a mind that remembered which pocket held what enchanted item. Aiden nodded. "I am aware, Your Grace." "So it is intentional." Brandis rested his back against the chair. "I see. But back to important conversations. Yes, I asked that all subjects regarding unique skills be kept from you and your companions." A true and honest man. Brandis was not one for the games of politics. He would rather challenge a man to a duel than talk around subjects, even if he knew how to talk around subjects. "And may I ask why, Your Grace?" Aiden asked. Brandis paused in barely concealed surprise at Aiden's choice of title. Derenonoff's hand trembled on the pommel of his sword, and Brandis spared the knight a subtle look, then shook his head in what looked like dismay. "Do you know what a unique skill is, Aiden?" Brandis asked. "May I call you Aiden?" "You may, Your Grace. And yes, I know what a unique skill is."
From what I read, it is what happens when a skill is tailored specifically to the user, or allows them perform the actions intended of the skills in their own unique way. The same skill, but used in a way unique only to the user. Brandis nodded. They are amazing skills. Not necessarily powerful, but amazing nonetheless. However, the scriptures tell us something in its foretelling of you and your companion's arrival. Brandis paused there, and it seemed intentional. Aiden felt compelled to fill the silence. And what does it teach, Your Grace? Well, teach is a strong word, but what it tells us is something we are yet to share with you and yours. Although from the rumors climbing about the palace walls, you and your friends have already figured it out. Durendorf spared the king a quick look. Yes, Aiden, Brandis continued. I am talking about the advent of the Demon King. It is the reason you and yours are here.
This Demon King is the end result of the rising darkness. As such, you have been summoned to prevent his rise, or end it if it cannot be prevented.
Aiden had never gotten a clue as to how Ted had become the Demon King, aside from the fact that he had gotten it as a title. But it seemed the king was about to share something important. Even if it isn't specific, it might be a clue. And what have the scriptures said, Your Grace? He asked graciously. It is said that the Demon King will rise from among the humans, Brandis answered. Not the elves or dwarves or any other of the many species. The humans. It could be anyone at all. However, his adversary will rise from amongst the summoned. It is why you all are here. One of us is destined to slay the Demon King, Aiden asked. Yes, Brandis answered, with the assistance of the rest of you. However, do not misunderstand. While you are all kids, Valden has vouched for your consistent display of maturity beyond what is to be expected of a child. As such, I can share this piece of information with you, and only you, knowing that it will not cause a panic, and that you know how to keep secrets. Aiden wasn't sure what his response was supposed to be, so he said, Yes, Your Grace. Brandis nodded. Good. Now, while the scriptures agree that the Demon King's adversary will come from the summoned, it does not say that the Demon King will not come from the summoned. Ergo, we have accounted for the possibility that one of you might become the enemy we seek to stop. Aiden gulped. So the king had already considered that possibility. If only he knew how correct he was. But we do not worry, Brandis said, because the scriptures give us a hint on how to, dare I say, predict the Demon King. Good. If I can find out how Ted becomes the Demon King, then I can prevent it, or act accordingly if it is avoidable. Though Aiden still wasn't sure what acting accordingly would be.
And what do the scriptures say on the subject? He asked.
What it says, Brandis placed a gentle hand on one of the books on the table. Something felt very solemn about the action. What it says, Aiden, is that the one who is to become the Demon King will be a classless who develops a unique skill. Aiden froze. His eyes darted from the king to Durendorf, then back to the king. Ted may or may not be waiting for him behind the door, but none of that would matter. Your Grace? He stuttered. Brandis sighed. The scriptures also say that he will be a resourceful one. Now, you have said you learned of unique skills from the library, Lord Lockhart. However, I put it to you that we have been certain to clear the library of all texts relating to the acquisition of unique skills long before your arrival, so you could not have learned of it from the palace library. Brandis leaned back and folded his arms. Aiden paled at the obvious error of his ways. His hands slowly inched closer to his soldier's belt. His mind struggled to remember what enchantment was in which pocket as it also struggled to find a way out of the room alive. And as intimidating as Derendorf looked, Aiden knew that King Brandis, while a king, possessed a significantly higher level than all his knights. "Tell me, Lord Aiden Lockhart," Brandis continued, his voice calm but heavy, "against all our precautions, have you acquired a unique skill?" Aiden gulped. There was no use in lying. Valden knew he'd gotten a unique skill, which meant that so did the king. He'd messed up. He'd messed up terribly. Aiden lowered his stance ever so gently, prepared himself. "Yes, Your Grace." The words barely left his mouth when everything seemed to burst into action. Derendorf took a single step forward, sword already drawn with lightning speed. He held it high and above his head in an executioner's stance, and dark green aura flowed from it as magic crackled through the blade. Aiden had no idea if he would be fast enough. His hands unlocked a pocket each, and a cube and an orb fell in them. He was already channeling mana to his hands even before the enchantments dropped to them. But he had no idea what would happen. The enchantments felt like they were taking forever to activate. He was no fool. He couldn't survive a night without any buffs. Aiden's eyes had never left his opponents, but Derendorf was suddenly standing in front of him, still in the stance of an executioner. It seemed that even in this life he was to become the enemy of the kingdom. Just for a different reason this time around. Derendorf's crackling sword cleaved through the air to take Aiden's head before he could react, ripping through anything in its path. The knight had proved faster than Aiden's enchantments, but Aiden would not go down without a fight. The knight's blade was Aiden's last sight as he realized that his enchantments would not come to bear fast enough. Survival wasn't what was important anymore right now. What was important was not dying from the knight's blow, and Aiden didn't know how to do that. In the bleak world of hopelessness, his interface flashed in front of him. You have activated Orb of Lesser Speed. Effect: 3% increase in movement speed. Duration: 0 hours, 0 minutes, 12 seconds. You have activated Cube of Lesser Endurance. Effect: 8% increase in endurance. Duration: 0 hours, 0 minutes, 4 seconds.
Chapter 11. The Apology of a King.
"Tell me, Lord Aiden Lockhart, against all our precautions, have you acquired a unique skill?" Brandis knew the answer even before he asked the question. Valden, not knowing this aspect of the scripture, had passed on the young man's progress with a smile on his face. It was always a thing of celebration whenever a person developed a unique skill. Brandis would be lying if he claimed he hadn't been happy to hear the news, too. One of the summoned of his kingdom was proving powerful and resourceful. But the Demon King was also going to be powerful and resourceful. "Yes, Your Grace," the young Lockhart answered. Brandis had been testing the young man's resolve. This had been a moment to lie. For all the summoned knew, the only way for a person to see another's interface was if they allowed them. So Lord Lockhart could have lied, said he hadn't gained one yet. There were a lot of ways to dance around the subject until he could dance no more. People lied about their skills, classes, levels, and a lot of things until they found out that someone stronger than them could see it whenever they wanted, unless they had the defensive skill to stop them, or an enchantment, or an artifact or the other designed for secrecy of such level. But a direct answer? Brandis could respect that. Derendorf's aura came alive behind him, and Brandis almost sighed. But he did not. When a knight acted in a hurry, time became of the essence. If Derendorf was already moving, then the knight had spotted a significant threat. And Brandis was inclined to follow. He pitied the young lord, and the hand fate had chosen to deal him. Valden had said many good things about Aiden. In most of them, he was inclined to believe that Aiden had the potential to escape and survive a fight any enemy with a level that was less than 100. It was high praise. But while Brandis was willing to wait and see if the potential Demon King would survive the first cut from Derendorf, there were risks he was not willing to take. So Brandis activated one of many skills. You have activated Blood Rush. Effect: 89% increase in movement and reaction speed. Duration: 0 hours, 4 minutes, 0 seconds. Brandis left his chair in a blitz of speed. You have activated Orb of Lesser Speed. Effect: 3% increase in movement speed. Duration: 0 hours, 0 minutes, 12 seconds. You have activated Cube of Lesser Endurance. Effect: 8% increase in endurance. Duration: 0 hours, 0 minutes, 4 seconds. Aiden had never been so glad to see a notification in his life. He was also glad he had enchantments to work with. The increase to speed would help him move faster, even if by a very little margin, and moving faster was definitely important in this situation. Derendorf's blade was coming down on him. By its trajectory, it wouldn't even split his head in equal halves. It was more on one side than the other, which meant Aiden had a chance. He pushed his body to obey him, ducking to the side and away from the blow. His head was out of harm's way, but it only took him a moment to realize he was not free. Derendorf's sword would not split his head, but it was going to take his arm. His right arm. He had been going for a strength enchantment for his second enchantment instead of endurance, but he'd been saddled with the wrong one. Still, maybe luck was on his side. Losing an arm would be terrible, but an increase in endurance would buy him a little more time to survive the blood loss. If he could get away with one arm, he could still survive. Even as the blade came down on his arm, his mind was already looking through his memories. He could replace the arm. Nasteeled magic was powerful enough for that. He just needed to find someone skilled enough and powerful items to support them. Aiden grit his teeth for the pain. His only prayer now was that Brandis would underestimate him, believe Derendorf's single strike would suffice to kill him. If he could take advantage of that, there was a chance of survival. Then Brandis vanished from his chair, and hope fled Aiden. He couldn't dream of fighting the king. Derendorf's sword came howling down, and pain flared in Aiden's shoulder on impact. He bit back on it, already making his way for the side of the room, when his body came to a halt, unable to move. Someone had clamped a hand down on his uninjured shoulder. Dread joined pain in a waltz all over Aiden's mind. I must admit to being slightly impressed, Brandis said, standing beside Derendorf and Aiden. To avoid an instant kill from a knight, changing it to a critical damage is impressive for someone of your level. The king had a firm hand holding Aiden in place by his shoulder, while his other hand came between Aiden's other shoulder and Derendorf's sword, grasping the weapon by the blade. Brandis offered Aiden a small, apologetic smile before turning his attention to Derendorf. Stand down, Sir Derendorf, he said in what seemed like a saddened voice. Derendorf looked at him, flabbergasted. But, my king! Stand down, Brandis barked. He is the Demon King, Derendorf insisted, disobeying. To slay him here is to solve the issue. We can save countless lives in this moment. You certainly cannot be serious. Brandis's face twisted in a scowl. I cannot be serious. You dare challenge your king. Derendorf's blade trembled in Brandis's hold as the knight tried to pull it away. My king, Derendorf said,
This is for the greater good. We can vanquish the Demon King before he becomes the Demon King. Save the entire world."
"The greater good," Brandis repeated, and his voice was steel. "You have always been an unfortunate knight, Derendorf." Derendorf released his sword, abandoned it to Brandis's hold, and darted back. He'd barely crossed any distance when the king's hand left Aiden's shoulder and grabbed the knight by the front of his armor, taking purchase in the collar of his breastplate. In a single move, Brandis stopped Derendorf's retreat and brought him down to his knees. The ground cratered under the force of the action, and the red carpet dipped into the depression. "Do not move, young Lacarte," Brandis said, but his eyes never left Derendorf. "What you are about to witness is the will of a king." Derendorf stared up at the king with trembling eyes. "My king, you must slay the Demon King. Do not let your kind heart lead you to mistakes." Brandis's hand, still holding the blade of Derendorf's sword, trembled with rage. "And your devotion to doing as you please has already led you to mistakes." With his shoulder free, Aiden staggered back and away from Brandis, but he didn't go far. For all he knew, the king had saved his life, but was still deciding on what to do with it. As he watched the events transpire before him, the enchantments on Derendorf's armor came alive, shining in a myriad of different colors. "My king," Derendorf started in disbelief. "What have you—" Brandis released Derendorf and kicked him. The force of the blow was terrifying, reverberating throughout the entire room, and the knight flew across the room and into a wall. Brandis hefted Derendorf's sword in his hand in anger and threw it forward like a spear, but Aiden didn't see it cross the distance. All he saw was the king's throw. In the same moment, there was a second crash, exactly where Derendorf had been thrown, even before the dust had settled. The room shook, and Derendorf howled in pain. What the hell is happening? Aiden wondered, terrified. Was Brandis trying to kill the knight? Why? Because he tried to kill me? Aiden couldn't make sense of it. Then a small suspicion grew in his mind, an inkling of an idea. When the dust settled, it revealed Derendorf struggling to pull his own sword from his shoulder. He struggled with one arm, tugging and pulling like the mad. Spittle fell from his lips, and tears pooled at his eyes as blood dripped from his shoulder. "My king!" he wailed, all his attempts failing. "Why have you forsaken me?" Aiden stood silent, pretended he was a carpet or a standing lamp or a statue designed to beautify the room. He played the role of the unimportant. The last thing he wanted to do was gain the attention of any of the two people in front of him. It had been so long since he'd been in this position. He had completely forgotten how it felt to be powerless in chaos. He knew his return had rendered him weak, but he had never appreciated just how weak. His weakness had never stood in front of him and shoved its fingers in his eyes as it currently was. He was an ant playing politics with elephants. "Forsaken you?" Brandis scoffed, watching Derendorf struggle with his own sword. "You have forsaken yourself, Derendorf. I don't know if your madness is from how your father trained you, or if you have trained yourself this way. But it matters no longer." Brandis took a deep breath, calmed himself. "Despite my better judgment," he continued, "I allowed you to become one of my knights. Despite your flaws, I felt you were at least loyal to the kingdom. All you did was in its best interest. But time has shown that all you've done is indulge in your sense of justice at this point. To you,
The kingdom's best interest is what you say it is." Derendorf abandoned his sword to snarl at him. "All I have done for Bandiv!" Brandis turned his face away, as if Derendorf had spat in his face. "Last year, you assaulted the delegate of Andavari simply because he would not kneel in my presence." "It was disrespect against the king." "He was a delegate of a nation on the brink of going to war with us," Brandis answered calmly.
Of course he was going to be disrespectful. For God's sake, the man at least bowed. You have no idea what we had to do to prevent that war from breaking out. Just last month you tried to kill a civilian in public simply because he called me a tyrant. It was slander against your name, Derendorf scowled. His voice was quieter now, resigned. And for that he deserved to die? Brandis asked in disbelief. And now you try to kill my guest. Derendorf's eyes shot straight to Aiden. Even in the knight's current situation, he carried enough bale in his eyes to send a shiver up Aiden's spine. He is to be the Demon King, Derendorf hissed. Brandis ran a hand down his face. You are perhaps the stupidest knight I have ever had the displeasure of leading. I said all we know about the Demon King is that he will be a classless with a unique skill. Does that mean we should go around killing any and all of my subjects who gain a unique skill before level 10? Brandis tossed his hands up in frustration. Would you have me kill your cousin's son while I'm at it? Would you have me lay waste to my own kingdom in fear of what may or may not be? Should every classless with a unique skill suffer a fate that should not be theirs simply because one of them might be evil in the future? Must all of them die for the possible sin of one of them? Derendorf remained silent. Spittle dripped from his lips, and so did blood. Brandis sighed. One of these men will save this world from the Demon King, Derendorf. And you risked killing that very person on the chance that he might be the Demon King? If you believed the scriptures so deeply, then you would have believed that your attempt would be futile. After all, only the hero can kill the Demon King. But it never said that only the Demon King can kill the hero. Brandis gestured at Aiden. If he was to be the hero, you would have doomed this entire world with nothing but your single stupidity. And that, no matter my relationship with your father, is stupidity I cannot forgive. He walked up to Derendorf now, crossed the distance between them and kneeled in front of him. You will not die today, he told him. You will be healed and stripped of your title as a knight. You are no longer a knight of mine. And you will not be permitted to be a knight of any noble. Should I ever hear news of you that displeases me again, I will grant the king's verdict upon you. I will declare the punishment of sightbound on you. Derendorf's eyes widened. A knight is immune to the edict of sightbound. Even now you continue to challenge your king, Brandis scoffed. You seem to forget that you are no longer a knight. I have already stripped your armor of its royal enchantments. Once you are taken from here, you will be stripped of the armor itself. Then you will be stripped of all titles and gains you have acquired by your position as a knight of mine. Until then, sit still. Brandis grabbed a handful of Derendorf's hair as the knight struggled to protest and slammed his head into the wall. The wall lit up in countless defensive enchantments as Derendorf fell silent. Brandis cocked his head to the side, studying the man. Satisfied with whatever he saw, he took the sword in the knight's shoulder by the hilt and pulled it free. After that, he raised a hand over the knight. It shone a soft green, and Derendorf's injury resonated the same light. Aiden knew healing magic when he saw it. When Brandis got back to his feet, the atmosphere settled, as if all the chaos had never happened. But the evidence was there, every single sign of it. Healed, Derendorf remained seated against the broken wall,
armor stained in blood.
I must apologize for what you just experienced, Lord Lockhart. Brandis looked at Derendorf's sword in his hand and gestured at Aiden with it. Would you want to claim his blade? Mute. Aiden shook his head. Why did everyone think you wanted the sword of a knight that had somehow offended him? Brandis's brows furrowed. Then he looked at the blade in disappointment. A shame. It is a fine blade, and no other knight will want it. He cast the sword aside and allowed it to clatter violently on the ground. Aiden kept his mind struggling to focus on the events in front of him. Despite just having survived death, he couldn't believe he had almost been witness to a sight-bound verdict. It was a punishment granted by a king, and only a king. What it did was create a quest available to people with combat classes of significantly higher levels than the culprit. Anyone who saw it would receive a quest rewarding them for the simple task of beating the hell out of the culprit. To avoid the possibility of killing the culprit, the quest would also inform whoever received it that killing the sight-bound would transfer the punishment to them. Only a king could lift the verdict. Or that was what everyone was led to believe. But there was more to the verdict than most know, more to the quests. The ability was so old that it had secrets that even the monarchs had forgotten. Secrets that a select few in the Order knew and remembered. Lord Lockhart, Brandis called in Aiden's silence, a touch of worry in his voice. I forget that you are only but a child. Perhaps this has been too much for you. Would you like us to continue our conversation on another day? One of your choosing, obviously. Aiden shook his head in response, remembered he was being addressed by a king, then responded with his words. No, Your Grace. I am fine. Brandis watched him through narrowed lids. Are you certain? I am. I see. Brandis walked up to his desk and leaned against it. Then you may continue. You have your answer to the question regarding unique skills, so is there anything else you wish to know? Aiden thought about it. He knew Brandis had not truly apologized, but he had done it in his own way, by granting him a second audience at a choosing of his own. Aiden would take that apology, since history had taught him that an apology from a king was one of the rarest things on the face of Nastilid. Is there anything else the scriptures say about the Demon King? He asked. Any other way we can use to identify who they might be? Brandis shook his head. The scripture is nothing more than a book written by cryptic men who loved to seem cryptic and important. It dances around half-truths and unreasonable parables. Even the very piece of information it gave us about the Demon King could lead a less than wise king into stupid actions. I would advise you not to put too much stock in it.